The cultivation of one's power of the spirit was dull and dry. Jun Wuxie did not know how long she had cultivated for. She sat in a half-lotus position upon the grass, the little black cat lying across her lap, soundly asleep as the balls of spirit fire surrounded her body. A warm surge of power was slowly flowing into her body. That cultivation continued on for a few days. Jun Wuxie with Chao Chu and the rest of the gang made their way to the tranquil dream forest every day to cultivate for extended periods. It was only until Nalan Shan came around urging them to get some rest that they would stop, to go back to their houses. In their spirit state, even if they did not rest, they would not feel tired. But Nalan Shan still insisted they get some good rest, thinking that the sharpening of the blade would not slow down the chopping of wood. The speed of progress in cultivation here in the tranquil dream forest could not be compared with the serene spirit tower at all. But Jun Wuxie did not feel there was anything wrong with it and persisted on, continuing to cultivate. As power of the spirit continued to flow into Jun Wuxie's spirit constantly. At the same time that she was strengthening herself, it also made the little black cat situation take a turn for the better, where it would occasionally wake up, but for very short periods. Despite that being the case, Jun Wuxie was still very satisfied. Meanwhile, for Chao Chu and the others, their power of the spirit were filling up and their spirits were gradually solidifying. Although the process was slow and arduous, none of them gave up on it. Nalan Shan watched Jun Wuxie and her companions persevering with the cultivation and was feeling highly comforted. He could no longer remember how long it had been since he saw other human spirits coming to the tranquil dream forest. While Jun Wuxie was cultivating, she had not forgotten to look out for any sign of Jun Gu. Although Jun Wuxie was not able to go to the Serene Spirit Tower herself anymore, she had gotten little Lotus and Poppy to go keep watch outside the 3 Serene Spirit Towers. She had drawn out a portrait of Jun Gu from her memory and handed it to little Lotus and Poppy, hoping they would be able to find Jun Gu's spirit from among the long lines outside the Serene Spirit Towers. It was not known how long had passed when Chao Chu and the others finally achieved completely solid bodies. Finally being able to regain the feeling of having a body when they were in flesh form immediately made the group of youths decide to want to go out to celebrate. They then specially went to ask Nalan Shan and Brownie along. Brownie was the brown bear that had refused to leave the tranquil dream forest when Jun Wuxie had come to seek out Nalan Shan. Throughout this period, as Nalan Shan guided Jun Wuxie and the companions in their cultivation, Brownie had cultivated along together with them. Unexpectedly, its cultivation speed of progress had been rather fast and it already had a solid body form as well, but it still was incapable of speech, where it was only able to gesticulate to Nalan Shan endlessly with its fat and thick pair of paws. Ever since that first time, Brownie had just stuck itself to Nalan Shan's side. No matter how hard Nalan Shan chased it away, it was unwilling to leave. It went to the extent that after it attained a solid body, every time Nalan Shan attempted to chase it away, it would just hold Nalan Shan around the shoulders in a bear hug, refusing to budge a step, playing a complete thuggish rogue. And now, Nalan Shan had already given up on trying to get rid of Brownie. He had never seen such a stubborn and persistent beast spirit in his life. Since it was to be a celebration, then they would have to leave the tranquil dream forest. Chao Chu and the others went to the spiritual spirit loft at Little Lotus' suggestion, which was also the place that Jun Wuxie first met Nalan Shan. Little Lotus and Poppy still had not discovered any signs of Jun Gu. In order to not miss out any possible chance, the 2 plants gave up on joining them for the celebration and went to continue to keep watch outside the Serene Spirit Tower. Nalan Shan then led Chao Chu and the others to come to the spiritual spirit loft once again. The spiritual spirit loft was bustling with business as the bunny waiter brought the group up to the 2nd level. Jun Wuxie and her entire group attracted the attention of quite a number of spirits. Among a bunch of human spirits, there was suddenly a beast spirit, and it was a beast spirit that had already achieved a solid body, hence the group stood out quite a bit as an eyesore. Growl! Brownie's great big rear sat down upon the chair. The bunny waiter at the side wiggled its nose, seemingly rather worried about whether the chair would collapse under the bear. The menu had just been placed on the table when Brownie could not even wait for the others to say a word as he slapped his bare paw upon the menu, holding the menu pressed down under its paw. Chao Chu and the others stared speechlessly at that thug of a bear. Do you even have a sense of barely propriety? Growl, growl. Growl, growl. Growl. Brownie did not seem to care about the speechless stares Chow Chu and the others were gazing at it with. It raised up a bare paw and pointed pitter-patter with a claw upon the menu randomly with a deep and heavy growl. After it finished ordering, it raised up its head suddenly to look at the little bunny waiter who was staring stunned at the bear. The bunny waiter was frozen. Roar! The little bunny waiter's eyes rolled back and fell over into a dead faint. Jun Wuxie looked at the little bunny waiter that had fainted from shock hearing Brownie's roar, and she clasped her hand over her forehead. The big-eared rabbit by itself was already a frail little spirit beast, and though this one was now a spirit form, it was still just as timid. Brownie was towering in size, and its roar deep and resonating. Seeing the jaws open wide in a resounding roar right straight into its face, it caused the timid little bunny to immediately wither away in a dead faint from fright. Growl! Seeing the big-eared rabbit fallen onto the ground in a heap, Brownie's face twisted up in bewilderment. It was thinking to itself that it had merely made an order of food, so why had the little bunny suddenly fainted? Ignorantly oblivious of the oppressive ferocity known to its species, Brownie raised a bare paw up and scratched at its head. Another spiritual spirit loft waiter of the long-armed ape species immediately came up to drag the unconscious little bunny away, and another bunny came hopping up to their table to continue to take their orders soon after. This time around, Jun Wuxie was smarter. Moving at a speed quicker than lightning, she snatched the menu off the table. Just as Brownie was about to sound out a protest, she quickly stretched her hand out to point at the dishes Brownie had picked earlier and said to the little bunny waiter, "This, and this." Brownie, who had wanted to protest, saw that Jun Wuxie actually ordered all the things he had wanted, and the bear immediately quietened down. Nailan Shan, who was seated beside Brownie, had a face of utter hopelessness. How had he come to attract such a proud and thuggish big brown bear? Chow Chu then ordered a few other things right after Jun Wuxie. Ever since they had come to the spirit world, he had not eaten a single mouthful of anything. Although he did not feel any hunger, but he still missed the feeling of eating. The little bunny waiter then hopped skittishly away from danger, hugging the menu tight against its tiny breast. Nailan Shan breathed a great sigh, and then looked at Brownie, who seemed to be ignorant of what had happened, before he said, "Remember, from now on, you must not bully those weaker than you, all right? If you do that again, I will throw you out." Brownie blinked at Nailan Shan, and before Nailan Shan could continue with his admonishment, it just grabbed Nailan Shan's slender figure into a big wide hug with its enormous paws. Nailan Shan was at a loss for words. Besides this one move, can't this rascal think up something new? Several other beast spirits who had just been watching at the side immediately saw that Brownie, being the only beast spirit in Jun Wuxie's group, had not only not been bullied, but had, with its lone might of a single bear, instead oppressed the several human spirits. All of them immediately set their minds at ease, secretly smiling to themselves inwardly as they continued with their meals. Following the construction of the Serene Spirit Towers, the status of the human spirits in the spirit world was greatly elevated, which also caused the actions of many human spirits to become increasingly uninhibitedly willful and arrogant, which brought about quite a number of instances of conflict between human spirits and the other spirit races. In just a while, the little bunny waiter came back, bringing the companions the dishes they ordered. This time Chow Chu and the rest had gotten smarter, and they did not even dare to take a whiff at the honey-roasted waxed meat and other things that Brownie had ordered, but to push them all right before Brownie, letting the bear enjoy everything it wanted. On the spiritual spirit loft's second level, one could see a massive-sized brown bear using its fat and enormous paws holding a tiny little spoon as it wrestled with the honey-roasted waxed meat in the dish before it. Jun Wuxie and the companions merely looked at the bear for a while before they all went on to eat as well. "I haven't eaten anything for so long that I am almost about to forget the feeling of having food melt in your mouth." Chow Chu was so moved he almost cried. "Good for nothing," Fei Yen said as he rolled his eyes at Chow Chu. Although that was what his mouth said, the actions of his hands did not once stop. Jun Wuxie merely slowly tasted the food a little. She did not crave for food all that much and only ate to fill her stomach. Not that she was in spirit form, that one essential need was no longer a requirement, and hence, She did not show much interest in it, but her gaze was instead fixed upon Brownie, looking rather thoughtful. Nalan Shan, who was seated beside Brownie, did not move his chopsticks all that much as well. His gaze similarly staring at Brownie like Jun Wuxie. They had all seemingly missed out on one point earlier. As a new spirit soul and as a beast spirit here at the spiritual spirit loft for the first time, wouldn't the way Brownie had ordered his food seem like the bear was a little too familiar with it? It had not even looked at the menu and it already knew what it wanted to eat. Wasn't that a little strange? However, only Jun Wuxie and Nalan Shan had realized that problem. The two of them exchanged a glance and saw the same doubt in each other's eyes. Gouging happily into the food and heaping large spoonfuls into its mouth, Brownie suddenly pricked its furry ears. It raised up its head from its food as its gaze turned to look towards the stairs. Before Xiao Chu and the others knew what was happening, Brownie suddenly stood up and ran on all fours maniacally towards the windows on the second floor. "Hey, fatty bear, what do you do?" Xiao Chu jumped to his feet in shock, and before he could finish his words, Brownie had with a mighty leap jumped out through the second floor's window. Xiao Chu was stunned. Wasn't such vigorous exercise right after eating a little too violent? At the same moment that Brownie jumped out of the window, several figures appeared at the top of the second-level stairs. They were several human spirits dressed in the same clothes, all of them around 20 to 30 years of age, and a familiar figure stood among them. "Eldest Senior, you had shut yourself in seclusion for so long. It's time you should come out to walk around a little. Let me play host today, to treat you to a good meal," Meng Yiliang said earnestly to a man looking to be about 30 years of age, the smile on his face exceptionally sycophantic. Jun Wuxie had a little bit of an impression of that man. When Meng Yiliang brought Jun Wuxie to the Serene Spirit Tower's 12th level, that man had been cultivating in there. Jiang Yunlong had come up to the spiritual spirit's second level under the urging of Meng Yiliang. He had just appeared there when several of the beast spirits on the second level turned their eyes upon him, their gazes filled with animosity. The second level that had been noisy and bustling with activity suddenly quietened down. Jiang Yunlong's brows creased up slightly as he looked at the several beast spirits who were staring at him sharply. His eyes then swept across the room, to look around the surroundings, like he was searching for something. But after searching through an entire round, he did not find what he was looking for, and a sliver of doubt rose in his eyes. "Eldest Senior, please have a seat first," Meng Yiliang said with a smile. Jiang Yunlong sat down upon a chair, his eyes still sweeping across the entire floor. The demeanor of the several beast spirits tensed up, all of them clenching up their claws as they continued to stare at Jiang Yunlong. "Wuxie? You're here too." Meng Yiliang glanced around the place and saw that Jun Wuxie was also here, immediately breaking into a smile. But when he saw Nalan Shan sitting right across Jun Wuxie, the smile on his face quickly congealed. Could it be Master Uncle Nalan? "Why, you're in such great spirits these days that you do not just stay in the tranquil dream forest but have instead come running outside so diligently," Meng Yiliang said as his lips curled up with a sneer. Nalan Shan's brows furrowed up slightly, not wanting to bother with Meng Yiliang's taunting ridicule. Meng Yiliang saw that Nalan Shan was not going to retort, and he went on to smile more gleefully. He turned to walk over to Jun Wuxie's side and said, "Wuxie, I have not seen you go to the Serene Spirit Tower throughout this period. Are you feeling unwell?" The Serene Spirit Tower is the most suitable place for human spirits to cultivate, and it is definitely much better than you cultivating under some hopelessly obstinate fellow. This was the first time Xiao Chu and the rest of the companions were seeing Meng Yiliang, and all of them were staring in surprise at this fella who was acting too familiar. Wuxie, addressing her so intimately? From which rock had the scoundrel popped out from that he dared to address Jun Wuxie like this? Was he tired of living? Jun Wuxie swept her gaze over Meng Yiliang, but did not respond to him. But Meng Yiliang was not about to give up. "I accompanied my eldest senior to come out to walk about today, and if there is anything that Wuxie does not understand with your cultivation, you can just ask my eldest senior. My eldest senior's power of the spirit is now only second to my master's, and is much stronger than someone else." "No need," Jun Wuxie said with an eyebrow raised, feeling a little impatient. Nalan Shan took a deep breath, trying hard to disregard Meng Yiliang's ridicule. Jun Wuxie's rejection was cold as ice, without leaving any leeway for discussion. That made Meng Yiliang lose face as Chao Chu and the others sat there stifling their laughter. Fortunately for him that this was the spirit world. For if this was in the middle realm or the lower realm, a snively scoundrel like Meng Yiliang would already have died from a single palm strike from Jun Wuxie. Meng Yiliang had wanted to say something more when sounds of a commotion broke out downstairs. A man wearing the same uniform as Meng Yiliang came rushing up and said highly anxiously, "Eldest Senior Meng, we found the spiritual bear." Zhang Yunlong, who had been sitting quietly at the side, started, and then shot up from his chair to rush straight to go right in front of the man. "Where is the spiritual bear?" "At the end of the second street downstairs. We encountered it earlier and it wanted to escape, but we managed to surround it. That beast seemed to have regained a bit of its strength and is now highly ferocious. As we fear we might not be able to hold it for long, I came here to get eldest senior." Zhang Yunlong did not remain there a moment longer but immediately rushed downstairs. Meng Yiliang stood stunned at the side for a moment and decided that nothing was more important than that before he went rushing down to follow. Spiritual bear? Hearing that man's words, Chao Chu could not help but become curious. Nalan Shan and Jun Wuxie arched up their eyebrow thoughtfully, and the several beast spirits who had been sitting here on the second level suddenly stood themselves up, to go in hot pursuit of Zhang Yunlong and the other human spirits. "What is happening? What is the spiritual bear?" Fei Yen asked as he looked at Nalan Shan curiously. Nalan Shan's brows furrowed up as he said, "The spiritual bear is almost like the spirit master among the human spirits, where they possess great spiritual gift, and could be considered to be a leader of a spirit race." "It's that powerful?" Fei Yen was getting more intrigued. But Nalan Shan's brows were tightly furrowed together. But the spiritual bear's spirit was dispersed due to an accident before, and no spiritual bears had appeared among the beast spirits for a long time. How did it suddenly? Just as Nalan Shan was feeling puzzled and confused, a bear's roar that quaked the heavens came in through the windows. The sound fell into the ears of Jun Wuxie and the others, which shook them entirely. "That is the roar of the spiritual bear? But why do I feel that roar sounds so familiar?" Chao Chu said with a gulp, as an ominous feeling of dread rose in his heart. Jun Wuxie and Nalan Shan stood up seemingly at the same time. "It's Brownie." That bear's roar was one that they were all too familiar with, as throughout the recent period, that sound had almost constantly rung in their ears. How could they not be able to recognize it? What? Is really Brownie? Could Brownie be the spiritual bear? Chao Chu's eyes were wide. Although he had felt that Brownie was a thuggish and domineering beast spirit, but he just could not link Brownie's utterly shameless look to being one as the spirit leader of the beast spirits. "I am not certain of it, though. The spiritual bear's fur is not brown in color, and it has the mark of the spirit saint on its chest, but there was none on Brownie's body." Nalan Shan was still rather doubtful. Brownie had been living with him throughout this period, so how could he possibly not remember such details on its body? If there was the slightest suspicious sign, he would have immediately guessed Brownie's identity, but there wasn't the slightest suspicious sign at all. "Let's go there first," Jun Wuxie said with an eyebrow lifted. No matter whether Brownie was the spiritual bear, the fear in that roar was undeniable. Chao Chu and the others did not persist on asking about the spiritual bear, and they immediately went rushing out. Out on the busy and bustling street, a wide area was stood open and empty. A bunch of human spirits dressed in the same uniform had surrounded a terrified-looking brown bear, and that brown bear was the very same Brownie that had stuck itself to Nalan Shan all this while. Zhang Yunlong and Meng Yiliang were leading a group of their men that had Brownie completely surrounded. Brownie had attempted to breach the surrounding circle a few times but had failed. The circle was continuing to shrink and Brownie was struck by terror as it roared incessantly within the gradually contracting circle. "What a sly and cunning beast this is. I would really like to see how it can possibly escape from here today." The corners of Zhang Yunlong's mouth curled up into a cruel smirk, and his body morphed into a streak of light, charging straight towards Brownie. In the instant that Zhang Yunlong was just about to strike Brownie, several beastly roars suddenly rang out. Several massive black shadowy figures charged through the surrounding circle, and an enormous rhino with thick and tough hide stood itself right in front of Brownie, to receive the strike from Zhang Yunlong in Brownie's place. And that ferocious strike struck the enormous rhino so hard it let out a howl, its tough and hard hide broken. Although spirit bodies did not bleed, but that huge wound that broke upon the rhino's body was still terrifying to look at. Those several beast spirits were the very same ones from the spiritual spirit loft's second floor earlier. With the several beast spirits jumping into the fray, they forcibly broke up the encirclement. They used their massive bodies to shield Brownie right in the middle of all of them. What a bunch of meddlesome beasts! Zhang Yunlong's strike had not hit the spiritual bear, and his eyes were oozing with thick swirling murder. He stared at the rhino who had been heavily wounded by him to say with a sneer, "You are the scoundrel who is worse than a beast. With us here today, you can forget about taking the spiritual bear away." The heavily wounded rhino summoned up his strength to stand up, panting heavily as it stood itself right in front of Brownie, its horn on its snout facing Zhang Yunlong directly. Hearing the two words, "spiritual bear," spoken out loud, it caused the chaotic street to fall silent in an instant. Beast spirits who had been puzzled what was happening were now mostly staring incredulously with their eyes, their gaze fixed directly upon the violent and restless brown bear. Zhang Yunlong's eyes narrowed up, and a glint of viciousness flashed within as he suddenly broke out in laughter. "Spiritual bear? Beasts would be beasts. You're not even able to differentiate whether that is a spiritual bear or not. Let me tell you that is merely just a regular beast spirit. The spiritual bear's fur has a golden sheen to it. Does that brown bear behind all of you have that? Does it have the mark of the spirit saint on its chest?" Zhang Yunlong said with great composure. The shocked beast spirits standing on the sides all turned to look at Brownie, the many pairs of eyes seeking to find signs of the spiritual bear on Brownie's body. Unfortunately, right before their eyes, they could only see an ordinary brown bear, without the slightest hint of anything special about it. The rhino was not moved by those words, but just stood there to stare sternly at Zhang Yunlong. "You don't need to muddy up the waters with your deceptive words here. If it was truly just an ordinary brown bear, how could it possibly have caused the spirit master, Wu Jiu's first disciple, to come all the way out here?" Zhang Yunlong was not flustered in the least as he said, "This brown bear wounded my fellow disciples, and it has a violent and untamable disposition. The reason I came here is merely to capture and imprison it, to prevent it from harming any more innocents." Utter rubbish. The rhino was after all still a beast spirit, and when it came to a war of words they were naturally disadvantaged against a human spirit. "I'm spouting rubbish? I know that you beast spirits have always been cohesive. But I'm sure that all of you are also aware that though some beast spirits are powerful, but their minds have not yet fully developed, retaining some of their beastly instincts. Such beast spirits, needless to say for me, as even your big boss flame dragon would have restrained it, to not let its savage nature run wild. So what is wrong with what I am doing here?" Zhang Yunlong was not showing the slightest tinge of nervousness or anxiety, as faced against a beast spirit who had only gradually come to learn to grasp complicated thoughts and speech after they took on their spirit form. In a debate, they would always be the weaker one. The rhino was stumped for words under the verbal assault from Zhang Yunlong. What Zhang Yunlong said was true. Beast spirits whose minds had not yet developed were not suited to be released out into the spirit world to roam freely. But it knew in its heart that Brownie was not just an ordinary beast spirit. Due to its lack of skill in its speech, it was unable to clearly express its thoughts and could only snort in frustration and anxiety in such a situation. Zhang Yunlong saw the rhino's frustration and anxiety, and he naturally knew how he should handle the situation. The number of beast spirits were numerous in the spirit world, and they were highly cohesive. If they knew the brown bear's identity, then they would surely band together and attack. Even he would not be able to withstand the concerted assault from so many beast spirits. But Zhang Yunlong was craftily obfuscated Brownie's identity, causing those beast spirits to be unable to make a proper judgment. If what I say is not right, You can ask that brown bear to speak up and explain for itself. If it can clear up the air here, I will then apologize and admit my mistake here, and allow all of you to go." Zhang Yunlong put his words across generously, but the venom brewing deep within his eyes would send chills up one's back. The rhino and the other beast spirits were becoming more and more anxious, and Brownie, who was shielded by all of them, was becoming more restless. It was stomping its feet upon the ground incessantly, its mouth open as if it was trying to say something, but all that came out from its jaws was just that same roar. Could not even form a single word. Beast spirits who were incapable of speech were those whose minds had not yet developed, and they still retained their beastly instincts. Brownie's reaction merely reinforced Zhang Yunlong's words, which just caused those beast spirits who were still hesitant to further not believe that Brownie was the spiritual bear. How could their spiritual leader be a brown bear who was not even able to say a single word? Zhang Yunlong knew that the effect he was seeking for had been achieved. He was not going to waste any more time arguing with the rhino and the others. He gave a slight wave of his hand, and the human spirits who had been scattered by the beast spirits' charge gathered together once again to surround and close in on the rhino, Brownie, and the other beast spirits. The beast spirits had no choice but to shrink their protective circle, keeping Brownie shielded in the middle. The numbers of Rhino and his companions were far fewer than Zhang Yunlong and the human spirits with him. They quickly suffered a violent and vicious attack, and the beast spirits had many wounds split open upon their bodies, with the scattering of their power of the spirit pushing them to fall into bitter battle. There were quite a number of beast spirits who wanted to step up to help, but according to the spirit world's rules, beast spirits who still retained their beastly instincts were to be imprisoned. Hence, despite the fact that they had wanted to lend a hand several times, they were held back by Zhang Yunlong, who used the spirit world's rules against them, making it impossible for them to not come forward. Brownie continued to roar, as Rhino and the others resisted against the enemy together. But as the disparity in numbers was just too great, the few beast spirits shielding Brownie were all seriously wounded, and it was clear to see that they would not be able to hold out any much longer. A glint of glee flashed in Zhang Yunlong's eyes, and his body morphed into a streak of dimmed light to charge straight at Brownie under the chaos of battle. "Don't even think of touching him." The rhino disregarded his very own safety and crashed his bumbling body right into Zhang Yunlong. But how could the severely wounded rhino hope to be a match for Zhang Yunlong? Zhang Yunlong gripped the rhino's horn in one hand, and his other hand threw a punch straight towards the rhino's head. In an instant, the rhino's body was smashed through, and the body that was gathered power of the spirit crumbled into dust. This was an ominous sign of a spirit body about to be extinguished. The beast spirits on the street saw with their own eyes the rhino's spirit soul scatter and disperse with that strike. They could no longer tolerate it any longer, and they charged forward with a roar. "I would like to see who dares to move." Meng Yiliang immediately led the human spirits to block the path of the beast spirits. "That brown bear has already harmed someone from another spirit race, and should by all reasons be punished. Those few beast spirits up front were trying to cover up the brown bear's crime, and all of you are going to do the same? Are all of you going to disregard the rules set down by the Spirit Lord completely?" Meng Yiliang immediately mentioned the Spirit Lord's name, to make those beast spirits rethink their decision. And on the battlefield, the scattering of the rhino's spirit soul caused Brownie to let out a roar of rage. At the same time that Jun Wuxie and the others got to the scene, they were coincidentally met with the scene of Zhang Yunlong closing in on Brownie with every single step he took. Nalan Shan gasped in shock. The situation that met his eyes was one that went beyond anything he expected to see. "Damn it! What are those bunch of people trying to do?" Xiao Chu stared at Zhang Yunlong with his teeth tightly clenched, almost unable to hold himself back to want to rush forward to rescue Brownie out from there. Fei Yen and the others were similarly burning with rage. "All of you cannot go out." Jun Wuxie's voice suddenly rang out, causing Xiao Chu and the others to look at Jun Wuxie in surprise. "We can't?" That didn't sound like something that Jun Wuxie would say. Jun Wuxie creased up her brows as she looked at the heavily surrounded Brownie, and a cold glint rose in her eyes. "With your current powers, what do you think you can achieve going out there?" Jun Wuxie did not look at Xiao Chu and the rest of the companions, but the companions knew the words Jun Wuxie said were meant for them. And Jun Wuxie's words were like a bucket of ice-cold water that was splashed right onto their heads. The youths all lowered their heads to stare at their hands that had not even become fully solid. Though they had cultivated for a period of time in the tranquil dream forest, that was not enough for them to gain powers comparable to the purple spirit at all. Their current powers in the spirit world were not all that different from a new spirit soul, and compared to Zhang Yunlong and his men who had cultivated for such a long time in the serene spirit tower, even if the companions were to charge into the fray, they would only end up being sent flying back out. Are we then just going to stand here to watch them bring Brownie away? Chao Chu's fists were tightly clenched up. Ever since he came to the spirit world, this was the first time he hated himself for being hopelessly powerless. Nalan Shan, standing there on the side, could not wait any longer. He understood Jun Wuxie's concerns. Even if Jun Wuxie and her companions joined the battle, it would not have any effect at all. Nalan Shan did not hesitate any longer but charged right into the fight. He could not just stand there and watch Zhang Yunlong take Brownie away. Even if Brownie was just an ordinary beast spirit, he would still not be able to make himself just stand by and watch. He had faced loneliness for many decades, and the companionship Brownie had given him throughout this period had become something he could not bear to sever. Seeing Nalan Shan charged into battle, Chao Chu and the others became even more anxious. Little Xie, think of something quick. Chao Chu was so worried he was about to bite through his own teeth from clenching his jaws too hard. How long had it been since he had last felt so helpless? Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes and turned to Chao Chu and her companions to say, "Raleigh." "What?" Chao Chu was slightly startled. Before Chao Chu could understand why Jun Wuxie would suddenly mention the Yin-Yang bear, Hua Yao had already summoned out the double-headed bone snake. Zhang Yunlong had a cold sneer hanging from his mouth as he stared at the heavily panting Brownie. The few beast spirits shielding Brownie had all been severely wounded, and they were lying on the ground, unable to move. Brownie let out an angry roar towards Zhang Yunlong, whose eyes were filled with disdain. "You crafty beast! I would like to see how you can escape from here today. You have nobody else here to come protect you anymore, and if you cooperate and come back with me without putting up a struggle, I can make it a lot less painful for you." Roar! "TSK, TSK. Why must you be so uncooperative? Everything my master is doing now is for all the beast spirits as well, so there is need for you to resist it so strongly. You've caused these few beasts here to lose their lives, and it's all your fault," Zhang Yunlong said venomously. In the instant that Zhang Yunlong was about to come right before Brownie, a figure suddenly appeared right between him and Brownie. "Uncle Master Nalan?" Zhang Yunlong stared in surprise at Nalan Shan, who had suddenly appeared right before him. Nalan Shan's brows were tightly knotted together as he blocked Zhang Yunlong's way towards Brownie. To stare at the surprised Zhang Yunlong. "This beast spirit here is my friend. Over the recent period, it had stayed by my side, and I can prove that it is not aggressive to other spirit bodies at all," Nalan Shan said as he looked at Zhang Yunlong warily. He did not know Zhang Yunlong well, but he knew that Zhang Yunlong had a personality similar to that of Wu Jiu's, who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. "Ha ha!" Zhang Yunlong suddenly laughed. "Uncle Master, your words are really interesting to hear. You can prove it? Do you think just by saying it, I will have to believe you?" "Zhang Yunlong, I know what your motive is in capturing the bear. Even though you're now a spirit body, you must not lose the humanity in your heart. Give people a way out in everything you do." Nalan Shan gritted his teeth to say, "Oh? And what if I say I am not willing to give them one?" Zhang Yunlong said as he laughed softly. He then looked at Nalan Shan and said, "Master once told me that Uncle Master Nalan had not been all that hardworking in his cultivation in the past, and he had graciously let you go to the Serene Spirit Tower to cultivate. But not only had you not appreciated his kind intentions, you had instead gone against him, going around to spread slander about the good things he had done. What I would really like to know, seeing that Uncle Master Nalan views the Serene Spirit Tower with such contempt, do you have a better method of cultivation? Today would be a good time for me to ask Uncle Master Nalan to instruct me a little on it." Upon saying that, a gray mist suddenly flared out from around Zhang Yunlong's body. power of the spirit outflare. Nalan Shan's eyes widened as he stared in surprise at Zhang Yunlong, who was shrouded in swirling gray mist. How is this, my uncle Master Nalan? I hope your nephew disciple's cultivation has not disappointed my elder here? This was gained from the very same serene spirit tower you hold in such contempt. The corners of Zhang Yunlong's mouth were curled up with an almost gloating smile. An outflare of the power of the spirit. This was the highest level of cultivation a spirit body could possibly achieve. And among human spirits, since ancient times, only 3 people had been able to achieve that. The first human spirit to do that was previous spirit master, Nalan Shan's master. And the other 2 human spirits were just Nalan Shan and his senior fellow disciple, Wu Jiu. Nalan Shan and Wu Jiu had spent a few thousand years' time before they attained the ability for an outflare of the power of the spirit. For Zhang Yunlong, he had merely come to the spirit world for less than 1,000 years, and regardless how highly gifted he might be, it was impossible that he would be able to achieve the level to execute an outflare of the power of the spirit. Nalan Shan just could not believe everything that his eyes were seeing. However, Zhang Yunlong did not give Nalan Shan any more time to think as he suddenly charged straight towards Nalan Shan, while throwing out an order to Meng Yiliang at the same time. Bring that brown bear away. Nalan Shan wanted to save Brownie, but was completely held down by Zhang Yunlong. The 2 human spirits flared out their power of the spirit, and the intensity of the battle caused everyone to stare stupefied and dumbfounded. And Nalan Shan quickly discovered that Zhang Yunlong's powers were not that much lower than his own, where after exchanging a few strokes, the 2 of them were evenly matched, with Nalan Shan unable to free himself enough to help Brownie. At that same moment, Meng Yiliang was already leading the men to surround Brownie. The beast spirits fallen to the ground were still thinking to force themselves to their feet, but Meng Yiliang stomped his foot on their heads, viciously pressing the beast spirits on the ground. Such useless beasts, and you still want to resist? With the mere child's play that all of you are capable of, you think you can save the bear? How hilarious! The cheetah trapped under Meng Yiliang's foot let out a growl, its beastly eye glaring at Meng Yiliang as it said through clenched jaws, "All that you've done here today, Lord Flame Dragon will definitely not spare any of you." Har? Flame Dragon? What does that beast know? Do you think just by us capturing a single brown bear, the Flame Dragon will then be able to declare war upon us? Stop pulling my leg. Meng Yiliang sneered uninhibitedly, and stomped his foot viciously upon the cheetah once more. Meng Yiliang then gestured with his chin at the human spirits beside him, and the men pulled out 2 thick iron chains that were at least 2 finger width thick from their sleeves. The chains fell to the ground, and a clear clanging sounded in the air. They then dragged the heavy chains as they moved, to close in on Brownie 1 step at a time. Roar! Brownie waved its powerful claws before it continuously, attempting to swipe its paws at the group of people to send them flying. But the enemy's numbers were just too great, and Brownie found it hard to stand against them. The clanging of chains resonated as the human spirits dragged the chains out, to crisscross over Brownie's body, to restrain Brownie's movements. It was like wrestling with a cornered beast, as more than 10 men held on to each end of the chains, to trap Brownie completely. Feisty one we have here. I'll like to see how you're going to continue to struggle. Meng Yiliang sneered. Roar! Brownie roared in rage, the sound exceptionally robust, that stung the eardrums of everyone around. That roar shot up into the skies, accompanied by Meng Yiliang's mocking laughter, with Brownie looking so helpless. Roar! Suddenly, another bear's roar sounded from behind Meng Yiliang. Meng Yiliang turned his head around in bewilderment, to discover with shock a massive yin-yang bear with contrasting black and white fur charging straight towards him in a maniacal sprint. Before Meng Yiliang was able to recover his senses, the yin-yang bear was already there right before him with its enormous paw raised, to take a mighty swipe at Meng Yiliang's face, the slap that came like a bolt out of the blue, and delivered by a massive-sized yin-yang bear at that. Meng Yiliang was struck completely off guard as his entire body was sent flying through the air to crash heavily into the ground by the slap. Your mother! What in the world was that? Meng Yiliang climbed to his feet from the ground wretchedly. The corner of his mouth had split from that strike, and his cheek had deep wide gashes torn out by the yin-yang bear's sharp claws. "All of you kill that dumb beast who doesn't know who he's dealing with for me," Meng Yiliang screamed as he covered his cheek that was stinging with pain. As he pointed at the yin-yang bear, several human spirits immediately released the chains they held in their hands and pounced straight towards the yin-yang bear. But before they could even get an inch closer to the yin-yang bear, a great white shadow suddenly whipped towards them, to send everyone flying in an instant. No one knew from when the enormous double-headed bone snake had suddenly appeared on the crowded street, its prodigiously sized body circling an area around the yin-yang bear, the 4 eyes on its 2 heads staring sinisterly at the enemies around. Roar! Another roar shot into the sky. A gigantic great ape came charging out from among a bunch of spirit bodies at the side. In one single leap with its powerful hind legs, the great ape flew high up into the air, landing with a loud boom near to Brownie. Its huge hands gripped the chain holding Brownie down, and its thick and powerful arms tugged hard. With raw brute power, the great ape sent the bunch of human spirits holding the end of the chain flying with a mighty swing. In an instant, the yin-yang bear, the double-headed bone snake, and the great ape stood blocking anyone from reaching Brownie, their massive bodies like 3 high unbreachable walls, forming into an impenetrable fortress around. The 3 beast spirits that had appeared so suddenly stunned Meng Yiliang well and proper. He had not seen where 3 such gigantic beast spirits had popped out from all this time. What shocked Meng Yiliang even more was that these 3 beast spirits were of such an unbelievable size. It must be known that the area they were in now was a place where only regular beast spirits came to. Beast spirits of such a tremendous size had other areas catered exclusively for them. The powers of the beast spirits in this district were usually weaker, and that was one of the reasons Meng Yiliang and his men had dared to attempt to openly capture the brown bear out on the streets. So from where had these 3 beast spirits that did not belong here suddenly sprouted out from? Nalan Shan, who was battling Jiang Yunlong, had initially been burning with anxiety. But the moment he saw the yin-yang bear and the other 2 beast spirits appear, his heart that had jumped up to the back of his throat finally settled back down. Those 3 beast spirits all possessed great powers, and if they were protecting Brownie, he would then be able to focus his mind on fighting Jiang Yunlong. In stark contrast to Nalan Shan, in the instant Jiang Yunlong saw the 3 beast spirits appear, he immediately realized things had taken a bad turn. Those 3 beast spirits were at least 8th grade beast spirits, and it must be known that even the reigning beast spirit, the flame dragon, was at the 10th grade, just 2 grades higher. In the vicinity of the spiritual spirit loft, beast spirits who hung around were usually at most at the 5th grade. The rhino and the other defenders who had appeared earlier were all just 5th grade beast spirits, and compared to the double-headed bone snake and the other 2, the disparity between their powers was just too great. Beast spirits above the 5th grade. All had sizes exceeding the known norms, and they were all extraordinarily ferocious in battle. With the yin-yang bear, the double-headed bone snake, and the great ape jumping into the fight, the tide of battle had completely turned around. The human spirits who had been hurled through the air began standing up dizzily, but faced with 3 beast spirits whose size could block off the entire street. All of them could not help but feel their hearts sink. Roar! The yin-yang bear stood upright and let out a heaven-shaking roar at the enemies around it. Damn it! Meng Yiliang cursed. The spiritual bear they had finally managed to find must not be taken away from right before their eyes. Capture that brown bear for me right now! Meng Yiliang screamed. Tens of human spirits immediately jumped straight at the yin-yang bear and the other 2 beast spirits. However, with the beast spirit's advantage in size, the yin-yang bear and his companions did not even need to carry out any special attacks, but just made use of raw brute strength to smack the puny human spirits flying away. The way it looked as the beast spirits did that, it seemed as if they were swatting away pesky flies, one human spirit with every swipe so invigorating to see. The double-headed bone snake's body itself was its biggest weapon, its massive tail sweeping across the ground, preventing anyone from even getting close to Brownie a single step. The great ape used its agility to its advantage, leaping around among the human spirits, its huge hands grabbing to its left and right, to pick up 2 human spirits and simply smashing them against each other mightily, knocking the human spirits completely unconscious. The three massive-sized beast spirits assumed control over the entire battlefield. Even Meng Yiliang was not able to stop the great ape's maniacal attacks, and a wide safe area cleared out around Brownie. Zhang Yunlong wanted to detach himself to help out, but Nalan Shan was not about to allow him to do that. "My nephew disciple, we're not done exchanging pointers and you're thinking of leaving?" Nalan Shan said as he stood in Zhang Yunlong's way, not giving any chance to take a single step away. The tables had turned and Zhang Yunlong hated the fact he wasn't able to tear Nalan Shan into a million shreds at that moment. But his powers were on a similar level to Nalan Shan's, and as Nalan Shan could not get away from him earlier, he was now similarly unable to free himself from Nalan Shan's attempts to stop him. Without Zhang Yunlong's support, Meng Yiliang and the other human spirit disciples were in utterly bitter and dire straits. They had completely not expected that they would encounter 8th grade beast spirits in this place, and they were pummeled till they were screaming for their mothers. Meng Yiliang was trapped on the ground under the great ape's foot to suffer a maniacal thrashing. The cheetah that was wounded and pressed on the ground under Meng Yiliang's foot earlier now lay on the ground to watch Meng Yiliang getting a good taste of his own medicine. Its jaws split in a wide grin in ridicule. The great ape seemed to be intentionally humiliating Meng Yiliang. It stepped its great foot on Meng Yiliang's head, where Meng Yiliang was forced to take a mouthful of dirt in his mouth. His good-looking face was smeared all over with dirt as well, and if not for the fact that spirit bodies did not need to breathe, with that powerful foot pushing his head down into the ground, he would have suffocated to death. Meng Yiliang, who was completely helpless against the great ape's monstrous pummeling, fumbled for a pellet at his hip in between his struggling. He crushed the pellet and green smoke wafted out from the broken pellet, to rise up into the air in swirls. Hidden among the crowd, Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed as she stared at the swirls of green smoke. "He deserves it. Being pummeled good by your great ape." Xiao Chu was feeling highly exhilarated as he watched from the side. If not for the fact his cultivation was not up to scratch, he would have loved nothing better than to stand beside the Yin-Yang bear in battle, to thrash the entire bunch of scoundrels till they wet their pants. Fei Yen arched up an eyebrow. Jun Wuxie's idea had let them find new strength. Although their powers were still insignificant, the powers of their ring spirits were not affected at all. As their ring spirits were right there in their spirit souls, all they needed to do was just to summon them out. Let Raleigh and the others prepare to pull back. Rescue Brownie and those few other beast spirits and immediately leave. Jun Wuxie suddenly said, "Har? Pull back NW? We've NT thrashed them up good enough." Xia Chu's face was any of disgruntlement. He had NT liked Meng Yiliang and Zhang Yunlong from the first instance. He saw them, and he wished that the great ape would pummel Meng Yiliang even more. Little Xie is right. This time we pulled back. Meng Yiliang has already released their signal pellet, and a whole bunch of their people will be coming here soon. Rong Rua said as she raised up her hand, a hell butterfly resting on her fingertip. Within that dim and dark sky, many hell butterflies were concealed within. Although the hell butterfly was not a ring spirit suited for melee battle, but it was the best observer over the battlefield. This was after all the spirit world, and the master of Meng Yiliang and Zhang Yunlong was somebody in there. If the companions were to leave after the human spirits bring in reinforcements, it would already be too late. Xiao Chu and the companions naturally understood the gravity of the situation, and they did not dare to go too much overboard with the affair as they transmitted their intentions over to their ring spirits. Having already thrashed the human spirits till they could no longer climb to their feet, the great ape and the other two beast spirits immediately stopped. The double-headed bone snake coiled its tail around Brownie, while the Yin-Yang bear and the great ape each carried two injured beast spirits to scuttle their way away from the place. Zhang Yunlong saw that the spiritual bear that had almost been in his grasp was about to escape, and his heart burned with anxiety. But he was not able to get away from Nalan Shan, causing him to grit his teeth in hatred. Nalan Shan saw Brownie being brought away to safety, and he finally heaved a sigh in relief. In order to buy more time for Brownie to retreat, he continued to engage Zhang Yunlong persistently. On the street, the beast spirits who had been forced to stay back immediately could not help but cheer when they saw that scene. They did not have strong powers and were not able to stand up for those of their own race. But when they saw Brownie being rescued, They were happier than anyone else. Go chase that bear down. Zhang Yunlong roared in frustration. Meng Yiliang endured the excruciating pain and climbed to his feet, leading a bunch of heavily injured men to attempt pursuit. But the surrounding beast spirits spectating at the side were not about to allow the human spirits to do as they wanted this time, as they all stood blocking Meng Yiliang's way. All of you get out of my way, Meng Yiliang shouted at the group of beast spirits. But not a single one of those beast spirits took a step away but remained there right before Meng Yiliang and his men. Seeing with their own eyes the figure of the double-headed bone snake getting further and further away and gradually disappearing from the crowded street, Meng Yiliang grew anxious but was however unable to push away the beast spirits in front of them. Seeing the spiritual bear that they had captured escaping like that, Zhang Yunlong was almost about to blow his top. He narrowed his eyes to stare at Nailan Shan and said angrily, "Nailan Shan, this is all you're doing. Since you're so keen on sticking your nose in, I will not show you any mercy." Upon saying that, Zhang Yunlong's attack speed increased greatly. The rage and hatred from losing the spiritual bear vented right upon Nailan Shan. Jun Wuxie saw that the double-headed bone snake had already left from the place and her heart settled a little. That Zhang Yunlong doesn't look like he intends to let Nailan Shan off. What do we do? I can see that Nailan Shan doesn't seem to be able to shake him off either, and it will not be easy to get away from him. Chao Chu's fists were tightly clenched. Though Brownie had escaped, but in order for Brownie and the other to run away, Nailan Shan was now hopelessly entangled with Zhang Yunlong. It would not be long before Zhang Yunlong's reinforcements would arrive, and if Nailan Shan was captured, it was feared he would have to suffer punishment. Jun Wuxie raised her hand up and removed the mask of Selvan from her ear. The mask of Selvan had acknowledged its master, and after Jun Wuxie gained her solid body, she was able to use it. "You guys leave first," Jun Wuxie said to Chao Chu and the others. Chao Chu and the rest of the companions did not dare ask and immediately turned to run off in the direction the double-headed bone snake had gone. Jun Wuxie stared at Nailan Shan, who was locked in bitter battle with Zhang Yunlong, and then quietly tossed the mask of Selvan up into the air. Under that dim and dark sky, no one noticed that tiny white speck at all. Just as Zhang Yunlong and Nailan Shan were battling endlessly, something strange seemed to be happening under that dim and dark sky. A strange sound then rang out from above the heads of all the spirits. Meng Yiliang raised his head, and he could faintly see something that seemed to be moving in the sky, but it was too dark to make out clearly. Suddenly, a vine shot down in descent from the sky, which whipped onto Meng Yiliang, causing him to fall to the ground. Right thereafter, countless vines descended, like dense heavy rain that struck hard upon the ground. The vines that lashed down from the skies were too numerous, and Meng Yiliang and his men were defenseless against them. Many vines also shot in between Zhang Yunlong and Nailan Shan, twisting up and forcefully separating the two. Zhang Yunlong stared at the strange vines in surprise. He had never seen such vines in the spirit world before, the tenacity of the vines stronger than he had imagined. He delivered a chop onto the vines with his hand, but he was unable to damage the vines in the slightest. Nailan Shan was equally surprised, but he quickly discovered that those vines did not seem to be hostile to him. Not only that, those vines were instead surrounding his body and blocking all of Zhang Yunlong's attacks. Suddenly, a thick and strong vine curled around Nailan Shan's waist. Nailan Shan instinctively felt that the vine would not harm him, and he did not take any action. That vine then hauled Nailan Shan high up into the air. Zhang Yunlong wanted to go in pursuit, but countless vines crisscrossed in a weave right in front of him to form an enclosed prison around him. In just a blink, in the dim and dark sky, the figure of Nailan Shan disappeared from sight, and those vines retracted back up towards the heavens right after. That strange scene happened right before the eyes of all the spirit souls. No one could explain where those vines had actually come from. If they had not seen it for themselves, it would be hard for any one of them to believe that vines would rain down from the skies, and they were vines with a mind of their own at that. The spiritual bear had escaped, and even Nailan Shan did not know who had rescued it. The consecutive setbacks caused Zhang Yunlong's face to turn dark as thunder. As Wu Jiu's first disciple, He had never suffered such setbacks, and on this day, it had actually happened twice in quick succession, which dealt a huge blow to Zhang Yunlong's heart. Eldest senior, Meng Yiliang climbed up from the ground wretchedly, his entire body covered in dust and soil, an extremely sorry sight to look at. He had first been maniacally pummeled by the great ape, then he had been properly whipped by the strange vines. His body was feeling so much pain everywhere from head to toe that he felt as if he was about to fall apart. Eldest senior, about that brown bear, it escaped. What do we do now? Meng Yiliang could not afford to care about the pain on his body at that moment. Having let the spiritual bear escape once again, he really didn't know how he was going to face his master. It was obvious that Nalan Shan was acquainted with that brown bear. As it is said, the monks might be able to run, but the monastery still remains. The brown bear might not be easy to find, but where could Nalan Shan run off to? Once we find Nalan Shan, I do not believe that we will not be able to dig out the brown bear's location. Zhang Yun LNG said with his face dark. Today's utter humiliation must definitely be paid back. That damned Nalan Shan just loves to go against Master. Master should not be so benevolent to spare him. Meng Yiliang said maliciously. Zhang Yunlong furrowed up his brows. Go back first. Yes. Meng Yiliang nodded his head, and followed behind Zhang Yunlong to leave. And the surrounding spectating crowd that witnessed everything had varied thoughts in their minds. The scene where vines descended down from the heavens had been carved into many of the spirits' hearts. The beast spirits were silently praising what they saw today. No matter who it was, as long as Zhang Yunlong was made to swallow failure, they would be happy. And the plant spirits were even more ecstatic than the beast spirits. Although they did not know where those vines had come from, but just seeing the type of vine would tell anyone that that was a plant. Having not been able to see the real continents, they were all secretly thinking whether another powerful plant spirit had appeared among them. Only the weapon spirits were calm from start till end. A single battle had already dragged the human spirits, beast spirits, and plant spirits into the mess. And all of this was merely just the very beginning. Nalan Shan did not know where he was as he was dragged along by the vines, feeling that the vines seemed to want to bring him somewhere. Because he did not think that the vines were hostile and they had saved him, he allowed the vines to pull him along. From the busy street to go towards the tranquil and thick forest, the vines slowly descended. Nalan Shan looked at the several familiar figures standing in the forest, and his eyes rose with a trace of surprise. Jun Wuxie raised a hand slightly to summon the face of Selvan down. The vines brought Nalan Shan down to the ground, and then shrank down to turn into a tiny bright speck as it fell into Jun Wuxie's hand. Nalan Shan stared in surprise at Jun Wuxie, his gaze slowly falling upon everything behind Jun Wuxie. Xiao Chu and the rest of the gang stood on one side, and the beast spirits that had been rescued together with Brownie were sprawled upon the grass in rest. But the three beast spirits who saved Brownie were now nowhere in sight. It was all of you who lent a hand to save us? Nalan Shan had never thought that the person who saved him would be Jun Wuxie. After all, Jun Wuxie and her companions were all just new soul spirits. Jun Wuxie nodded. Nalan Shan then laughed and said, I am really thankful. Nalan Shan was smart, and he did not ask where the vines had come from and did not inquire a word about the location of the three beast spirits, but merely sincerely expressed his gratitude. There's no need to stand on ceremony with us. Whoever that Zhang Yunlong is and that whatever Meng Yiliang, one look at them and I feel like bashing them up. To have been able to have them beaten up, all of us were happy to do it. Xiao Chu said with an easy laugh. Nalan Shan nodded his head and went walking over towards Brownie. For injured beast spirits were lying beside Brownie, and Nalan Shan's approach immediately made them become wary. Although Nalan Shan had fought to save Brownie, they had not forgotten what kind of relationship Nalan Shan and Wu Jiu shared. Sensing the beast spirit's guarded wariness, Nalan Shan's steps paused, and he did not go walking up to them rashly. Are all of you all right? I have some medicine for wounds here. Nalan Shan took out a bottle of medicine and tossed it over to the cheetah. The cheetah used its claw to nudge the bottle a little, before it raised its head to look at Nalan Shan cautiously. I mean no harm. I know what all of you are worried about. The ties between Wu Jiu and I has already turned to one of animosity, and if not for Wu Xie's rescue, I might really have fallen under Jiang Yunlong's hands today. Nalan Shan explained patiently. The few beast spirits were still rather guarded, but Brownie just climbed to its feet and stretched out a paw to pick up Nalan Shan's bottle of medicine before it nodded its head thankfully at Nalan Shan. Nalan Shan smiled. Why did they want to capture Brownie? Because of the spiritual bear? But from the way that fella looks, it does not seem to be all that powerful. Xiao Chu said as he rubbed his chin, staring at the dumb-looking Brownie, seemingly not as magnificent-looking as his yin-yang bear. Those beast spirits were initially rather guarated, but when they heard Xiao Chu's words, their eyes suddenly showed a despairing look in them. They seemed to relax their guard a little as the cheetah said. That bunch of scoundrels had captured our spiritual bear before this. As the spiritual bear power of the spirit was severely damaged, it did not even have the ability to open its mouth to talk anymore. The current state it's in now caused by the severe injuries it suffered as well. We thank all of you here for lending a hand to us today to save us, and I hereby thank you. The cheetah forced itself to its feet, its head slightly lowered, while the other three beast spirits made a gesture to show their gratitude as well. Hey, there's no need for thanks. We do not care what Brownie really is. Since it is one of our companions, we would naturally not allow ourselves to just watch Brownie being bullied without doing anything. Xiao Chu quickly said. Xiao Chu's words warmed the hearts of those few beast spirits, and the last sliver of guard melted away in their hearts. It is also the spiritual bear's fortune that it came to meet all of you, the cheetah said with a sigh as it turned its gaze over to look at Brownie, who was trying very hard to open the medicine bottle. Brownie then raised its head to look at the cheetah with a blank look on its face, like it did not understand what the cheetah was saying. Jun Wuxie watched the entire scene, and one big question rose up in her mind. Seeing how these beast spirits had shielded Brownie with no regard to their own safety, it could basically already be ascertained that Brownie was the spiritual bear almost without a doubt. But Brownie's appearance was completely different from what Nalan Shan had described. Tell us, why was Brownie captured before? Jun Wuxie opened her mouth to ask. The cheetah heaved a sigh, and his eyes flashed thickly with hatred. Not long after our previous spiritual bear leader fell, a new spiritual bear descended, which is this bear you call Brownie. The spiritual bear has just appeared and is still very weak, and because the fall of the last spiritual bear happened under rather strange circumstances, we did not dare raise any fanfare when we discovered Brownie's identity, but to wait for it to mature in its cultivation. But not long after, we didn't know how Wu Jiu came to hear the news and knew that the spiritual bear had appeared, and he led a group of human spirits to forcefully take the spiritual bear away. We were to be blamed as well. The fact that the spiritual bears had appeared was not made known to our Lord Flame Dragon, and when Wu Jiu took the spiritual bear away, he only said he was doing it under the Spirit Lord's orders, so we did not think too much about it. But as time went by, we began to feel that something was wrong. We did not see the spiritual bear again despite the fact we asked Wu Jiu to let us meet the spiritual bear. We were rejected with all sorts of reasons. We had no choice but to investigate into the matter covertly after that, and we found the spiritual bear in the end. We discovered that the spiritual bear had actually been imprisoned, and his power of the spirit had become weaker than when he had first descended upon us. The weak and frail state of the spiritual bear brought great unease to the beast spirits, and they demanded for the spiritual bear from Wu Jiu many times, but were flatly rejected repeatedly. Left with no other choice, they finally mobilized a large group of beast spirits and forcibly rescued the spiritual bear. But the defenses Wu Jiu had set up had been extremely strong, and although they managed to save the spiritual bear, they paid a high price for it, and they lost track of the spiritual bear in the midst of the chaotic battle, not knowing where it had gone. Over the recent period, the cheetah and its companions had been searching for the spiritual bear, and they had coincidentally stumbled onto the commotion in the spiritual spirit loft today and fought to defend the spiritual bear. Where did you find the spiritual bear? Nalan Shan felt that something did not sound right the more he listened. The way Wu Jiu was doing things had far exceeded the extent of his authority. Confinement of the spiritual bear. If it was found out by the Spirit Lord, Wu Jiu would definitely be punished. The spiritual bear held great significance to the beast spirits, and the slightest misstep might very well cause the beast spirits to rise in rage. So the Spirit Lord would definitely not allow Wu Jiu to do something like this, which showed no consideration for the consequences. The cheetah drew in a deep breath before he said, "The fourth Serene Spirit Tower." "What? The fourth Serene Spirit Tower?" Nalan Shan's eyes stared incredulously. The cheetah nodded its head. It wasn't long ago that Wu Jiu's underlings released news that they were going to build the fourth Serene Spirit Tower, and that this Serene Spirit Tower would not just serve the human spirits alone, but open to all other spirit races to go in to cultivate. Jun Wu Xie's brows knitted together. She had merely stayed just a while in the Serene Spirit Tower the last time, and it had already brought so much harm upon the little black cat. The Serene Spirit Tower was completely not a place that other spirit races could cultivate in, and Wu Jiu was suddenly wanting to build the fourth Serene Spirit Tower that allowed the other spirit races to access. This was a point that made Jun Wu Xie thought she could smell the scent of a conspiracy brewing. Nalan Shan had similarly detected the abnormality. He had researched into the Serene Spirit Tower for so long, and no one knew the dangers of the Serene Spirit Tower more than he did. According to Nalan Shan's investigation, once one's power of the spirit was raised to a certain peak, they would disappear, and those spirit souls who had disappeared could very possibly have become sacrificial victims of the enormous spirit fire on the 12th level. From the looks of Zhang Yunlong's powers today, Nalan Shan was guessing that the time of Zhang Yunlong's disappearance would not be much further off. The Serene Spirit Tower was not a place for cultivation at all, but a slaughterhouse instead. For all the human spirits cultivating in there, they were just like meat stock reared within the Serene Spirit Tower, waiting till their powers become sufficient before they became the spirit fire's food. Nalan Shan completely could not understand why Wu Jiu wanted to build the Serene Spirit Tower. Because the human spirits that had disappeared from the Serene Spirit Tower were all powerful spirits who once carried the position and identity of Wu Jiu's first disciple. With what Wu Jiu was doing, it was just amounting to him diminishing his own sources of power. There were all just Nalan Shan's deductions, and whether they were completely correct was still not known. But no matter what, the Serene Spirit Towers were still an extremely dangerous existence. Where is the fourth Serene Spirit Tower? Jun Wuxie opened her mouth to ask. The little black cat's frail condition had stemmed from the Serene Spirit Tower, but Jun Wuxie was no longer able to go into the Serene Spirit Tower to look into the place anymore. But an uncompleted Serene Spirit Tower would coincidentally be what she could investigate closely into. "It's in the forest in the north," the cheetah said. "What's the extent of its construction?" Jun Wuxie continued to ask. "It's half constructed, and the progress seemed to have halted recently again. It was after we rescued the spiritual bear that the construction of the Serene Spirit Tower suddenly slowed by quite a bit." The cheetah answered truthfully. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed. She must definitely go look into the situation at that Serene Spirit Tower. "Do all of you here have any place you can go? If not, why don't you stay at my place temporarily?" Nalan Shan said, looking at the cheetah. The cheetah considered it for a moment before it nodded its head. "I think that you will not be able to return to the tranquil dream forest for the time being," Jun Wuxie said. "Why?" Nalan Shan was a little puzzled. Jun Wuxie said, "Since Zhang Yunlong and the others know you, they would naturally know where you live. Brownie just escaped from under their noses, and they would surely not let the matter rest so easily. Since they are unable to find Brownie, they would definitely come seeking trouble with you." Jun Wuxie's words caused Nalan Shan to awaken from his stupor. Wu Jiu's longing to possess the spiritual bear was extremely strong, and he would not let go of any opportunity to find the spiritual bear. "Why don't you go seek the flame dragon?" Listening at the side, Xiao Chu could not help but feel curious. Although he had never met the flame dragon, but his magical artifact was the flame dragon gauntlets. Since a magical artifact forged from the flame dragon scales could be so powerful, then the flame dragon itself would naturally be much more powerful. The cheetah shook its head. "It's not that we do not want to seek out Lord Flame Dragon, but it's just that Wu Jiu has placed his people in ambush outside Lord Flame Dragon's cave, and the moment we get close, we fear that we will be captured before we can see our Lord Flame Dragon." As Wu Jiu increasingly gained the favor of the Spirit Lord, the power he held in his hands grew bigger and bigger, having already surpassed the position of the other spirit races. Not going to seek the flame dragon is the right thing to do. Jun Wuxie then opened her mouth to say. She did not believe that the Spirit Lord could possibly be completely unaware of the matter regarding the spiritual bear. It was feared that the fact that Wu Jiu dared to come out to capture the spiritual bear so brazenly meant that the Spirit Lord had silently consented to it. Even if the flame dragon knew that Brownie was the spirit bear, and also knew that Wu Jiu was intending to capture the spiritual bear, it was feared once the Spirit Lord stepped forward, even the flame dragon would not be able to protect Brownie. In the spirit world, the Spirit Lord held absolute power and no one would be able to go against the Spirit Lord who created the spirit world itself. Then what are we to do now? The cheetah face looked to be at a loss. Although they had found Brownie, but their identities had been exposed, hence it would be impossible for them to return back to their own caves anymore. As for Nailan Shan's house, it was thought that it was not any better. We go to the fourth serene spirit tower. Jun Wuxie said. What? Go to the fourth serene spirit tower? What kind of a joke are you making? It had been so hard for the spiritual bear to escape from that place. How could we let it go back there? The cheetah immediately became flustered. Jun Wuxie gazed calmly at the cheetah who was jumping with rage and said, At times, the most dangerous place is instead the safest place to be. Since Wu Jiu will have sent out many human spirits to locate all of you all over the place, the defense around the fourth serene spirit tower will be diminished. He will never ever guess that any of you will dare go there. What Wu Xie says sounds reasonable. I will go there with you. If anything happens, I will do everything possible to let Brownie escape safely. Nailan Shan said, agreeing with Jun Wuxie's words. The few beast spirits were still rather worried, but after thinking about it for a while, they decided that Jun Wuxie's method was the safest and most effective way, and they accepted the suggestion. I can't go back to the tranquil dream forest anymore. Regarding the cultivation for all of you, Nailan Shan said hesitantly, as he looked at Jun Wuxie. We have already grasped the method you taught us. Jun Wuxie replied. Nailan Shan's cultivation method was highly simple. After having gained an initial understanding of it, constant close guidance was not required. Once the decision was made, Nailan Shan immediately went on to make preparations, and then led Brownie and the other beast spirits to make their way towards the fourth serene spirit tower, where they hid themselves somewhere near to it. Jun Wuxie and her companions then went back to their homes. Towards the things that had happened today, Jun Wuxie just could not shake off a strange nagging feeling in her heart. Spirit fire that constantly grew, human spirits that went missing, and the spiritual bear who had been imprisoned under the fourth serene spirit tower. Everything and anything about all of it seemed to be foretelling the dangers that was to come. To want to resolve all doubts about the entire thing, the only way was to seek the way from the serene spirit tower. Jun Wuxie related everything that happened to Jun Wuyao completely. Jun Wuyao just listened quietly throughout and pondered deeply for quite a while, before a strange glint flashed within his eyes. You wanted to look into the fourth serene spirit tower? Jun Wuyao looked at Jun Wuxie and asked. Jun Wuxie nodded. I cannot allow Little Black to continue to remain so frail. In order to completely solve Little Black's problem, I need to find the answer from the serene spirit tower. A faint smile curled up the edges of Jun Wuyao's lips and he stretched his hands out to embrace Jun Wuxie in his arms. Just go do anything you want to do. It was about time that he went to see his old friends in the spirit world. After Nailan Shan went into hiding, Jun Wuxie and the rest of the companions did not give up on their cultivation. They made their way to the tranquil dream forest bright and early the next morning. For the period they had been in the vast tranquil dream forest before, they had always been the only few human spirits. But today, outside the tranquil dream forest, Jun Wuxie spotted a group of human spirits dressed in the same uniform as what Meng Yiliang wore. Seeing those human spirits hovering just outside the tranquil dream forest, Jun Wuxie and the others quietly made their way to Nailan Shan's house to see. And as expected, outside Nailan Shan's house, they saw many human spirits guarding the place. This bunch of bastards move rather quickly, don't they? Xiao Chu whispered as he crouched like a cat behind the bushes to look at the human spirits pacing back and forth around Nailan Shan's house. They have their hearts set on capturing Brownie. Little Xie, Can you guess why they are so determined to catch Brownie? Similarly, a fluffy fanatic, Fange was stared at the human spirits through narrowed eyes. As his own ring spirit was a weapon spirit, and just when the furry Brownie allowed him to stroke it as much as Fangua liked, just seeing these human spirits who were seeking to harm Brownie made Fangua highly displeased. Jun Wuxie shook her head. She had thought it through the entire night, but still could not fathom the reason behind it. Nailan Shan had mentioned before that Wu Zhou did not go to the Serene Spirit Tower to cultivate himself, and the highly robust power of the spirit in the Serene Spirit Tower with the constantly growing spirit fire did not seem to be in existence that could bring power to human spirits, no matter how she looked at it. Wu Zhou's powers had not grown by leaps and bounds in recent years, and it did not look like he was using the powers of others to turn it into power that increased his might. Then why did Wu Zhou want to build the Serene Spirit Towers? Why was he still choosing to do that even when he had to sacrifice his own disciples? I had not thought that even the spirit world would also be so turbulent, Rong Ruo said with a heavy sigh. The companions observed for a little while more, before they went into the forest to rest. At that same moment, a shadowy figure silently passed fleetingly through the spirit world sky. Under that dim sky, no one saw a single trace of the shadows passing. Within a little house within a forest, the spirit master was kneeling inside the house. Upon the low table before him was placed a wooden box. In that box it contained some broken crystal shards, and the spirit master stared at the crystal shards for a rather long time. Grandmaster, hasn't the spirit lord agreed to see you? A little disciple at the side could not help but feel worried when he saw the spirit master looking so dejected. The spirit master lifted his head and looked at the scenery outside the window. His eyes filled with worry as he shook his head. The spirit lord is still not willing to see me. Ever since the day after the crystal broke, the spirit master had immediately gone to seek an audience with the spirit lord, never expecting that they would close the door on his nose. Why is Grandmaster not willing to let Spirit Master Wu Zhou go have a chat with the Spirit Lord? The little bunny still did not understand everything. The Spirit Master, however, waved his hand dismissively, and the little disciples did not dare to ask too much while they quietly retreated away. There was only the Spirit Master in the room, and in that empty room, the Spirit Master gave a heavy sigh. All of a sudden, a gust of cold wind blew past his face, and in the instant the Spirit Master raised up his head. He immediately discovered a towering figure had appeared within his room without anyone knowing. When the Spirit Master's eyes met that pair of all too familiar violet eyes, his heart suddenly felt as if it had stopped for a moment. The Spirit Master's hands trembled helplessly, as not even in his dreams would he have thought that he would see this person again. Jun Wuyao arched up an eyebrow to look at the stunned Spirit Master, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. He walked slowly over to a chair at the side to sit down. His long, slender legs crossed gracefully, his arms resting upon the armrests nonchalantly. "Long time no see, Spirit Master. I trust you've been well." The voice he had not heard for 1,000 years rang once again in the Spirit Master's ears, and his heart filled with fear. At that very moment, his mind completely collapsed. The Spirit Master fell back to sit on the ground in panic as he stared at the man who was like a nightmare. "Dark Emperor." The Spirit Master's voice sounded like it had been caught. His gaze shifty, not daring to look directly into that pair of violet eyes. It was one fine day 1,000 years ago that the Dark Emperor set foot into the spirit world, who completely shattered the tranquility in the spirit world. With absolute might, he had suppressed all spirit bodies in the spirit world, and even the Spirit Lord had not been able to make him lower his head and submit. Before Jun Wuyao, the Spirit Master could not summon up the tiniest bit of courage. The two words Dark Emperor was like a curse, branded deep into his heart. "What? Haven't seen you for quite a while and you've become so timid? This is so unlike that Spirit Master who pitted himself against me back then." Jun Wuyao looked at the Spirit Master nonchalantly, his eyes tinged with a teasing smile. He raised up a hand and shook his finger lightly, to make a cup of fine wine materialize in his hand with the power of the spirit in his hand. He took a whiff of the wine's fragrance, his eyes narrowed, looking so sinister it sent chills into one's heart. The Spirit Master's throat went mute. Jun Wu Yao's words brought back memories of the past, and they were not all that beautiful. I heard that, after that time, you gave up your position as the Spirit Master? What? The Spirit Master I knew then had really become so cowardly. Jun Wu Yao said as he looked smilingly at the Spirit Master. In the spirit world, the only two entities he remembered were only the Spirit Lord and the Spirit Master. Spirit souls that could make Jun Wu Yao still remember them after 1,000 years could not possibly just be any simple entities that existed. The corners of the Spirit Master's mouth then rose into a bitter smile. A Spirit Master should look out for the safety of the entire spirit world, but I did not even notice anything when you appeared back then, causing us to miss the most opportune time for us to defend ourselves. I caused the spirit world to fall into your evil hands, and it showed my incompetency. Since I committed such a grave mistake, how could I possibly still have the cheek to continue to assume the position of Spirit Master? Oh? So that's why you gave up your position of Spirit Master to that disciple of yours? What? You feel that he is more suitable to be the Spirit Master than you? Jun Wu Yao asked, his chin cradled in his palm. The Spirit Master's face changed. He had naturally known who Jun Wu Yao was talking about. Jun Wu Yao did not wait for the Spirit Master to say anything but went on to say, back then in the spirit world, there were no more than a few spirits that could even capture my attention, and you were one of them. I can still vaguely remember that you were beaten by me till your soul was almost about to disperse and scatter, but you still stood before that little brat and shielded him, so stalwart and righteous that it was astounding. I had thought that you would never submit to force, but it seems I have judged wrongly. That all you've amounted to in the end. Jun Wu Yao's eyes flashed with a contemptuous glint. The Spirit Master was pricked by Jun Wu Yao's words, and his entire body stiffened. His jaws were clenched when he looked at Jun Wu Yao, forcibly suppressing the grief and indignation in his heart. Jun Wu Yao did not see his indignant hatred at all. His eyes looking upon a wooden box at the side. Look likes you have learnt something after all. You should have already discovered that I have come before this, right? Why have you not gone to notify your Spirit Lord and prepare yourselves properly? Jun Wu Yao said with a smile. The shade on the Spirit Master's face was becoming uglier and uglier. The Spirit Lord refuses to see me. Is that so? Jun Wu Yao said with a light laugh. The Spirit Lord that trusted you in everything in the past has now begun to despise you? Or should it be said that your disciple has gained his favor more? Unfortunately, your disciple does not seem to really remember this master of his all that well. Dark Emperor, you came all the way here to look for me. What is it that you really want to tell me? The Spirit Master asked loudly as he glared at Jun Wu Yao. Jun Wu Yao shrugged his shoulders. Just catching up with an old friend for old time's sake. Do you think that you and I could be termed as friends? The Spirit Master retorted. As long as I consider that we are, then it is fact. Jun Wu Yao arched up an eyebrow, to say in a surprisingly overbearing tone. Forget it. Since you do not wish to chat, I will be straightforward with you. I came to find you here today because I want to ask you, what is really going on with those serene spirit towers that your beloved disciple suggested to be built? Jun Wu Yao asked, his eyes narrowed. Serene Spirit Towers. When the Spirit Master heard those three words, his eyes suddenly flashed with a tinge of restraint before he then said with feigned indifference, I do not know what Serene Spirit Towers are. I went into seclusion 1,000 years ago, and I do not know anything about what Wu Jiu had done. Oh! The ends of Jun Wu Yao's lips then curled up with sinister mirth. He raised a hand slightly, and then hooked up his finger towards the Spirit Master lightly. Suddenly, a stream of black mist shot out of Jun Wu Yao's finger to curl around the Spirit Master's neck, and lifted the Spirit Master off his feet. I have no interest in hearing your lies. I only need to hear things that I want to know. Spirit bodies did not need to breathe, but that stream of devil spirit energy still brought great agony upon the Spirit Master. His face turned gradually green and his body was wrecked with uncontrollable spasms. I do not know anything. The Spirit Master squeezed out those few words through tightly clenched teeth. Jun Wu Yao was not flustered, but just looked at the spirit master with an indiscernible smile. How laughable! Your disciple is seeking to do something to destroy the spirit world, and you are trying to conceal it for him. This is what you have degraded into. The spirit master's entire being quaked. He stared at Jun Wuyao in disbelief. Jun Wuyao opened his mouth just a little and said some words to the spirit master that he would never forget throughout his life. When Jun Wuyao's voice fell, he then waved his devil spirit away, and the spirit master fell down to sit on the floor, his face suddenly haggard and filled with shock. Endless terror surged in his eyes as he clutched at his chest, and he raised his head to stare at Jun Wuyao in shock, his trembling lips stuttering out words brokenly. What? What you said is the truth? You are not lying to me? Jun Wuyao then laughed and said, Are you even qualified to have me lie to you? The shade on the spirit master's face turned pale. The words Jun Wuyao said reverberating in his head. Words that he would not be able to forget. If what you said is true, then back at the time when you fell, it was the work of the same group of people? Jun Wuyao nodded slightly. No wonder. I see. The spirit master mumbled to himself, and after a moment, he then said, About the Serene Spirit Tower, I do not know much about them. It was all done under Wu Jiu's suggestion. Wu Jiu was originally one of my disciples, highly intelligent and incredibly gifted. Back when I had yet to pass down my position as the spirit master to him, he was a dutiful disciple. But not long after I handed down the position to him, he suddenly seemed to change into a completely different person. He suggested to the Spirit Lord to build the Serene Spirit Towers, and I did not feel that there was anything wrong at first. I just thought that he had developed a new way of cultivation until later when my second disciple Nalan Shan came to seek me out, and told me that the Serene Spirit Towers were not as safe as they looked on the surface. I went to the Serene Spirit Tower myself once, and found the things there to be very strange. The runes that filled the inside of the tower held a peculiar kind of power. That power was able to incite spirit fire, causing the spirit fire to constantly release power of the spirit at its greatest limit. And the runes within the Serene Spirit Tower would guide all that power of the spirit to enter directly into a spirit body, regardless of whether you are willing to accept it or not. The spirit master drew in a deep breath. He had not wanted to speak about the Serene Spirit Tower because that was something that went beyond his level of understanding, and not because he wanted to cover for Wu Jiu. I really do not know what is happening in the Serene Spirit Towers, but the one thing I can tell you is that every single brick used to build the Serene Spirit Towers are inscribed with spell runes, and all those runes were carved into the bricks under Wu Jiu's orders. Only he would know the real purpose behind those runes. After the Spirit Master discovered the peculiarity of the Serene Spirit Tower, he had gone to see Wu Jiu. But Wu Jiu no longer showed him any respect, and the Spirit Master had noticed a hidden side of darkness in Wu Jiu. This was something that the Spirit Master had not noticed before, and it was clear by then that the master-disciple relationship between them had truly died at that moment. Truth to be told, when I discovered your arrival here in the spirit world earlier, I had wanted to report it to the Spirit Lord in the first instance. Unfortunately, the Spirit Lord is now not even willing to see me at all. I do not know how Wu Jiu managed to achieve it, but I can be certain of one thing. The trust the Spirit Lord has in him has long surpassed me. The Spirit Master lamented with a bitter smile hovering at the edges of his lips. Having brought up such a white-eyed wolf who had turned around to bite the hand that fed him. A bite that tore his flesh right off. So painful there were no tears as he cried. Jun Wuyao listened quietly till the Spirit Master finished, and he was silent for quite a long while before he slowly got up and was about to leave. Looking at the man who had once brought him endless nightmares, the Spirit Master could no longer hold himself back but ask, Dark Emperor, you know of a way, don't you? Are you able to stop all of this? Jun Wuyao did not turn around. With his back to the Spirit Master, he said, Perhaps. After saying that, Jun Wuyao then left. The Spirit Master was left kneeling on the floor, his heart not relieved in the slightest by Jun Wuyao's departure, but felt great despair swirling strongly in his heart. Is there really no way to turn things back around? Zhang Yunlong sent his men to keep watch in the tranquil dream forest for many days, but still did not see any sign of Nalan Shan, which frustrated him greatly. Losing the spiritual bear had thrown his master, Wu Jiu, into a rage where even his fellow disciples were also under great pressure. For the past few days, the shade of Zhang Yunlong's face had not been pretty, and Meng Yiliang, who followed at his side, had to tread very carefully. Eldest senior, was Master really very angry this time? Meng Yiliang asked Zhang Yunlong fearfully. His head shrunk into his shoulders. Zhang Yunlong furrowed his brows and said coldly, "If the spiritual bear is not found, then the construction of the fourth serene spirit tower cannot continue, so Master is naturally angry. But haven't we already sent out so many of our people to look for the spiritual bear and Nailan Shan? And we still have not received any news." Meng Yiliang said, "No news means they failed. If we are still unable to find Nailan Shan quickly, then we will not be able to locate the spiritual bear. When the time comes, both you and I will have to face consequences more than we can swallow." The expression on Zhang Yunlong's face was looking rather ugly. Meng Yiliang became more nervous. After all, he had also been present when they lost the spiritual bear. "Has there been any news from the men watching the tranquil dream forest?" Meng Yiliang nodded. "Nailan Shan is just too sly. I think that he was most probably already in cahoots with those beast spirits, and the 3 beast spirits with the double-headed bone snake must have been brought in by him." Zhang Yunlong then said, "There is no use in talking about that now. We must mobilize all our might, and no matter how we do it, we must find Nailan Shan as quickly as possible." "Yes," Meng Yiliang quickly said. He then suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. "Eldest senior, I might know a particular human spirit who could possibly know where Nailan Shan had gone." "Who?" "Jun Wuxie. She is a new spirit soul. When I first saw her, she was with Nailan Shan. And on the day just before the spiritual bear appeared, she had been sitting at the same table as Nailan Shan as well. I am guessing that she should be learning the cultivation method from Nailan Shan, and through her, we might just be able to find Nailan Shan." "Jun Wuxie." Zhang Yunlong narrowed his eyes and tried to recall the situation in the spiritual spirit loft back on that day, immediately remembering the young lady with her astounding looks. "You are sure that she is a new spirit soul?" Zhang Yunlong asked with her brows creased. "Sir." "Sure. The first time when I first saw her, she was still in a half-translucent state. What could she be if not a new spirit soul?" Meng Yiliang did not know why Zhang Yunlong would ask these questions. "When was it that you saw here for the first time?" Zhang Yunlong then continued to ask. Meng Yiliang thought about it a moment and then replied, "About half a month ago. It was also at the spiritual spirit loft, and she was with Nailan Shan. But after I told her about the Serene Spirit Tower, she then went there after just a while, where I then brought her into the tower." "All right. When I brought her up into the 12th level, eldest senior and second senior were also there cultivating. And as I was afraid will disturb you, I did not dare make any noise. But she did not come back anymore after that time, and it seemed that she had gone to follow Nailan Shan to practice cultivation. I do not know what that lass is thinking, to actually leave the Serene Spirit Tower and choosing instead to take such a winding path." "Half a month ago?" Zhang Yunlong's eyes suddenly narrowed. "Meng Yiliang, are you a moron? Have you ever seen any new spirit soul that could solidify his body completely so quickly just after arriving into the spirit world?" Meng Yiliang was properly shaken by that roar, and it was a moment before he suddenly recalled that when he saw Jun Wuxie next. Jun Wuxie had already completely solidified her body, looking completely unlike a new spirit soul who had just come here into the spirit world for just half a month. But, when I saw her for the first time, she really looked just like a new spirit." Meng Yiliang stuttered fearfully. "New spirit? Which new spirit have you seen that was able to walk up to the 12th level the first time they entered the Serene Spirit Tower? Not to mention new spirit souls. Even for you who had cultivated in the Serene Spirit Tower for so long, carelessly going up to the 12th level would make you feel uncomfortable. Much less for her." The more Zhang Yunlong thought about it, the more he felt something was not right. Based on what Meng Yiliang had said, Jun Wuxie did not fit into the state of a new spirit soul. Meng Yiliang's mind was struck awake by Zhang Yunlong's words. He had only been concerned with looking at Jun Wuxie's stunning looks and did not think about much else other than that. Being reminded by Zhang Yunlong now, he suddenly came to realize the strange state she was in after going into the Serene Spirit Tower. She had been completely at ease, more at ease than he was when they went straight up to the 12th level, and at the moment she was leaving, her body did not seem to be all that translucent anymore. I don't know, Meng Yiliang said mournfully, as he was badly admonished by Zhang Yunlong. Do you know where that lass is now? Zhang Yunlong asked. Meng Yiliang continued to stutter. I think since she was following Narration to Cultivate. Logically, she should be in the Tranquil Dream Forest, I think. That lass is definitely not as simple as you think, and I fear she might be a trump card Narration holds hidden in his hand. You go bring some men to the Tranquil Dream Forest immediately and bring her here to me, Zhang Yunlong said, his face dark. Yes. Meng Yiliang quickly nodded, not daring to hesitate in the slightest before running outside like he was almost going to wet his pants, on his way to capture Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie, who was still cultivating in the Tranquil Dream Forest, was still not aware that she had become Zhang Yunlong's next target. Among the youthful companions, only Jun Wuxie, who had gone into the Serene Spirit Tower, progressed the fastest in their cultivation and had a completely solid body, while Xiao Chu and the others were slightly slower in advancement. But even though that was the case, none of them among Xiao Chu and the others dared to go into the Serene Spirit Tower even once. There was something that was harmful to spirits who were non-human, and none of them dared to risk their ring spirits by going there. Whoa! These old arms and legs of mine are about to break off. Xiao Chu had cultivated for one whole day, and he had fallen back onto the grass completely exhausted. Although cultivating one's power of the spirit was not tiring, but it was so utterly dull where they would sit there for an entire day, not moving even an inch. Though it could be said that just sitting there for such a long period was not tiring on the body, but it was still dry and exhausting on the mind. Xiao Chu's mournful wail shocked his other companions awake from their cultivation. Jun Wuxie opened her eyes and looked at Xiao Chu, who was rolling around on the grass. She could not help but smile as she shook her head. Don't cry so piteously. It's not all that tiring, but you're being too noisy. I'll say, dumb Xiao, how old are you only? And you're complaining about your old arms and legs. Could you be already falling frail before getting old? Fei Yan asked as he glanced meaningfully all over Xiao Chu's body with an eyebrow arched up. Xiao Chu sat up with an indignant howl, his hands held protectively over his chest, looking like a aggrieved little lady who had been bullied. Who said I'm getting old before I turn frail? This little lord here is just brimming with vitality. I really can't see it. Fei Yan continued to poke at Xiao Chu with a smile. It's better than being a pervert who is always dressing himself up as a girl, Xiao Chu retorted. Fei Yan's eyes narrowed and his fists crackled loudly. I am thinking that you have not gotten a thrashing for too long and your skin is itching. Xiao Chu was not bothered as he retorted in challenge. Do you think I'm scared of you? Don't blame me for not reminding you that you are now in spirit form and you don't have your monstrous strength any longer. If it comes to a fight, nobody knows who will end up being the one thrashed. A corner of Fei Yan's mouth was twitching from Xiao Chu's taunts, and he jumped to his feet to pounce on Xiao Chu. The two youths then immediately rolled into a ball of scuffling upon the grass. Hua Yao, Fan Zhua, and Rong Ruo were not able to calm their hearts enough to continue to cultivate with the racket, and they just sat there upon the grass to watch Xiao Chu and Fei Yan going at each other. Suddenly, Jun Wuxie sensed something strange. Stop fighting. Jun Wuxie's voice made Xiao Chu and Fei Yan stop immediately. What's wrong? Rong Ruo asked, looking at Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie's power of the spirit was stronger than any of them, and hence, she was able to sense any movements in the Tranquil Dream Forest better than anyone. Someone's coming. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes, carefully listening for the tiny sound. The Tranquil Dream Forest had long become a place that few people stepped into. In the 2 weeks that they cultivated in here, the companions had not seen any other spirit appear here besides themselves. The source of the sound is coming from the direction of Nalan Shan's house, and it's approaching right towards us, Jun Wuxie said. In that instant, the youths were all on their guard. Jun Wuxie raised her hand and gestured for them to climb up into the trees. Without another word, Xiao Chu and the other companions scuttled right up the nearest large tree and quietly concealed themselves among the dense cover of the leaves. In moments, a group of human spirits came to the grass patch that Jun Wuxie and the others had been just before, and the leader of the group of spirits was someone familiar, Meng Yiliang. Senior Meng, would you say that Jun Wuxie is really here in this forest? A man looked at Meng Yiliang to ask. Meng Yiliang looked around where he was standing. They had been in the tranquil dream forest for a period, but they had not discovered anything. She should be here. Search carefully. If we can't find Nailan Shan, then we need to dig Jun Wuxie out. Otherwise, it will not be easy for us to answer when we go back. Why will eldest senior want us to find a little lass? Another man asked in puzzlement, as they had not even known that such a person existed before. Meng Yiliang's lips stiffened, and it might be because they were tired from searching that his footsteps came to a stop as he turned his head to glare at the group of men with so many questions. Why are all of you chattering so much? Eldest senior asked all of you to search. Then search. There's no need to ask so many questions. That lass is linked to Nailan Shan in some way, and we don't know where Nailan Shan is hiding. So we need to find Jun Wuxie before we can possibly find out where Nailan Shan is hiding. Do you all understand now? If all of you are going to continue to be so long-winded, I will go tell eldest senior to sew up all your mouths one by one. Meng Yiliang said maliciously as he stared at the group of men. Being threatened by Meng Yiliang, those people no longer dared to question anymore. But with the tranquil dreams forest being so vast, with so few of us, how long will it take us before we finish searching? It's not just us. Eldest senior has sent people to search from other directions as well, and we will be closing in with circle that surrounds the entire place. That lass does not know anything, so it won't be difficult for us to capture her. Meng Yiliang said gloatingly all by himself, his heart even feeling a twinge of regret. Jun Wuxie was one of the topmost beauties he had seen, and he had initially wanted to win that lass over into his hands. Never had he thought that Jun Wuxie would turn out to have links with Nailan Shan, which caused Zhang Yunlong to have his eyes now set on capturing her, dashing any chance of Meng Yiliang's dreams from fulfillment. Without any chance of becoming intimate with the beauty, Meng Yiliang thought it rather unfortunate. They were all unaware that every single one of Meng Yiliang's words were all overheard by Jun Wuxie and her companions hiding up in the trees. Jun Wuxie and her companions then waited till Meng Yiliang and his men left before they jumped down from high up in the trees. Darn it! Is that fella so tired of living already? First it was trying to capture Brownie. Then it was searching for Nailan Shan. Now he has his eyes set on little Xie. The moment Xiao Chu landed on the ground, he started howling indignantly. All of them had not thought that Meng Yiliang target would turn out to be Jun Wuxie. How long had it only been since Jun Wuxie came to the spirit world, and she was already caught up in such a great disaster? Jun Wuxie's brows creased up slightly. She was not a person to be afraid of trouble, but as she still did not have sufficient powers, it was rather frustrating. What do we do? From the tone of that kid, they seemed to have laid out an extensive web over the tranquil dream forest to capture little Xie. How are we going to go out? Fei Yen rubbed at his chin. If this was in the middle realm, no need to even talk about the entire tranquil dream forest having been surrounded. Even if an army stood at the borders, they had nothing to fear. Unfortunately, the powers they possessed was rather sad to look at in this place. We'll go have a look first, Jun Wuxie said composedly. Jun Wuxie and her companions moved quickly towards the edge of the Tranquil Dreams forest. But before they could get out from the Tranquil Dream forest, they saw a large number of human spirits gathered outside. They were stationed one at every 10 paces, completely surrounding the Tranquil Dreams forest. All of them were holding a portrait in their hands, and Rong Rua sent a hell butterfly to go peek at them, where she then discovered that the person depicted in the portrait was Jun Wuxie. It was then feared that the moment they charged out of the tranquil dream forest, those spirits would surely come surging up against them. Damn it! Such a big group. They are coming for Jun Wuxie for real, Xiao Chu said through gritted teeth. Jun Wuxie looked calmly at the heavy encirclement. She was not surprised that she was being targeted, as after all, She had come into contact with Meng Yiliang, and the 2 times she was seen by Meng Yiliang, she was with Nalan Shan. Hence, now that Meng Yiliang cannot find Nalan Shan, he would naturally come seek her. What do we do now? Why not we use Raleigh and the others to charge our way out? Xiao Chu suggested. Jun Wuxie shook her head. Go back inside the forest. Back into the forest? Xiao Chu was slightly taken aback. The corners of Jun Wuxie's mouth then curled up into a sinister arc. With such a grand reception, if we do not present them with a reciprocal gift, then we'll be embarrassing ourselves. Meng Yiliang and the human spirit's ways had truly enraged Jun Wuxie, and it did not matter what kind of secret was hidden within the Serene Spirit Tower anymore. With Wu Ju being so aggressively on their heels, it was no longer something Jun Wuxie wanted to put up with. It was not that she could not tolerate it, but just that she did not want to, being the fanatic that she was. When saw Meng Yiliang and Jiang Yunlong bring a whole bunch of spirits to harm Brownie and the other beast spirits, she had wanted to exact revenge against them. Since they had delivered themselves right up to her door today, Jun Wuxie would naturally not show them any mercy. Xiao Chu was still a little confused, but Jun Wuxie beckoned at her little companions and 6 heads huddled together, while Jun Wuxie whispered several sentences softly to them. I think that will work. After listening, Xiao Chu's face immediately revealed an ecstatic grin. He had been repressed, being a new spirit soul here where his hands and legs were tied down and restrained. He would finally be able to even the score this time. Hua Yao and the others had naturally agreed to Jun Wuxie's suggestion without a word. It must be known that ever since they came to the spirit world, their hearts had been highly repressed, as they had just lost their purple spirit so suddenly and had to restart it all from the very beginning. The days of having their hands and feet bound in such constraints were not something they liked going through. Go! With that order given by Jun Wuxie, the group of several youths immediately shot themselves deeper into the Tranquil Dreams forest right behind her. Inside the Tranquil Dream forest, Meng Yiliang led his men aimlessly in search for any sign of Jun Wuxie. The Tranquil Dreams forest was vast, a place that was able to hold the biggest number of human spirits at one time in the spirit world, with a large part of the spirit world's spirit fires gotten from here. Searching in the Tranquil Dreams forest, with the skies dark and the trees densely packed, only the tiny bits of light form the spirit fires lit the way. Meng Yiliang and his men held fire torches in their hands to light the path forward. But ever since the Serene Spirit Towers appeared, basically none of the human spirits were willing to come cultivate in the Tranquil Dreams forest anymore. Hence, towards the complicated and seemingly monotonously similar paths in the Tranquil Dreams forest, Meng Yiliang and his men found the place to be so dreary they wanted to die. Damn it! This lousy place should have been torched and have it burnt cleanly away. Meng Yiliang could no longer count the number of times he had been scratched by branches, and his clothes were becoming tattered from the numerous tears, which just drove his mood to escalate from dreariness into frustration. Senior Meng, do we have to continue to search? Having searched for the better half of the day, they had not gotten anything at all. The deeper they went into the Tranquil Dream forest, the poorer visibility became, while the density of the surrounding trees grew thicker, which made the way forward all the more arduous for all of them. What do you think? Of course we have to continue. Eldest Senior gave us 3 days, and if we are not able to find Jun Wuxie, the consequences will be more than we can take. Meng Yiliang's voice was highly agitated and impatient. If not for the quaking rage his master had flown into, he would not have wanted to come to this damned place. I really do not understand it. Before the Serene Spirit Towers came about, how could human spirits possibly want to come cultivate in such a godforsaken place? Meng Yiliang complained incessantly, till he could not endure it any longer, where he pulled out the short blade at his hip to hack away the endless tree branches blocking his way one by one. The swishing sounds of the forest accompanied the sounds of footsteps, disappearing into the seemingly endless Tranquil Dreams forest. Suddenly, at the edge of the light from the torches, Meng Yiliang seemed to see a blurry figure under the trees not too far off. Meng Yiliang immediately perked up as he drew a deep breath and gestured at his companions behind him, asking them to keep their voices down. The edges of Meng Yiliang's mouth then turned up with sinister mirth. He had finally found her. He looked around at the surroundings, and after making sure that there was nothing else that was strange, he then went walking straight towards the place. He purposely lightened his step, afraid that he would make a sound. But no matter how light his steps were, the rustling of leaves still sounded under his feet. Meng Yiliang paused and raised his eyes to look up at the figure. The shadowy figure moved slightly and came walking out from under the trees. The surrounding balls of spirit fires then lit up that figure. Like a goddess that had descended down to the mortal realm, the faint orange light from the spirit fires bathed that peerlessly stunning face under the dim darkness. She stood alone within the dense forest, so beautiful looking that it felt so surreal. For a moment, Meng Yiliang was actually mesmerized as he stood there dazed. His mouth agape as he gazed upon that figure that was too beautiful for words. Even the men following behind him was bedazzled. When they had first received the portraits, they had already thought that the person in the painting was too beautiful to exist. But when they saw it for real, they then came to realize that the beauty in the painting was not even 1% of the real thing. Under these heavens, how could there possibly be a girl that was so beautiful? Jun Wuxie treaded upon the dry leaves, as she looked at Meng Yiliang and his men calmly. The eyes chill as autumn waters under the orange glow of the spirit fires tinged with a peculiar color, adding to them a devilish charm. Wuxie. Meng Yiliang was finally able to locate his voice as he stared at the figure of Jun Wuxie, feeling his heart stir. The feelings that had disappeared rose up once again in his heart. Jun Wuxie answered softly. Cough. Turned out that you are really in here. The Tranquil Dreams Forest is such a dangerous place. For a little young lady like you to be in here alone isn't really safe for you. Meng Yiliang said with a smile, trying to appear suave. You need something? Jun Wuxie completely ignored Meng Yiliang's good intentions. Meng Yiliang cleared his throat and his mind started to work quickly as he pretended to unconsciously get closer to Jun Wuxie a step at a time, his eyes filling up with malicious treachery. It's not all that big a matter, but just a little bit of trouble. Nalan Shan had just rescued some criminal beast spirits not long ago, which caused the spirit lord to fly into a rage. He then ordered my master to locate Nalan Shan. You became rather close to Nalan Shan before, and that was discovered by me, eldest senior. Now that Nalan Shan has hidden himself with no sign of him everywhere, my eldest senior wants me to come bring you back to carefully interrogate you about Nalan Shan's whereabouts. When his voice fell, Meng Yiliang had already reached the side of Jun Wuxie, and looking at Jun Wuxie's face up close, it was even more blindingly beautiful. For such a ravishing beauty, if she was to fall into Jiang Yunlong's hands, she would definitely have to suffer quite a bit of torment. Meng Yiliang had already harbored ill designs towards Jun Wuxie, and he was not about to miss any chance he had. An idea popped into his mind, and he tried to appear helpless as he said, You know that this is what the Spirit Lord himself wants, and even I will not be able to defy his orders. But you can be assured that I have very close to my eldest senior, and you will just have to tell him everything you know about Nalan Shan's whereabouts, and I can guarantee that you will not be harmed in the slightest. All right? As he spoke, Meng Yiliang had led himself closer to Jun Wuxie's side, putting on his most winsome smile on his face with one hand holding the burning torch, and the other moving lecherously towards Jun Wuxie's shoulder. Jun Wuxie's eyes flashed with a chill, and she suddenly took a step back, to dodge away from Meng Yiliang's philandering hand. I do not know where Nalan Shan is. Meng Yiliang was not able to get his way, and his heart could not help but feel a little displeased. But looking at Jun Wuxie's face, he could not get angry with her, but just stepped himself forward with a wide smile, as he tried his best to pull the distance between him and Jun Wuxie closer. It doesn't matter even if you do not know. My eldest senior is merely looking to have us bring you to him just to ask you a few questions. Don't worry, with me around, you will just have to tell him what you know and nothing will happen. I will protect you. But I do not intend to go at all. Jun Wuxie said coldly, her gaze sweeping over to look at the hand Meng Yiliang had raised up once again, and her eyes flashed with a glint of murder. Meng Yiliang gave a LW chortle and then said, Wuxie, I am not trying to scare you here. This is being carried out under the Spirit Lord's orders, and my master has similarly issued an ultimatum. If you do not go, you will be made to suffer quite a lot of torture. If you listen to me, I can make sure you remain unharmed. After all, being as beautiful as you are, how could I possibly bear to let you be hurt in the slightest? Wu Xie, just listen to me. Meng Yiliang's eyes flashed with malice, and his hand suddenly shot out towards Jun Wu Xie's slender waist. In a flash, Jun Wu Xie's body moved and avoided Meng Yiliang's philandering touch. Having his advances rejected once again, Meng Yiliang's patience ran out. His eyes narrowed and the smile on his face gradually faded, and his gaze turned vicious as he stared at Jun Wu Xie's petite frame. Jun Wu Xie, I will advise that you do not refuse the proffered wine and given wine as punishment instead. I will definitely bring you back to see my eldest senior today, and if you listen obediently, I will make it easy for you. But if you refuse to cooperate, I will not mind letting you learn a little bit of a lesson. Jun Wu Xie gazed coldly at Meng Yiliang, who had shown his true colors. She absolutely abhorred rogues who took advantage of women like this. Damn it! You like T-Dodge so much, do you? I would really like to see where else you can hide. Men, capture that lass. I do not believe that I will not be able to get you today. Meng Yiliang was overcome with lecherous lust as he tore off his pretentious mask to reveal his real face of vicious malice. Those few disciples immediately pounced right at Jun Wu Xie. Jun Wu Xie's looks had already caused all of their hearts to itch, and they could not wait till after Meng Yiliang had satisfied himself to see if they would be able to enjoy some intimacy as well. Like a pack of hungry wolves, the human spirits jumped Jun Wu Xie. And in that instant, just before they were about to touch Jun Wu Xie, a streak of white light swept past their eyes. After the streak of white light disappeared, Jun Wu Xie, who had been standing right before their eyes, had actually disappeared. For a moment, Meng Yiliang and his men were stunned. They all gazed all around themselves, seeking for any sign of Jun Wu Xie. But even after looking around for a long time, the only thing they saw around them were only unmoving trees, and not a single sign of any spirit body all around at all. Damn it! Go find her for me this instant! Meng Yiliang roared in rage. The men quickly spread out to search, carrying torches in their hands. A young lady that had been standing right there in front of them. How was it possible for her to disappear right before their eyes just like that? Senior Meng. Over there. One of the men spotted a shadow flash past on the side, and he immediately called out. Meng Yiliang narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction that man had pointed out, his mouth plastered with a crass smirk. Har! And I had thought where she could possibly have run to. Go capture her now, Meng Yiliang said with a wave of his hand, and the men immediately went charging right towards where the shadow. The shadow did not seem to have noticed them approaching as it stood behind a huge tree, revealing only part of its shadow. Meng Yiliang then jumped straight at that shadow with a mighty pounce. Meng Yiliang had pounced thinking to wrap his arms around a beauty. Never had he thought that before he could get within half an inch of that shadow, the shadow had suddenly shifted. Meng Yiliang had not even seen clearly what had happened when he saw an enormous shadow smashing down onto his face. Arf! A pitiful wail exploded out from Meng Yiliang's mouth, accompanied by a piercing screech. Meng Yiliang's entire body looked like he had been sent flying from being struck by a heavy force before he crashed heavily onto the ground, to tumble a few rounds wretchedly. W.H. What? The human spirits following right behind Meng Yiliang were dumbstruck with terror, never having ever thought that Meng Yiliang would be sent flying by a single strike. Their eyes followed the arc of Meng Yiliang's flight. The torch he had been carrying in his hand had fallen beside the shadow, illuminating the towering figure that was the shadow. An enormous bear-type beast spirit with contrasting black and white fur stood under two tall trees, its towering frame seemingly like a high wall of flesh. With just one look, the human spirits very nearly fell onto their behinds in fright. That shadow wasn't Jun Wu Xie at all, but that very same yin yang bear who had beaten them all up black and blue in the vicinity of the spiritual spirit loft the last time. The Tranquil Dreams Forest was a place that human spirits cultivated, and no beast spirits would rightfully come here. But this yin-yang bear had suddenly appeared in a place that it should not be in exactly like the last time. The initially highly aggressive bunch of human spirits immediately turned into eggplants stuck with frost, falling limp. Just how powerful this yin-yang bear was, many among them had experienced it before. A single slap from that huge paw, even if it did not scatter their souls, it would at least render them unable to get out of bed for many days. Yin-yang bear. How could the yin-yang bear possibly appear in this place? Meng Yiliang endured the excruciating pain and raised his head up, to stare wide-eyed and with his mouth agape at the yin-yang bear who had suddenly come to the tranquil dreams forest for some unknown reason, his eyes almost popping out of his head. Roar! The yin-yang bear's massive body squeezed past the trees beside it, the half-mature trees before its mighty strength snapping and falling like weak little saplings to the ground with just a bump from the bear. The yin-yang bear continued to come closer to Meng Yiliang and his men. Meng Yiliang was so frightened his legs were shaking, as he scrambled to his feet in panic, thinking to escape. But he had just barely stood up when he was picked up off the ground by a powerful force. Meng Yiliang let out a scream and turned his head to look, and he almost wet his pants. The thing that had lifted him off the ground had not been anything else but the same great ape that had pummeled his face into the ground that day back outside the spiritual spirit loft. The great ape's highly human face split into a broad grin. That grin looked to be filled with ridicule, with a pair of sharp ivory-white fangs, that made Meng Yiliang shiver like a frightened little bird. Quick! Come save me quick! Meng Yiliang screamed in an abnormally high pitch. The human spirits were greatly struck by terror, all of them wanting to run away, but did not dare to escape on their own due to Meng Yiliang's identity. They had no choice but to steel themselves and charge at the great ape. Before they could even get close to the great ape, a flash of white shot past their eyes, and several human spirits were struck as they sailed through the air. Bam, bam. Several dull crashes sounded as the human spirits crashed into the tree trunks around, their backs almost snapping from the impact, before they fell to the ground looking highly sorry and wretched. A slithering swishing sounded beside Meng Yiliang's ear, and Meng Yiliang was finally able to clearly see what those two white flashes that he had seen earlier really was. A gigantic double-headed bone snake knocked down row after row of trees, and poked its heads out from the forest. And standing upon one of its heads was Jun Wuxie, who had just disappeared moments before. Meng Yiliang stared in shock at Jun Wuxie standing upon the head of the double-headed bone snake, his eyes completely incredulous. "You want to catch me?" Jun Wuxie asked with a brow raised, as she looked down at Meng Yiliang held in the great ape's grip from her high vantage point. Meng Yiliang's body was shaking uncontrollably. Not even in his dreams would he have thought that the three beast spirits that had appeared near the spiritual spirit loft that day would be linked to Jun Wuxie. "It's you. You were the one who made these beast spirits rescue that brown bear. Jun Wuxie, do you really know what you are doing at all?" Meng Yiliang's heart was hopelessly terrified, but he still tried his best to pretend to be calm. "Oh? What did I do?" Jun Wuxie questioned as she looked at Meng Yiliang. "That brown bear was one that the Spirit Lord was in need of, and you had actually taken it away without approval. Do you know if the matter is found out by the Spirit Lord, you will surely be beaten till your soul scatters and disperses. You have better release me now, or the consequences will not be something you can afford to shoulder," Meng Yiliang shouted. Jun Wuxie suddenly let out a tinkle of laughter. She then turned her eyes that were tinged with an almost imperceivable smile upon Meng Yiliang, like she was seeing what a joke he was. "Oh, the consequences are actually all that severe? Then you tell me. Since you know of my secret now, in order to save myself, should I first smash your soul into smithereens till it disperses and scatters, so that the Spirit Lord will not know who the person that rescued the brown bear really was?" Jun Wuxie's words were like a bucket of cold water that was splashed right into Meng Yiliang's face. Meng Yiliang's entire body was shaking as he stared at Jun Wuxie, and in Jun Wuxie's eyes, he saw pure uninhibited murder. You cannot kill me." Inside and outside the tranquil dreams forest, the entire place is currently filled with my men. If you kill me, you will not be able to get away. My master will definitely not let you off as well. And my master is Wu Jiu, the spirit master that the Spirit Lord trusts the most. If you kill me, my master will definitely avenge me. Even with these beasts protecting you, you will still not be able to escape. Meng Yiliang was terrified. He did not want to die. As if his soul was scattered and dispersed, he would totally cease to exist. Jun Wuxie calmly watched Meng Yiliang put up his final struggles as she listened to his old and cliché threats, thinking it dull and uninteresting. According to what you are saying, I will still die no matter what I do. Then why shouldn't I first drag the few of you down with me first as accompaniment? Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed slightly, and she then gestured with her chin at Raleigh. Raleigh immediately pounced upon a human spirit closest to it, its huge bare paws squashed between its massive paws. The man was almost overcome with fright, where he begged and pleaded to be spared. However, Raleigh suddenly lowered down its head and held that man's neck in a bite, its sharp teeth slowly crushing the man's soul into mush bit by bit. Spirit bodies were not entirely immortal, and if one's soul was torn to shreds, no one would be able to save it. Through the biting, a pitiful scream reverberated in the dense forest incessantly. The frightful wails seemingly like many sharp blades slowly shaving off Meng Yiliang's false bravado bit by bit. Meng Yiliang was so frightened his face turned white. The other human spirits around so scared they could not even stand. Seeing their own companion being torn to shreds at such a close distance, the kind of terror that struck them almost obliterated any longing for them to even run away. Now, whose turn is it now? Jun Wuxie's eyes that were overflowing with murder then swept over the several human spirits lying limp upon the ground. Their faces had all turned pale from fright and all strength had left their legs, making it impossible for them to even escape. All of them had fallen back to sit on the ground, their mouths sounding out constant pleas for mercy. They would never ever have thought that the beautiful young lady before their eyes would turn out to be so much like a god of death. Meng Yiliang was so frightened he could not even utter a single word. Right before his eyes, his fellow disciples who had come with him had their souls shredded apart by the yin-yang bear one by one, to disappear into nothing. With death so close at hand, Meng Yiliang was about to completely lose it. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am not the one who wants to capture you. It's my eldest senior. He was the one who wanted me to come catch you. Meng Yiliang clutched at his head, wishing he could hide from all of this, but was firmly held in the enormous great ape's grip. Jun Wuxie tapped the double-headed bone snake's head with the tip of her foot, and the double-headed bone snake lowered TS head to allow Jun Wuxie to step off onto the ground. At the same time, 5 other figures jumped down from the trees. They came over to stand beside Jun Wuxie, their eyes fixed upon Meng Yiliang, who was held by the great ape. Heh. You're wetting your pants just from this? Aren't you being a little too lame? Xiao Chu raised his head up to look at Meng Yiliang and discovered that Meng Yiliang's pants had become wet and a suspicious puddle had appeared under his feet. So that's all disciples of the spirit master Wu Jiu amounts to after all. More timid than a little mouse. Fei Yen and Xiao Chu sang in harmony. Meng Yiliang stared at the youths who had appeared so suddenly and immediately recalled that they were the same youths who had been dining with Nalan Shan and Jun Wuxie that day. He had not paid these youths any notice before and had never really remembered them. But with the setup today, it was clear that they had been well prepared and were waiting here for him to bite the hook. Don't kill me. I am not responsible. I was merely just following orders, and none of this was my idea at all. Meng Yiliang begged futilely, the earlier lecherous arrogance when he was thinking of taking advantage of Jun Wuxie completely non-existent. What a useless piece of trash. To think scum like you even dares to harbor filthy designs on our little Xie. You really should just kill yourself. Xiao Chu shook his head as he stared at Meng Yiliang. The companions had all clearly seen the kind of things that Meng Yiliang had attempted to do to Jun Wuxie earlier, and if not for the fact that they knew it was impossible Jun Wuxie would allow herself to be tainted by the kid, they would all have jumped him to give him a good bashing. I didn't. I really did not. Meng Yiliang's face turned green, and he quickly shook his head in vehement denial. If he had known Jun Wuxie had these 3 beast spirits beside her, even if he was filled with guts inside, he would not have dared to even think of touching her. I don't want to hear any more of your nonsense. If you do not want to suffer, then answer whatever I ask you. Jun Wuxie was getting a little impatient, as the noise Meng Yiliang was making was getting her riled and irritated. Sure, you can ask me anything. As long as you do not hurt me, I can tell you everything that I know. Meng Yiliang said between sobs and sniffles. The earlier debonair and suave air he was seeking to project non-existent. Why does your master want to capture that brown bear? Jun Wuxie asked the question she had in her heart. Meng Yiliang was taken aback, never having thought that Jun Wuxie would ask about that, and his face showed a moment of hesitation. Floral, let him have a taste of your strength. The moment Fei Yen saw Meng Yiliang show hesitation, he immediately gave the great ape an order. No, don't. Don't. Meng Yiliang begged with a wail. The great ape stretched his other hand out and its palm lashed straight towards Meng Yiliang's head. The great ape's strength was much stronger than most other beast spirits, and its size was several times greater than Meng Yiliang. That single slap immediately made Meng Yiliang see stars, and the side of his face swelled up alarmingly. The corner of his mouth split. Raleigh, go service him a little as well, Chao Chu said with his arms crossed over his chest, gesturing to the yin-yang bear with his chin. The yin-yang bear immediately pounced, its two paws stretched out wide to its sides as it joined forces with the great ape to execute a short set of combo strikes. Arf! Meng Yiliang's mournful cry reverberated in the tranquil dream forest. The combo bashing of the two massive beast ring spirits made Meng Yiliang experience what it meant to suffer a fate worse than death. In just a few short moments, Meng Yiliang's face was so badly bashed up it swelled up till it looked like a pig's head, with snot and tears flowing down, looking highly wretched. Don't hit me anymore. I'll talk. Meng Yiliang had never been beaten up so badly before, and the excruciating pain on his body with the fear that filled him made him wail incessantly. Jun Wuxie raised up her hand slightly and rawly, and the great ape immediately stopped. Meng Yiliang looked so pitiful and was such a wretched sight, in no way showing the slightest hint of handsomeness. My master wants to use the spiritual bear as the foundation stone for the fourth serene spirit tower, and only said that construction of the fourth serene spirit tower could only be completed with the spiritual bear. Anything more than that? I really do not know. I was accepted as a disciple by my master only a few years ago and do not know the exact details. Everything that I have done was carried out under my eldest senior's orders. I am really not lying, Meng Yiliang said sobbingly. If he had known that Jun Wuxie had so a bunch of power behind her, even if you beat him to death, he would not have dared to even long for a single hair on Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie then went on to ask Meng Yiliang a few more questions, and just as Meng Yiliang had said, the things he knew about was very limited. Wu Zhou had not valued him all that much, and hence the questions he was able to answer was very limited in number as well. But through Meng Yiliang's mouth, Jun Wuxie had come to know the reason Wu Zhou was so anxious to capture the spiritual bear was in order for him to build the fourth serene spirit tower. According to Meng Yiliang's words, if he was unable to capture the spiritual bear, then the fourth serene spirit tower would never be able to be completed, which was a point that made Jun Wuxie take notice. I've told you everything that I know. Now, can you let me go? Meng Yiliang asked as he looked pleadingly with his face covered in snot and tears, asking very carefully, deeply afraid that his words would lead him to suffer another round of beating. Jun Wuxie arched up an eyebrow slightly as she looked at Meng Yiliang, before she nodded to the yin-yang bear and the great ape. Just as Meng Yiliang thought that he had saved his own little life, the hands of the great ape clasped right around his neck, as the yin-yang bear's sharp claws shot right through his chest. Before he was even able to cry out, Meng Yiliang was torn apart into two halves by the yin-yang bear. The shattered soul then turned into specks of stars, to scatter and disperse within the dim and dark tranquil dreams forest. Tsk. Why do I feel that that old fella called Wu Zhou seems to be planning a grand conspiracy? Even the densest Chao Chu among them had noticed the peculiarity of the matter. Building the Serene Spirit Tower actually requires the spiritual bear. And the cheetah had said before that the spiritual bear was never that weak. But after it was brought away by Wu Zhou, and it came to escape from the Serene Spirit Tower's dungeon, it had turned into such a state. It was clear that there must be something in the serene spirit tower that was depleting the spiritual bear's power of the spirit. Now, Wu Jiu has his sights set on Brownie, which also includes Nailan Shan as well. Since Zhang Yunlong knew that little Xie was acquainted with Nailan Shan, it is feared that they will not spare little Xie that easily. Fan Zhuo said with a brow slightly lifted. Although Meng Yiliang was dead, Zhang Yunlong was still around. Who spares who in the end is not yet decided, Jun Wuxie said with her eyes narrowed, as she turned herself around to look deep into the tranquil dream forest. Since they want to capture me, then I should give him a greeting gift up front. Dum Chow, you guys get Raleigh and the other two beast ring spirits ready. Today we shall prepare a great big present for Zhang Yunlong and Wu Jiu. Want to capture me? We'll see if you possess that kind of capability first. A bout of slaughter was quietly carried out within the tranquil dream forest. The tranquil dreams forest was expansively vast, and in order to surround and capture Jun Wuxie as quickly as he could, Zhang Yunlong had not only dispatched spirits to stand guard around the perimeter of the tranquil dreams forest, he had also sent out more than 10 teams of human spirits to go right into the tranquil dreams forest to search for any signs of Jun Wuxie. The 10 over teams sounded like a lot, but going into the tranquil dreams forest, they were scattered apart. Jun Wuxie and her companions had already cultivated in the tranquil dreams forest for more than half a month, and under Nailan Shan's lead, they had become highly familiar with the tranquil dreams forest. The place had now become their home ground in the spirit world, and using the densely packed trees, Jun Wuxie and her companions executed an efficient counterattack together with the Yin Yang Bear and the other ring spirits. A team of human spirits that came in seeking to capture Jun Wuxie had not even seen her shadow before they were crushed to bits by the double-headed bone snake that fell down from the skies. The forest was a battleground that beast spirits were most familiar with, and pitted against a group of human spirits who were unfamiliar with the place. How could they even hope to be a match for the Yin Yang Bear and the other ring spirits? The Hell's Butterfly searched through the tranquil dreams forest for signs of the enemy, and at the first moment that Rong Ruo received the news, she would relay the information to Jun Wuxie, where Jun Wuxie would then dispatch the Yin Yang Bear and the other two ring spirits to go annihilate them. The human spirits who came in as the hunters suddenly became targeted as prey, as pitiful cries resounded within the tranquil dreams forest, but were swallowed up by the thick sea of leaves. It had merely been a day's time, and the over 10 teams that Zhang Yunlong sent out were completely obliterated, leaving the human spirits standing at the perimeter of the forest still completely oblivious to the things going on inside. Rong Ruo sent out the Hell Butterfly to check of the team of human spirits outside the Tranquil Dreams forest, and sent out another Hell Butterfly to fly back to Jun Wuxie's house, to deliver the news to Jun Wuyao, telling him there was no need to worry, and that Jun Wuxie needed to spend another few days' time in the Tranquil Dreams forest. There wasn't a single human spirit sent into the Tranquil Dreams forest left. The human spirits outside were not aware that they had all been slaughtered and were still foolishly standing guard outside to await news. And over this period, Jun Wuxie and her companions were neither anxious nor flustered, but just remained inside the Tranquil Dreams forest to continue to cultivate steadily, leaving the Hell Butterfly to be the perfect scout, where no one would be able to escape its notice when anyone came near. The companions stayed there for a 10-day stretch. In those 10 days, Jun Wuxie and the companions constantly practiced their cultivation, giving up on rest and focusing all their time to temper their powers of the spirit. It was till the 10th day that Jun Wuxie snapped out of her trance. Her progress was a little faster than Chao Chu and the others, and she dispersed the spirit fire as she stood up. She carried the little black cat up into her arms, and then leaned herself against a huge tree. The little black cat's condition was still not all that stable, still very much in a coma, which caused Jun Wuxie to still be worried about it. Seeing the little black cat unconscious in her arms, Jun Wuxie closed her eyes as she stroked at the little black cat's smooth and luxurious fur. Suddenly, Jun Wuxie heard the faint trace of a soft sound. She immediately shielded the little black cat in her arms. Her eyes narrowed as she looked towards the source of that sound. A black shadow slowly glided down from the trees above. Jun Wuxie focused her gaze and then suddenly blew out a breath in relief. Poison ivy landed onto the ground as he looked at the guarded and wary Jun Wuxie, and his eyes then showed a sliver of understanding. I had asked why had so many human spirits suddenly come stand around outside. Now I can see it's because of the bunch of you. What? Offended Wu Jiu. Poison Ivy asked Jun Wuxie with an eyebrow raised up. Could have been due to Little Lotus and Poppy, that Jun Wuxie still had an impression of Jun Wuxie. We must have disturbed you. Jun Wuxie knew Poison Ivy did not mean her any harm, and she was able to then relax her guard. Although Poison Ivy's heart showed people no mercy, but he was highly principled, a spirit that had a harsh mouth, but a rather soft heart. Poison Ivy shrugged his shoulders. All of this has not really disturbed me all that much, although I do not really want to bother with the human spirit's affairs, but there is one thing that I feel you might be able to enlighten me on. What would that be? Poison Ivy had once helped the little black cat, and Jun Wuxie was still grateful to Poison Ivy for that. Hence, when the two of them spoke, there wasn't any tension between them. How are human spirits who have yet to die able to come into the spirit world? Poison Ivy said suddenly. Jun Wuxie raised her head, her clear eyes turning to gaze upon Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy then said, I had initially felt it to be a little strange, that the timing that Little Lotus and Poppy returned here was a little too much of a coincidence, and their demeanor towards you seems to be highly respectful. I had not noticed it in the beginning, but then I discovered that there was a strange sliver of resonance between the two of them. I have not seen resonance like this, like there was something on their bodies that was the same. That was a point that puzzled me very much. I had discovered something uniquely special on ring spirits who returned back here from before, and it felt like one spirit had been severed, that indicated they had severed their links from their previous owners. But there wasn't anything like that on Little Lotus and Poppy. Little Lotus said before that you are his mistress, although you've come to the spirit world. But once you die, your links with your ring spirit should have been severed. The link between Little Lotus and your spirit soul is however still intact, so would that mean your flesh body is still living? Poison Ivy said. His eyes half narrowed as he looked at Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie's face was calm, and she did not seem to be flustered in the least. Poison Ivy stared at Jun Wuxie for a while, and then suddenly laughed softly. It does not matter if you are not willing to answer me, as I am merely just asking for the sake of asking. Jun Wuxie still did not say anything. Poison Ivy's keen senses had surprised her, but at the same time, she had detected that when Poison Ivy said all those words, he had not displayed any animosity. No matter whether you admit it or not, I will take it as my deduction is correct for now. Wu Jiu will not be easy to deal with, and if you continue to remain here in the Tranquil Dreams Forest, you will get in trouble sooner or later. I'll bring all of you out, Poison Ivy suddenly said. Jun Wuxie's eyes revealed a glint of surprise. Poison Ivy did not seem to be someone who liked to poke his nose into people's affairs. Don't misunderstand me. I am not doing this because of you. All spirit bodies who become ring spirits would, upon the death of their respective owners, have their spirit chains severed, where the spirit would suffer a devastating hit that struck straight at their hearts. I have known Little Lotus for a long time, and what I am doing today is merely to give him a helping hand. Poison Ivy seemed to have noticed Jun Wuxie's surprise and puzzlement, and opened his mouth to say, Thank you. Jun Wuxie said with a slight nod of her head. Poison Ivy was the classic example of someone with the mouth of a viper but the heart of a Buddha, a rather good person. Poison Ivy then said, I find you rather pleasing to the eye as well. I will create some trouble later, and you can just leave here with your companions at that time. All right? Jun Wuxie nodded. Poison Ivy immediately turned around. Jun Wuxie went to wake Chao Chu and their others from their trance in cultivation and told them what Poison Ivy had said. When the companions heard that, they immediately became excited and they went running towards the place that Poison Ivy lived at. If Poison Ivy was going to kick up a ruckus, it would definitely be close to where he lived. Poison Ivy walked over the soft grass and looked at the densely packed trees before his eyes. Sounds rose up from behind him which told him that Jun Wuxie and her companions had already started to move. His eyes slightly lowered and a thin vine on his wrist slithered out. That particular vine had a cut edge, like it had been sliced off by some sharp object, looking rather conspicuous compared with all the other vines. The expression on Poison Ivy's face was tinted with a sliver of unspeakable sadness, and it was a moment before he recovered to his senses as he went walking towards his own house. On both sides of the enormous tree that Poison Ivy lived were several human spirits standing around. They looked around the place and did not manage to find their target. After searching for a while, they began to feel bored and they gathered under the tree to whisper secretly to each other, where it was not known what they were talking about. Poison Ivy appeared right before them without a sound just like that, and the human spirits were startled by Poison Ivy's sudden appearance, where they immediately held up their weapons. Several vines shot out quick as lightning, instantly hitting the weapons out of the hands of the human spirits one by one. Poison Ivy. Seeing those swirling vines, the human spirits were able to identify Poison Ivy immediately. Who are you? Why are you here to disturb my rest? Poison Ivy narrowed his eyes as he glared balefully at the group of human spirits. We are the Spirit Master Wu Jiu's subordinates, and we have come here to the Tranquil Dreams Forest under the Spirit Master's orders to arrest a criminal human spirit. One of the human spirits said fearfully. The human spirits were growing stronger by the day, and there were few spirit bodies in the spirit world that they needed to fear, but Poison Ivy was considered to be one of them. Among the 3 strongest plant spirits in the spirit world, Poison Ivy was one of them, and he was well known for his eccentric temperament, his venomous tongue able to scrape of the skin off others. Even though they were here using the name of Wu Jiu, they still did not dare to be too brash before Poison Ivy. You are disturbing me here. Scram. Poison Ivy snapped impatiently, seemingly not exercising the slightest restraint even after hearing Wu Jiu's name. Those human spirits were startled by Poison Ivy and were going to say something else when the vines behind Poison Ivy started to wave and dance in the air, and the human spirits immediately turned docile. In terms of power, they were completely not a match for Poison Ivy. Thinking that they had seen no sign of Jun Wuxie, though they had been watching the place for half a day already, and with how vast the Tranquil Dreams Forest was, who knew where Jun Wuxie would appear from? There were quite a number of other human spirits watching other places anyway, and Jun Wuxie might not appear here at this place anyway. With such a large number of human spirits Meng Yiliang had brought into the Tranquil Dreams Forest, it was possible that Jun Wuxie might have already been found. With that thought in mind, and with the threat coming from Poison Ivy, none of them dared to remain there any longer. Seeing the human spirits retreating away from under the tree, Poison Ivy's gaze slowly swept over the swathe of the trees in the Tranquil Dreams Forest behind him. A petite little figure was standing among the dense forest, looking at him quietly. Poison Ivy nodded his head slightly at that tiny figure, and then went up into the treetop without a sound. Jun Wuxie watched Poison Ivy dispersing the human spirits in the vicinity and taking advantage of the area that had been cleared out. She then scuttled out from hiding with Xiao Chu and the others. Fortunately, the skies of the spirit world was dim and dark, where when they were just a little further away, no one was able to notice these several shadows that passed fleetingly in a flash. Sprinting as fast as they could the entire way, Jun Wuxie opened her door, and she had not even entered when she was wrapped up in a warm embrace. You're back. Jun Wuyao's voice sounded from above Jun Wuxie's head, and Jun Wuxie answered with a slight in affirmation. After going into the house, Jun Wuxie put the little black cat down upon the soft couch before she turned herself around to face Jun Wuyao and said, There is something very wrong about the Serene Spirit Towers, and I must go to the 4th Serene Spirit Tower to have a look around. Sure. Jun Wuyao nodded his head, but after a moment's thought, he then said instead, The Hell Butterfly sent the news to me. Since Wu Jiu is seeking to capture all of you at this moment, it will be better to go after some time has passed. Just in case. Jun Wuxie understood what Jun Wuyao was worried about, and she did not say anything before she agreed to it. Although Jun Wuxie and her companions had managed to come back, but the human spirits standing guard outside the Tranquil Dreams Forest still had not dispersed. It was till 5 days later that Zhang Yunlong, who still had not received any news after so long that he could not longer make himself sit back. 5 days without any news, and Zhang Yunlong sent people out to bring back the team leader Meng Yiliang. But sending human spirits out to search for him, Zhang Yunlong suddenly came to discover that Meng Yiliang had disappeared. To put it more accurately, besides the human spirit station just outside the perimeter of the Tranquil Dreams Forest in Watch, all the spirits that had been sent inside the Tranquil Dreams Forest did not have a single one return. That situation immediately threw Zhang Yunlong into shock. The death of a spirit body would not leave a single trace, and close to 100 human spirits had gone missing, where it could almost be certain that they had already died. What made it more terrifying was that within the Tranquil Dream Forest, there were no signs of any other spirits, and all the human spirits guarding the outside of the Tranquil Dreams Forest had not seen Jun Wuxie and her companions come out. Zhang Yunlong was no idiot. If Jun Wuxie was really not in the Tranquil Dream Forest, Meng Yiliang and the others would at most come back empty-handed, and would definitely not disappear altogether just like that. It was impossible for such a strange phenomenon to occur, as how could close to 100 human spirits vanish into thin air? The only conclusion could only mean that they were all dead. With the thought that Meng Yiliang and the other men could have been killed by Jun Wuxie, Zhang Yunlong could not help but feel a chill run through him. Meng Yiliang had mentioned more than once that the first time he had seen Jun Wuxie was just a new spirit soul. How could she possibly come to possess sufficient power to destroy close to 100 human spirits within one short month? But the facts were laid there right before his eyes. Meng Yiliang and the others have indeed been killed, and all the other spirits guarding the outside perimeter of the Tranquil Dreams Forest had completely not seen even the shadow of Jun Wuxie. Towards that, Zhang Yunlong was furious as he summoned the leader in charge of those standing guard outside to ask him carefully about the situation at the outside perimeter of the Tranquil Dreams Forest over the past few days. We were all following eldest senior's orders to stand guard outside the Tranquil Dreams Forest. We had not seen any spirit enter nor exit, and had not seen that Jun Wuxie. The leader reported with his brow bathed in cold sweat. If news of this incident spreads, they would all be deeply embarrassed. With so many of them stationed outside the perimeter of the Tranquil Dreams Forest, they had still allowed Jun Wuxie to escape unnoticed after she killed their people. If Wu Jiu was to hear about it, they would all be finished. Have all of you really surrounded the Tranquil Dreams Forest fully? Without any one of you gone missing? Zhang Yunlong's brows were tightly knitted together. Things had gone beyond his expectations. He had thought that he would be able to capture Jun Wuxie easily, and had never once thought that he would not only lose so many men, but they had not even found the shadow of Jun Wuxie. I have already taken stock of the spirits standing guard outside the Tranquil Dreams Forest, and there had not been any losses. But while standing guard at the perimeter, some of them told me that they encountered Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy had said that they were all disturbing his rest, and he chased them away. The human spirit then paused a moment, before he said trepidly, "Poison Ivy holds extremely great power, and has an eccentric temperament. So those people did not dare to remain there for long before they quickly dispersed away a little." Poison Ivy? Zhang Yunlong's eyes narrowed slightly. When did that happen? 5 days ago. What a bunch of morons. I had clearly told all of you that not an inch is to be missed. With just a few words from Poison Ivy, and all of you had my orders go in one ear and come out of the other? Zhang Yunlong drew in a deep breath. Based on the current situation, there was a high possibility that Jun Wuxie's escape had something to do with Poison Ivy. He just did not believe that Jun Wuxie would have such exceptional ability to be able to escape under the eyes of so many human spirits who surrounded the entire place. Unless someone secretly lent her a hand. The man was highly taken aback as he then said carefully, "They did not think so much into it as after all. It is widely known that Poison Ivy does not like to have any dealings with human spirits. Poison Ivy's eccentric temperament was well known throughout the spirit world, and it was not known why he loathed human spirits, where he never liked to have any kind of contact with human spirits. Hence, those few human spirits standing guards had not thought too much about it." Zhang Yunlong was silent, not speaking a single word, the shade on his face extremely ugly. He knew more or less a little of Poison Ivy's temperament. Logically, things were as what this man was saying to him, that Poison Ivy deeply abhorred coming into contact with any human spirit. And based on what Meng Yiliang had said before, Jun Wuxie did not seem to know the spirit world well, where it could be ascertained that she had not been in the spirit world for long. Then it would also be reasonable to deduce that Poison Ivy would not know her as well. Jiang Yunlong thought left and right about it when suddenly, the scene where Nalan Shan was rescued suddenly appeared in his mind. Nalan Shan had only been able to escape on that day because of the strange vines that had suddenly appeared. And who in the spirit world did not know that Poison Ivy's original form was a vine? Could it be that Poison Ivy was involved in all of this? Go send men to go into the forest where new spirit souls stay and see if you can find any sign of Jun Wuxie. Since she is already aware that we are seeking to capture her, she would definitely be prepared. If any of you discover her, don't be too anxious to act but just tail her secretly and send someone to come inform me about it. I'll then go deal with the matter myself. Jiang Yunlong said as he discovered in surprise that Poison Ivy might be involved in this matter. If that turned out to be true, then the matter would no longer be something that he would be able to deal with himself. The man acknowledged his orders and retreated. Jiang Yunlong then immediately stood up and left as well. Inside an elegant little courtyard, Jiang Yunlong strode with long strides towards its study. The door into the study was tightly shut, and Jiang Yunlong walked up to the door. He composed himself before he raised a hand up and knocked upon the door. "Who is it?" A soft and effeminate voice sounded from inside the room. "Master, it's me, Jiang Yunlong. Come on in." Jiang Yunlong pushed the door open. In the study, a handsome man dressed in white clothes was seated behind the desk. The man did not look to be old, about 25 or 6 at the very most. His features exquisite with a pair of long and narrow almond-shaped eyes that were highly alluring. But his good looks were slightly effeminate, with a lack of a certain manliness that a man usually possessed. "Yunlong? Why have you come to seek me today?" The effeminate man seated behind the desk asked with his brows slightly raised. He was the spirit master, Wu Jiu, that was currently most trusted by the spirit lord. For anyone who had not seen Wu Jiu himself in person, it was feared that they would find it very hard to link this effeminate man together with the powerful, swift, and decisive Wu Jiu. But before Wu Jiu, Jiang Yunlong did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. He knelt down respectfully on the floor, and then related the series of events that had unfolded in the Tranquil Dreams forest to Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu's brows creased up slightly, his eyes tinted with malice. "Master, if Poison Ivy is really involved in this matter, I am afraid that our intention to capture the spiritual bear will be known by the beast spirits very soon. If the plant spirits and the beast spirits join forces, it will surely be disadvantageous to us," Jiang Yunlong said solemnly. Wu Jiu suddenly laughed out loud. That sounded filled with indescribable ridicule. "That motley bunch? Even if they joined forces, what kind of tricks can they come up with? With all that they are capable of, they would naturally not be a match for my master Yu. But now that the time needed for the construction of the 4th Serene Spirit Tower has been delayed, if we let them kick up another ruckus, it will just make it more difficult for us to capture the spiritual bear, which will also prolong the delay in the construction of the 4th Serene Spirit Tower." Jiang Yunlong reasoned. Wu Jiu narrowed his eyes, and the icy glint in those eyes sent chills up people's spines. Wu Jiu's gaze slowly fell onto the tabletop to look at the white parchment spread out upon the desk. He picked up a brush and then scribbled on the paper casually. "If the plant spirits and the beast spirits are to join forces, I would then like to see when are presented with the same kind of temptation, would they remain united." Wu Jiu drew his last stroke on the parchment, and suddenly raised his head, a cold smile curling up the ends of his mouth. "What master means is incite animosity between the plant spirits and beast spirits." Jiang Yunlong's eyes lit up slightly. Wu Jiu then shook the brush he held in his hand. "Incite? No need for that. They will get into a fight all by themselves." Jiang Yunlong did not fully understand it. Wu Jiu then said, "Get the builders to build up the 4th Serene Spirit Tower as quickly as possible. But the spiritual bear still has not yet been found." Jiang Yunlong replied, "Only to build it up, and not to immediately put it to use," Wu Jiu said with a smile that curled up his lips. Jiang Yunlong immediately understood what Wu Jiu meant. "Your disciple will act on it immediately." After Jiang Yunlong left, Wu Jiu leaned back in his chair and casually picked up a book that had no cover from the table to flip through indifferently. If Jun Wuxie was present, she would have been shocked to see the characters written within that book. Because all those characters were exactly the same as the spirit reinforcement runes that Jun Wuxie were familiar with, because her looks was known by Zhang Yunlong and all those other human spirits. Over the period of the few days she had been back, Jun Wuxie had never left the place, but had remained there in his room to continue to cultivate. At the same time, Xiao Chu and the other companions had gone out to check on things happening around. It was on a matter of a few days before they came back with news. I heard that the construction of the fourth Serene Spirit Tower had been sped up. Tell me that they couldn't have possibly caught Brownie, right? Xiao Chu said as he sat on a chair, his face twisted up with worry. Besides practicing their cultivation for the past few days, they had also followed Poppy's lead to go to the place that the fourth Serene Spirit Tower was at. They discovered that the construction that was initially slowed down had suddenly resumed its pace for some unknown reason. This caused Xiao Chu and the others to feel a little nervous about it, and Meng Yiliang had said it before. To build the fourth Serene Spirit Tower, they needed the spiritual bear as the foundation. Hence, after Brownie escaped, the construction of the fourth Serene Spirit Tower had suddenly slowed down. Now that its speed had resumed, did that mean that they had already found Brownie? Jun Wuxie looked at Xiao Chu and said, "Is there any more news regarding my arrest?" Because Jun Wuxie had escaped from the tranquil dream forest and had killed Meng Yiliang and his men, she had played Zhang Yunlong well and completely. Zhang Yunlong had been highly frustrated, and he had spread the information in the spirit world that Jun Wuxie was to be arrested. After all, compared to Nailan Shan, whom every human spirit was familiar with, it would be easier to capture a new spirit soul that no one knew, and no one would discover their real intentions. Xiao Chu was taken aback, and he scratched his head as he said, "They are still trying to catch you. Now, in any place where people gather, there will be a portrait of you. It seems that that fella Zhang Yunlong is dead set on capturing you. They have not yet captured Brownie," Jun Wuxie said suddenly. Xiao Chu was even more confused. "How do you know they have not caught Brownie? Could the questions that Jun Wuxie asked earlier be linked to Brownie in any way?" Xiao Chu's face was one of shock. Rong Rua, standing on one side, laughed as she went on to patiently explain. What little Xie meant was that the reason that Zhang Yunlong wanted to capture her was merely because he wanted to locate Nailan Shan, and to then find out Brownie's location from Nailan Shan. If they had already caught Brownie, why would they still expend so much of their strength to capture little Xie? Could it possibly be because they discovered little Xie had slaughtered that dumb bunch together with Meng Yiliang, and that is why they are doing this? Xiao Chu could roughly understand the gist of it, but there were still some parts he did not comprehend. Jun Wuxie shook her head. They had tried to be extremely secretive with their attempts to capture the spiritual bear all this while. If they have already caught Brownie, they would have immediately tried to avoid everyone's attention towards the entire matter and not continue to allow it to become bigger. Hence, if Brownie was in their hands now, they would not have sent so many spirits out on such a large scale to capture me, but would instead concentrate all their resources onto building the Serene Spirit Tower and only come settle scores with me after the construction of the fourth Serene Spirit Tower is completed. So that's how it is, Xiao Chu said as he rubbed his chin, finally understanding the situation entirely. It must be said that Jun Wuxie's mind really thought things through completely. "Tell me, what did you guys see at the fourth Serene Spirit Tower?" Jun Wuxie was filled with curiosity about the Serene Spirit Tower, and she was eager to resolve her own doubts in her heart through the Serene Spirit Tower. Fan Zhua then told Jun Wuxie about everything that they had all seen near to the Serene Spirit Tower. The fourth Serene Spirit Tower was built in a place where spirit bodies resided, and that was not an isolated case. Based on Nailan Shan's previous investigations, the third Serene Spirit Tower had been the same, where they had not picked places that were empty. No one knew what Wu Jiu was thinking, but he had just tyrannically taken the land that other spirit bodies were residing on. Because of the Serene Spirit Tower's construction, the spirits that originally lived there had no choice but to move away. It was a large-scale construction, and it had not been that long ago that the fourth Serene Spirit Tower's construction had started. So there were still many spirits who still had not completely moved, which made that place to be still rather chaotic. At the site of the fourth serene spirit tower, an area around it was closed off that did not allow anyone to get close, forcing Chao Chu and the companions to only be able to observe from a distance and not get close. With the speed of construction suddenly resumed, the construction team began to recruit workers from outside. Chao Chu and the others looked over the criteria for recruitment and found that they only needed to be human spirits with no other special requirements, which then brought them back here to come discuss it with Jun Wuxia about it. I was thinking, why don't we grab this chance to sneak ourselves in there? Chao Chu was a little excited and restless, as the mystery behind the Serene Spirit Tower filled him up with the desire to investigate deeper into it. Jun Wuxia nodded her head, thinking the exact same thing. But there is a problem now. What do we do with little Xie's looks? Fan Zhua asked as he looked at Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia was now a spirit and not in her flesh form. Hence those things she used to alter her looks in the past could not really be used now. And there was nothing like that among the things that Yi Jie had prepared for Jun Wuxia. In the spirit world where Jun Wuxia's portrait was stuck all over, if Jun Wuxia were to make an appearance with a face like hers, she would definitely be caught immediately before she could sneak herself in. That was a point that Jun Wuxia had thought of. In the cosmos sack that Yi Jie had prepared for her, it was filled with things that spirits were able to use, but there were no medicinal products in there. Moreover, she did not feel that medicinal compounds based on flesh and skin would be able to alter a spirit body's face. Little Xie. Suddenly, Jun Wuyao, who had been sitting at the side, suddenly opened his mouth. Jun Wuxia turned her head to look at Jun Wuyao. Seeing him beckoning at her, she then walked over to him. Jun Wuyao reached his hand out and lifted Jun Wuxia's chin. Looking at that exquisite little face, he said, "If you want to alter your looks, why would you need anything else? How about letting me help you?" Jun Wuxia's eyes then lit up. Seeing Jun Wuxia's reaction, Jun Wuyao knew that she liked the idea, and the corners of his mouth lifted up in an indulgent smile. Jun Wuyao lifted his other hand and he cradled Jun Wuxia's tiny face in both hands as he slowly leaned in close to finally plant a light kiss upon her forehead in between her brows. Chao Chu and the others standing at the side immediately averted their eyes. Such a public display of affections. Have they even considered the feelings of this group of hot-blooded youths here at the side? Jun Wuxia was calm as she accepted the kiss, like she was already used to it, but she still felt a surge of warmth spreading out from her forehead under Jun Wuyao's kiss. That warmth gradually passed over her cheeks, and a soft sound from her face reached her ears. Small tiny beads then fell onto the front of her chest. Jun Wuxia subconsciously lifted up her hand to feel her face, and under the touch of her fingertips, there seemed to be traces of cracks, where tiny beads stick on the tips of her fingers. Jun Wuyao then pulled himself away slightly from Jun Wuxia, his gaze falling upon her face. Shocked daze showed in his eyes, his gaze frozen upon Jun Wuxia's countenance, seemingly unable to move his eyes away. What? It was the first time Jun Wuxia was seeing Jun Wuyao look at her with such eyes, unfathomably deep and tinged with a sliver of sorrow. Jun Wuyao snapped back to his senses in a sudden flash, the pain that tugged at his heart continuing to swirl. It had hit him so suddenly for no reason, and he did not even know why he would feel like this. It's nothing. Now, will little Xie see if this will do? Jun Wuyao's slender finger waved slightly, and a bronze mirror materialized in his hand. Jun Wuxia took the bronze mirror and lowered her eyes to look at her reflection. It was just one look, but it made Jun Wuxia freeze, utterly shocked. The young lady in the mirror had an exquisite countenance. Compared to Jun Wuxia's looks, it was actually in no way inferior in the slightest, but tinged with an additional cheerless iciness, like the proud moon that hung high up in the night sky, gracefully cold. Jun Wuxia stared blankly at the face in the mirror. That was a face she was so familiar with, but so strange at the same time. That face belonged to Wuxia, the one who was from the 24th century, the reclusive and largely isolated young lady who buried her head in her lab. Jun Wuxia's past life. Jun Wuxia had never thought that the day would come where she would see herself like this once again. Those eyes and brows that were so familiar, but the subtle expression upon that face so foreign and unfamiliar. Such a calm expression at such great ease had never belonged to this face. Reborn into another world, Jun Wuxie had come to learn of happiness, anger, sorrow and joy, possessing myriad human emotions, causing that cold and emotionless face to already undergo change unconsciously. It was her, but also not her as well. How did Jun Wu-Yao change her looks to become the way she was in her past life? Jun Wuxie did not know the reason, but she was completely entranced as she looked at her past self. And Jun Wuxie failed to notice that Jun Wu-Yao, standing right in front her, was staring at her face with eyes filled with what almost bordered on sorrow. That face pricked Jun Wu-Yao's heart like a thorn, causing him so much pain he was finding it hard to breathe. The agony that had come so suddenly, Jun Wu-Yao had never experienced it before, feeling like the most important thing in the world to him had been snatched away. He could not help but reach his hand out to wrap Jun Wuxie in an embrace, his arms tightening bit by bit, gripped by a sense of panic and unease, seemingly as if he was afraid she would just disappear in the next second. Jun Wuxie found herself suddenly wrapped within Jun Wu-Yao's embrace, with an amount of strength he had never used on her before, like he wished for nothing more than to be able to meld her into his bones. Wu-Yao? Jun Wuxie asked in puzzlement. She could feel the trace of an unusual aura emanating from Jun Wu-Yao. Jun Wu-Yao did not say a word, but just hugged Jun Wuxie tightly in his arms, like he had just found back the most precious treasure he had lost. He did not know what was wrong with him, the abject emptiness and utter despair feeling like his heart had been dug bare, causing him to be unable to control his own emotions. His arms slowly tightened bit by bit, like her would never ever let go. Jun Wu-Yao's strength was terrifyingly great, causing Jun Wuxie to feel an intense pain. Her brows knitted tightly together, but she was a little reluctant to push him away. "Don't leave me again." A low raspy voice came out from Jun Wu-Yao's mouth. Jun Wuxie was taken aback. "I am not going to leave you." Jun Wuxie's clear voice reached Jun Wu-Yao's ears, that struck like sudden thunder, shocking him awake from his daze. He suddenly raised up his head, his eyes tinged with surprise as he saw Jun Wuxie's tightly creased brows. He immediately realized that he had lost control of himself and he quickly released his grip. "What happened to you?" Jun Wuxie did not care about the pain she was feeling, but was instead looking worriedly at Jun Wu-Yao, thinking Jun Wu-Yao was acting rather abnormally. "I'm fine." Jun Wu-Yao shook his head, the feeling of panic in his heart unfamiliar to him, which was something he was unaccustomed to. Hearing Jun Wuxie and Jun Wu-Yao speak, Xiao Chu and the companions then turned their heads, to suddenly see Jun Wuxie's new looks. All of their faces then looked like they had just discovered a new continent. Isn't Big Brother Wu-Yao's thoughts too obvious here? Even though he has changed Little Xie's looks completely, he has still changed it to a standard of such flawless beauty. That's just... Xiao Chu said as he rubbed at his chin. Needless to say, the looks that Jun Wu-Yao had conjured up was really great looking, not inferior to Jun Wuxie's original looks in the slightest, each with their own strengths, neither one conceding to each other. That's called great taste. With Big Brother Wu-Yao's great taste, how could he possibly do anything that would diminish Little Xie's beauty? Fei Yan said, highly earnestly, like it was a matter of great seriousness. It was clear that Jun Wuxie's little companions greatly admired Jun Wuxie's new looks, and every single one of them were not stingy with their compliments. Jun Wuxie was helpless against Xiao Chu and the entire bunch of them. If she could, she really wanted to tell them that this set of looks was really originally her, but she just couldn't fathom how Jun Wu-Yao had changed her to look exactly the same like this. Was it all just a coincidence, or what? Jun Wu-Yao silently looked at Jun Wuxie, who was talking with Xiao Chu and the rest of the companions, and his good-looking brows creased up without a sound. He had reassured Jun Wuxie he was fine, but only he himself knew very clearly that for that very instant earlier, he had completely lost control of his emotions and actions. "Don't leave me again." That had not been said by him at all. Jun Wu-Yao's eyes narrowed slightly as he lowered his head to look down at his chest, his hand rising up to clutch at the front of his clothes over his heart. No matter what that was, he disliked that feeling extremely. Jun Wuxie, who was talking with Xiao Chu and the rest of the gang, then seemed to notice Jun Wu-Yao's gaze. She turned her head around to find Jun Wuyao's brows deeply furrowed, his eyes seemingly tinged with a trace of agony. Jun Wuxie then turned herself around and went walking towards Jun Wuyao. Jun Wuyao saw Jun Wuxie approaching, and he immediately pushed down the strange feeling in his heart. "I like it very much," Jun Wuxie said as she looked at Jun Wuyao. These looks were something she had not seen for a long time, although she was shocked to see it again. But it made her recall everything about her past life, things she had not paid any notice to, which had remained buried deep in her heart, not forgotten. Jun Wuyao knew what Jun Wuxie was referring to. He smiled slightly, and was just about to open his mouth to speak. But Jun Wuxie had suddenly pushed herself up on tiptoes. Her arms curled around Jun Wuyao's neck as she pulled his head down. Her little mouth that was faintly tinged with a smile then just covered over Jun Wuyao's lips without any warning. Jun Wuyao was completely shocked as he stood frozen in place, every molecule in his body screaming at him to pull her into his embrace. But this time, Jun Wuyao was able to control his impulse. Having just recovered just a few moments ago, Xiao Chu turned his eyes and was immediately greeted by such a crazy and heartless display of affection, where it almost caused him to vomit out blood, tormented both in his heart and mind. He clutched at his chest and leaned heavily on Hua Yao's shoulder to say painfully, "Little Xie has changed. She's really changed. She is no longer the same girl I knew in the past. What a pure and innocent budding little girl she was then. Now, she is actually taking the initiative to force a kiss upon Jun Wuyao. Society in this entire world is crumbling." Hua Yao turned to glance at Xiao Chu. "You're envious?" Hua Yao asked with an eyebrow raised. Xiao Chu glared at him and replied, "What is there for me to be envious about? Don't I still have brother Hua here?" Ow! Xiao Chu had not even finished what he wanted to say when Hua Yao's leg lashed out with a kick that sent Xiao Chu tumbling away. Fei Yan was heartlessly laughing hysterically at the side. Like seeing Xiao Chu being bashed up gave him the greatest sense of delight. Jun Wuxie held the kiss for a while before she pulled herself away slightly. Looking at the slightly flushed-faced Jun Wuyao, she could not help herself as she poked at Jun Wuyao's cheek with a finger. "Feeling better now?" Jun Wuyao looked at Jun Wuxie's stern expression and suddenly felt like crying and laughing at the same time. He reached a hand out to pinch Jun Wuxie on the chin and said with a laugh, "A little better, but still not enough. Why not you kiss me again?" Jun Wuxie blinked her eyes. Xiao Chu standing at the side was going to go mad. He felt that if he were to stay there any longer, he would get a sty in his eye, and hence he went running outside mournfully. Hua Yao and the others then self-consciously retreated out from the room, leaving the space for Jun Wuxie and Jun Wuyao alone. "Is it because having my face changed makes it fresher for you?" Jun Wuxie asked Jun Wuyao with a serious look on her face. Even if she had not eaten pork before, she would have seen a pig run. Back in the organization in her past life, among the topics of conversation those men in there occasionally discussed about would be the constant changing of girlfriends. Jun Wuyao's brows furrowed, and then suddenly came right beside Jun Wuxie's face, where he lightly bit Jun Wuxie's cheek. It wasn't painful, but it felt as if there was an element of punishment in that. The flesh shell is in the end still transient. What I care about is you. Needless to mention that Jun Wuxie had changed to be so attractive. Back when Jun Wuxie had disguised herself as a plain and unimpressive youth, Jun Wuyao had still kissed her when he wanted to. Jun Wuxie was coaxed to laugh lightly aloud. Jun Wuxie's laugh immediately caused the stifling repressive feeling in Jun Wuyao's heart to disappear without a trace, as if he only needed to see her smile and nothing in the world would be able to frustrate and worry him. Carrying the looks she had in her previous life, Jun Wuxie no longer had to worry that she would be captured with all the portraits of her that were everywhere. And she had asked Jun Wuyao, who told her that the alteration of her looks could be extended indefinitely. As long as Jun Wuxie wished, Jun Wuyao would be able to let her spirit remain in that state. With everything prepared and only lacking the east wind, Jun Wuxie had discussed it with Xiao Chu and the others, where they agreed that they would go to the 4th Serene Spirit Tower the next day to sign themselves up to part of the construction team. In the areas surrounding the 4th Serene Spirit Tower, There were still some spirits residing there who had not yet moved away, where beast spirits number the greatest. Because the Serene Spirit Tower was urgently in need of recruiting human spirits, quite a number of human spirits were also moving about in the vicinity of the fourth Serene Spirit Tower. The man who was in charge of recruitment was carrying a book in his hand as he stood at the outer perimeter. Before him were long snaking lines, all of them human spirits here to be interviewed. The reason so many human spirits had come forward was because Wu Jiu had promised one condition: that all human spirits who participated in the construction of the Serene Spirit Tower would enjoy priority access into the tower to cultivate after the Serene Spirit Tower's construction was completed. Because of the addictive allure to the Serene Spirit Tower, it drew many human spirits to come rushing forward for conscription. The number was so immense that all the avenues leading towards the outside of the Serene Spirit Tower were filled to almost overflowing. When Jun Wuxie and the companions reached the outside of the Serene Spirit Tower, they did not immediately rush over to register for conscription. Rong Ruo quietly released the Hell Butterfly, sending it out to search and locate Nailan Shan. Just before Nailan Shan left, he had told Jun Wuxie that he would put 3 wooden chairs outside the house he would be hiding in, and that one of them would only have 3 legs. The Hell Butterfly came to know the location very soon, and it relayed the information to Rong Ruo. After Rong Ruo ascertained the direction, she immediately led Jun Wuxie and the others there. It was a highly inconspicuous little hut, and a ball of orange spirit fire was lit upon its roof. Rong Ruo walked over to the front of the door and rapped upon in rhythmically and in sequence, a code that they had agreed upon with Nailan Shan before as well. After a few moments, the door was slowly opened a crack, and a large furry head peeked through the tiny gap to look at Jun Wuxie and her companions standing outside. Seemingly finding that it looked to be safe, it then opened the door fully. Behind the door was the cheetah that was currently nursing its wounds, and after it pulled the door open with its paws, it retreated back a few steps. Jun Wuxie and the companions then quickly walked inside. No matter how small the houses in the spirit world looked from the outside, the wide expanse of space after one walked inside was not something normal people were able to imagine. In the house, Nailan Shan was seated behind his desk, conscientiously flipping through the books that lay open on the desk. Brownie was seated upon a carpet at the side, and it was not known from where it found a ball made of cane, as it toyed with the ball with its thick and heavy paws. The other 3 beast spirits besides the cheetah were just lying quietly at the side as they rested. Hearing that someone had entered, Nailan Shan immediately raised up his head. As his gaze passed over Rong Ruo and the other familiar figures, his eyes finally rested upon the figure of Jun Wuxie. His eyes were tinged with a trace of surprise, as he did not seem to remember having seen this young lady before. "It's me," Jun Wuxie opened her mouth to say. Hearing the familiar voice, Nailan Shan immediately breathed out in relief. He knew better than to go ask Jun Wuxie how she had managed to change her looks, but instead went on to say warmly, "Quickly take a seat first. How is the situation out there recently?" Ever since that day that Nailan Shan had brought Brownie away in escape, they had found this little hut and had been hiding in here. To avoid being discovered by Zhang Yunlong, he had not once stepped out through the door throughout the entire period. Not to mention just Nailan Shan, but even the cheetah and the other beast spirits had not dared to step outside as well, as they had shown their faces before Zhang Yunlong before. The situation has not yet become that bad, but Wu Jiu and Zhang Yunlong have really been just too much. When they could not find you, they then sought to capture little Xie to interrogate her. Because of that, little Xie had no choice but to change her looks. Those 2 fellas are just abominable. Chao Chu immediately vented his grouses without holding back. When he heard that Zhang Yunlong wanted to capture Jun Wuxie, Nailan Shan's eyes flashed with a sliver of surprise. He stared in shock at Jun Wuxie, his eyes seemingly apologetic. "I'm sorry. I have dragged you into this." Gurgle. Brownie, who had been focused on playing with its toy, seemed to understand what Chao Chu and Nailan Shan were saying, and it shifted its enormously rounded behind to come right next to Jun Wuxie, as it raised up a furry paw to paw at Jun Wuxie's calf. Jun Wuxie rubbed Brownie's large furry head and said in a calm voice, "There's nothing to be sorry about. Even if it's not because of you, I will still end up coming against them sooner or later." Nailan Shan sighed. Even though Jun Wuxie had said that, he still felt rather bad about it. There's no need to continue to harp on all this. The construction of the fourth Serene Spirit Tower has suddenly sped up recently. Have you ever encountered such a situation before? Jun Wuxie said, revealing the main purpose she had come to find Nalan Shan. Nalan Shan's face turned to one of shock and he quickly shook his head to say, never before. The construction of the 3 Serene Spirit Towers before was done without any interruption from beginning till end. Only for this 4th Serene Spirit Tower had the construction slowed down midway, and it was caused Brownie's escape. Jun Wuxie then said, I suspect that Wu Jiu has something up his sleeve. Who do you mean? If building the 4th Serene Spirit Tower did not require the spiritual bear, then why had he suddenly slowed down the construction of the 4th Serene Spirit Tower after the spiritual bear went missing? He has suddenly sped it up now, but Brownie has not been caught by them. There must be some other reason behind this that gives him no choice but to speed it up. Jun Wuxie opened her mouth to say. This was a problem she had been thinking about for quite a while, but as she was not all that familiar with the spirit world, Jun Wuxie had been stuck in many instances when she needed to make her deductions accurately. In that case, Nalan Shan fell deep in thought as well. From what he understood of Wu Jiu was definitely not a person that would change his original plans for no good reason. But as for what Wu Jiu's intentions were now, he was not able to judge accurately immediately. We came here this time, on one hand, is to look at how all of you are doing, and secondly, we are thinking of going into the 4th Serene Spirit Tower to see what the situation is inside. Now that the Serene Spirit Tower is in such a sudden need for manpower, it provides us with a good chance to investigate. Jun Wuxie said. Nalan Shan was a little worried. But when he saw how determined Jun Wuxie was, he felt that there was nothing much he could say, but to remind Jun Wuxie that she must act with utmost caution, to never stay in there for too long, and that she must immediately leave the moment she finds the situation taking a bad turn. As the 4th Serene Spirit Tower's construction need to be sped up, that requirement needed a large increase in the number of human spirits. Jun Wuxie and the others took barely any effort before they all passed the entry requirements, to quickly go into the 4th Serene Spirit Tower's construction site. As they started to work, Jun Wuxie and the companions, together with a bunch of human spirits who had just joined, were led by a man. They were allocated to a place where it was filled with bricks. Judging from the size of those bricks, it could be seen that the Serene Spirit Tower would be built with these bricks. But compared to the bricks used in the other Serene Spirit Towers, the surface of these bricks were smooth and neat, where it was clear that they did not have any runes carved into them yet. What all of you need to do is to follow these symbols here, and carve them into these stone bricks one by one, and then place them aside according to sequence. The man in charge said, giving the newcomers their orders. Building up the Serene Spirit Tower itself would not require too many human spirits, but as every single brick required a corresponding rune to be carved into them, it required a lot of time. The runes needed to be carved into the bricks by hand and could not be substituted by bricks that were made with the power of the spirit. The tools for the carving was all, and everyone was given one. The shape of the rune that they were to carve was then distributed to all the human spirits there. The instant that Jun Wuxie was given the all, she had immediately detected there was something slightly abnormal about it. She could sense a faint trace of some power of the spirit within the small all, and the kind of power of the spirit was not steady and stable like it should feel after an item had been created, but felt to be rather lively. After the man in charge relayed his instructions, he then left. Everyone else each picked up a brick, and sat down on the ground to begin carving slowly the rune they had been allocated. Jun Wuxie secretly took note and remembered all the runes distributed, and as every brick had its corresponding sequence, she committed the sequence to memory as well. The process involved in the construction of the Serene Spirit Tower was dull and dry, and Jun Wuxie carved out a total of 30 whole bricks. These blocks of stone were then stacked up onto the Serene Spirit Tower in sequence, carefully placed neatly bit by bit. And after witnessing with her own eyes the construction of the Serene Spirit Tower, Jun Wuxie finally understood why she had not been able to decipher what was going on with the runes on the inside and outside of the Serene Spirit Tower. Because a brick had a total of 6 sides, and when Jun Wuxie had stood inside the completed Serene Spirit Tower before, she had only been able to see 2 sides, with its 4 other sides completely covered by other bricks. All 6 sides of the bricks were carved with runes, and the runes that had been hidden from sight had coincidentally made Jun Wuxie felt them to be strange. As the busy day wore on, the bricks accumulated when seen from the outside of the Serene Spirit Tower was starting to look rather impressive, and the human spirits responsible for the various stations took turns to rest. Xiao Chu and the others took the opportunity when it was their turn to rest to come find Jun Wuxie, asking her if she had discovered anything. But Jun Wuxie merely told them that she was still not certain. That round of infiltration had them going there for a whole fortnight. And in that half-month, the immense number of human spirits finally completed carving all the bricks required for the construction of the Serene Spirit Tower. The Serene Spirit Tower was almost near to completion, and the human spirits who had been recruited left after they collected a bronze badge. With that bronze badge, they would gain priority to enter the Serene Spirit Tower to practice cultivation in the future. In that 2 weeks, Zhang Yunlong had not given up on capturing Jun Wuxie, but it had still yielded him no result. After they departed from the 4th Serene Spirit Tower, Jun Wuxie and her companions immediately returned back to the houses they were residing in, and throughout that period, Jun Wuxie did not step out through her door, but had instead locked herself inside, to repeatedly write out all the runes she had committed to memory, using different sequences to conduct her deductions, deciphering the real meaning behind those runes. Xiao Chu and the others did not dare to go disturb Jun Wuxie during that period, but just hid in their own houses to continue with their cultivation. Jun Wuxie constantly attempted to unravel the meaning behind all these foreign-looking runes. She tested them time after time, and discovered quite a number of them was actually similar to her spirit reinforcement. But most of the rune combinations did not have any effects manifest, and some spells that did not show any peculiarities instead held another kind of power within. Power that lay hidden within the spirit. Jun Wuxie researched into it incessantly again and again, while Jun Wuyao sat quietly on one side to watch her intently, like there were only the 2 of them in the worldwide world. I should have thought of this much earlier. I should have realized it. After writing out a lengthy bunch of spirit reinforcement runes, Jun Wuxie's eyes suddenly flared wide. At her feet, she had countless spirit reinforcement runes forming a circle around her. There was no wind in the room, but standing within the circle, Jun Wuxie's hair suddenly rose up in a flutter, her clothes seemingly billowing in the wind. She raised her head and looked at Jun Wuyao. Spirit reinforcement not only imbues additional abilities. Its true use was created specifically for spirit bodies. Jun Wuxie finally understood why most of the spirit reinforcement spells could only be used on spirits, as it was created just for spirits in the first place. No wonder that devil in her past life had been so obsessed with them. No wonder the Serene Spirit Tower was filled with such runes. When the runes were combined together, they brought about completely unexpected effects, and they were targeted right at spirit bodies. I understand the secret behind the Serene Spirit Tower now. Wu Zhou harbors evil intentions after all, as he seeks to destroy the entire spirit world. Having come to understand the use of the spirit reinforcement runes, Jun Wuxie was getting rather excited. And the more she understood, the more she came to realize that the Serene Spirit Tower was not a place that was provided for human spirits to cultivate in. It was just a great big slaughterhouse. Wu Yao, the spirit reinforcement runes in the Serene Spirit Tower, is actually an enormous spirit sacrificial array. It constantly uses its own power to elevate the cultivation of the people that come in, making them stronger, till they have been strengthened to a certain level, they would be transformed into power of the spirit, to feed that ball of spirit fire inside. Jun Wuxie said as she looked at Jun Wuyao. She had not thought that the truth would be so shocking. She had initially arranged the spirit reinforcement runes based on those in the Serene Spirit Tower and had felt the same feeling that she had felt back in the Serene Spirit Tower before. The power of the spirit had surged into her body uncontrollably, but she had known that was a sign of danger. But when she reversed the sequence of the spirit reinforcement runes, what she then got was the true and proper way to elevate one's power of the spirit. The 4 Serene Spirit Towers were, essentially speaking, 4 enormous slaughterhouses. It constantly induced the human spirits who came inside to grow in strength, till they were powerful enough to be absorbed by the spirit fire on the 12th level. Having understood the sequence of spirit reinforcement runes, and combined with Nalan Shan's investigations, the truth then floated up to the surface. Sacrificial. Jun Wu Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. When that word fell in his ears, his eyes had unconsciously turned purple. Intense emotions then roiled within his eyes, and he forcibly suppressed the surge rising inside, to continue to listen to what Jun Wuxie had to say. That's right. Sacrificial. The real purpose of this combination of spirit reinforcement runes is sacrifice. It sacrifices spirits that grow to become powerful enough to provide more power to the spirit fire. Jun Wuxie said, drawing in a deep breath. No wonder Wu Jiu had never been willing to cultivate in the Serene Spirit Towers. He must have known the truth behind the Serene Spirit Towers, and that was why. All spirits that went inside would be affected by the spirit reinforcement runes from the first time they stepped in there, and even after they have left, that effect would not be severed. Like Little Black's current condition, their power of the spirit would be unknowingly absorbed. No matter how far they went away, they would not be able to cut off that link, and the only way to completely eradicate those effects would be to destroy the spirit reinforcement runes in the Serene Spirit Tower. Having unraveled the Serene Spirit Tower's secret, Jun Wuxie had however fallen deep into another big question. Based on this arrangement of the spirit reinforcement runes, the power of the spirit that was absorbed by the ball of spirit fire would not be able to be withdrawn. Even Wu Jiu would not be able to hoard the power of the spirit for his own use. So why was he doing this? He had racked his brains to build the Serene Spirit Towers and had even abandoned his own disciples. What could his motives really be? No matter what he is thinking of doing, it will not be anything good, Jun Wu Yao said with his eyes narrowed. Jun Wuxie nodded her head. Now that she knew the real truth, then the only way to save Little Black would be to completely destroy the spirit reinforcement runes in the first Serene Spirit Tower completely. Otherwise, even if Jun Wuxie and her companions had already left the spirit world, the Little Black Cat would still not recover from its condition. I need to go to the first Serene Spirit Tower once more, Jun Wuxie said. You're sure? Jun Wu Yao asked as he looked at Jun Wuxie with an eyebrow raised. Jun Wuxie replied, only I am able to use spirit reinforcement, and only I will be able to reverse the spirit reinforcement array in there. After Jun Wuxie came to a decision, she immediately went to find Xiao Chu and the others, to tell them about the Serene Spirit Tower's secret. And during this period that Jun Wuxie was researching into the spirit reinforcement runes, the spirit world descended into a bout of chaos. With the construction of the fourth Serene Spirit Tower completed, it created quite a stir that rocked the spirit world. While the human spirits in the ever-present snaking queues outside the three other Serene Spirit Towers waited for their turns, Wu Jiu suddenly released out the news. The fourth Serene Spirit Tower would not just be enjoyed exclusively by human spirits, but could be handed over to the other spirit races to use as well. It must be known that the construction of the three Serene Spirit Tower from before had pushed the disadvantaged human spirits up to new peaks. Be it beast spirits, weapon spirits, or even the plant spirits, they were all looking at the human spirits with envy. For all living beings under the heavens, who didn't want to pursue stronger power? And in the spirit world, one's strength or weakness in the power of the spirit was the only standard that was able to provide for everything. And the fourth Serene Spirit Tower would now be made available for spirit races other than human. That piece of news immediately quaked through the entire spirit world. The animosity felt against the human spirit race by the other spirit races and their resistance towards the Serene Spirit Towers were mainly due to the fact that they could not use them, only allowing the human spirits to grow stronger. But now, with the completion of the fourth Serene Spirit Tower, it changed the entire situation completely. But complete authority over the fourth Serene Spirit Tower was still held by the human spirits race alone. At that moment, a clash fighting over the rights of attribution for the fourth Serene Spirit Tower immediately kicked up an immense storm that swept over the entire spirit world. Although the human spirits were displeased that the newly constructed Serene Spirit Tower would not be kept exclusively for their own use, but when they thought that they already had three Serene Spirit Towers, they did not protest against Wu Jiu's decision too much in order to not create too much strife. Hence, an immense amount of conflict and dissent quickly rose up between the plant spirits, the weapon spirits, and the beast spirits. Among the Rocky Mountain range with its jagged peaks, countless beast spirits were gathered outside the flame dragon's cave. They came in large groups and gathered together there, incessant bestial roars rising up towards the clouds, all their protests exceptionally unified in one direction, only about the fourth serene spirit tower. The flame dragon stood outside its cave, its deep dragon eyes looking at its fellow beast spirits voicing their protest continuously. Lord Flame Dragon, since Wu Jiu has already agreed to yield out the fourth serene spirit tower, isn't it the best time for us, the beast spirits, to rise? Even those weak and helpless human spirits were able to gain so much progress in the serene spirit tower. If we are to go in there, we will become more powerful than them. A black bear with a feisty temper stood with its enormous body erect and let out a roar, its voice filled with an insuppressible excitement. They yearned to become stronger. The existence of the previous 3 serene spirit towers had already proven how useful they were. They had enabled the far inferior human spirits to gradually catch up to them, and in their envy, the beast spirits had also grown somewhat nervous. The beast spirits were after all the greatest in number in the spirit world, and before the serene spirit towers were built, the human spirits could not even be compared to them in the slightest. But after the 3 serene spirit towers were built in quick succession, the human spirits were showing signs of overtaking them. But among all the excited voices also rose up in skepticism. Wu Jiu has always been crafty, shielding the human spirits. When the 3 serene spirit towers were built before, it wasn't as if we had not made requests just like this, but we had always been rejected. But now, he is suddenly giving up the 4th serene spirit tower. Could things really be just so simple? A large python coiled up upon a rock said with a hiss, spitting its red forked tongue. That's right. There must be something in the serene spirit tower that's harmful to non-human spirits. Who knows what kind of intentions Wu Jiu is hiding? Another beast spirit piped in. That was the case for the 3 serene spirit towers from before. Didn't Wu Jiu already remind all the other spirit races to not unilaterally go close to the serene spirit tower from a long time ago? He had not been completely vicious, as he had at least told us of the danger then. Isn't that right? Obsessed with gaining strength, the black bear continued to persist. I heard that Wu Jiu had said that regardless of which spirit race the 4th serene spirit tower goes to, he would be able to modify it to make it suitable place for that race to cultivate. It would then no longer cause us any harm, wouldn't it? Just because he says it and you believe? The entire canyon was filled with voices raised in heated debate, and the beast spirits who wanted to gain more power argued vehemently with the more conservative faction. All those stinging loud roars reached the flame dragon's ears, which caused a sliver of impatience to gradually show in its eyes. The flame dragon naturally knew of the advantages of Serene Spirit Tower, but the kind of harm that the Serene Spirit Tower inflicted upon non-human spirits made many others fear it. All right, all of you shut up. In regards to this matter, I will invite the Spirit Master Wu Jiu, together with the leaders of the plant spirits and the weapon spirits, to meet for a discussion. All this incessant quarreling among all of you here is uncalled for. The flame dragon stood up straight, its booming voice reaching the ears of every single beast spirit there. With both its gigantic body and immense power, they posed to be a fine weapon against any dissent. Under the flame dragon's booming roar, the entire canyon fell silent in that instant. All the beast spirits immediately clamped their mouths shut nervously, not daring to say another word. The same thing also happened at the place where the weapon spirits gathered. The thing that was different from the beast spirit side was that the intelligence of the weapon spirits had not fully developed. Though weapon spirits had lived through hundreds and thousands of years in the world, unless they possessed sufficient spiritual consciousness, they would still not be able to come into the spirit world after they were destroyed. And for the entire period before they came into the spirit world, they would only merely be weapons with spiritual consciousness, but not yet capable of independent thought. Only the reactions of plant spirits were slightly calmer. The plant spirits number the least in the spirit world, and the personalities of plant spirits were all eccentric, who preferred quiet solace, seldom gathering together in a group. Hence, when the issue regarding the rights of attribution of the fourth Serene Spirit Tower came about, the reaction from the plant spirits was slightly smaller, but were relatively similar to that of the other spirit races. Because plant spirits number the least and they were unable to stand against the other spirit races through numbers, they focused a lot more on individual strength. Hence, the desire for the fourth serene spirit tower was stronger. Only about 10 days had passed and the originally quiet and tranquil spirit world suddenly became rather different. Between the various spirit races, things had actually been largely harmonious and seldom were instances of conflict seen in the streets downtown. But not long after the news about the fourth serene spirit tower came out, numerous arguments occurred and even fists were raised in disgusting fights and scuffles throughout the spirit world. The various spirit races who originally only went against the human spirits unanimously were now opposing each other everywhere, fighting to win for themselves the right to use the fourth serene spirit tower, with conflicts between the different spirit races continuing to rise. From initially rejecting the human spirits to become on friendly terms now, it had only taken a blink. All the spirits yearned for their own spirit race to win the right to use the fourth serene spirit tower, in order for them to gain the chance to grow stronger. The struggle and conflict gradually turned white-hot, with chaos growing, with more and more spirits getting into physical fights. Throughout the constant fighting, it was inevitable that some spirits would lose their heads, and instances where injuries were so severe that deaths occurred began to happen. The conflicts that had started barely just for 2 days grew more and more complicated. In that period, the Flame Dragon had already extended an invitation to Wujio, and similarly invited the leaders of the plant spirits and weapon spirits to come together and discuss about the fourth serene spirit tower. Wujio dragged his feet on it for a few days before he finally agreed to meet. At the moment that the conflict between the three big spirit races had reached its peak, he accepted the Flame Dragon's invitation and brought only Zhang Yunlong with him to go to where the Flame Dragon resided. Among the mountainous peaks and within the rocky canyon, the caves of beast spirits were everywhere. A scattering of several beast spirits walked past by the mountain stream, and at the moment they saw Wujio and Zhang Yunlong, their faces lit up with traces of joy and not with animosity and enmity like in the past. They could not help but start to guess whether Wujio's presence here could mean that the fourth serene spirit tower was going to be handed over to the beast spirits. Zhang Yunlong followed at Wujio's side as he looked at the group of beast spirits. They were passing right by their shoulders, and his eyes flashed with a moment of mirth. He then said softly right by Wujio's side, "Master's plan has succeeded as expected. The plant spirits, beast spirits, and weapon spirits are locked in endless conflict, and your disciple even heard that 2 weapon spirits were attacked till their spirits scattered, and it is feared that the weapon spirits are now highly displeased with the beast spirits. But there hasn't been much of a reaction from the plant spirits, and Poison Ivy has not even shown himself. With just 1 serene spirit tower, they had successfully diverted away the enmity that had originally fallen upon the human spirits and thrown the harmonious 3 great spirit races into chaos. It would naturally have to succeed, even if the Flame Dragon and the other leaders were to smell a rat. But before the irresistible allure of mighty power, how many spirits could resist that kind of temptation? Even if they are not willing to accept that fact, they would have no choice but to accept the opinions of their race. Wujio's effeminate face was tinged with a malicious smile. Ever since he had released the news of the fourth serene spirit tower, things had remained highly stable for him, and he had just sat back to watch the great show unfolding. Zhang Yunlong then sneered. How could all those fellas be a match for Master at all? It had only taken a simple ploy from Master, and it has already caused them to start strangling each other. Now, they have already had blood spilled and heads broken over the serene spirit tower, and even if they wanted to stop, they wouldn't be able to anymore. Wujio snickered, but his face did not show the slightest bit of glee on the surface. But, Master, with the 3 great spirit races going at each other's throats now, isn't it still a little too early for you to accept the Flame Dragon's invitation to come? Why not wait till their fighting gets them more desperate first? It still wouldn't be too late for you to step up at that time. Zhang Yunlong said, the thought in his head highly vicious. Though the plant spirits were least in numbers, but among the 4 spirit races, they were strongest in terms of individual might. The beast spirits were most numerous while the weapon spirits were most connected and cohesive, their steel bodies incomparably tough. But for the human spirits, in all these aspects, they could not compare to the other spirit races. But with the appearance of the Serene Spirit Tower, it had allowed the human spirits who had been oppressed by the other 3 spirit races to gradually rise, to the extent that they had already shaping up to emerge above the 3 great races. If they were able to make good use of this opportunity presented to them by the fourth Serene Spirit Tower and let it cause the three great spirit races to lose more of their numbers, it would naturally be a good thing to the human spirits. As Wu Jiu's first disciple, Zhang Yunlong was naturally highly valued by Wu Jiu, enjoying the status of reigning above all and subservient only to one among the human spirits. With the growing might of human spirits, it also meant that the power and authority Zhang Yunlong enjoyed would grow as well. So how could he not look forward to that? Wu Jiu threw Zhang Yunlong a glance. How could he not understand what Zhang Yunlong was thinking? Wu Jiu's eyes flashed with a sneering glint. Zhang Yunlong's high ambition was clear to him, but Wu Jiu did not show it in the slightest but to merely say nonchalantly, "Flame Dragon, Poison Ivy, and Soul Slayer are not morons. Although fights among the three great spirit races are happening frequently, but they are still within a controllable scale and is merely something they are concerned about. Not to mention the harm that the Serene Spirit Tower could bring to non-human spirits. Just my decision to assign the fourth Serene Spirit Tower to one spirit race would already have caused the three of them to be on their guard. Even if I do not agree to come, and let all of them continue to fight, it still wouldn't create all that big of a stir, and that is not what I want to see." The corners of Wu Jiu's mouth curled up into a sneer, as he looked at the beast spirits passing at the sides. In the past, these beast spirits would be glaring balefully at him when they met, but today, he had instead seen traces of servility in their eyes. That change caused the mirth in Wu Jiu's eyes to deepen. This was the result he was seeking. He did not believe that any spirit could be absolutely pure in this world, who did not long for any power, and did not yearn to possess any authority. They had all been so at peace only because they had not been presented with an opportunity before their eyes. If they were given a better choice, it would then elicit the dark side buried deep within one's soul. Zhang Yunlong was slightly startled, as he came to understand what Wu Jiu's intentions were, and his eyes widened as he stared. "Master is indeed one of surpassing intelligence. Your disciple has been too narrow-sighted." Wu Jiu gave a dismissive wave of his hand towards Zhang Yunlong's compliment. He was not flattered. After Wu Jiu and Zhang Yunlong walked for a while, they finally came to the front of Flame Dragon's cave, and right outside the cave there were two figures already there. The cold and enchanting Poison Ivy was languishing upon a chair formed with vines when he suddenly saw Wu Jiu appear. There wasn't the slightest bit of surprise in his eyes, but rather an appraising look in them as his emotionless eyes swept over the figure of Wu Jiu. Standing right opposite Poison Ivy, a large black sword towered at the side, the large sword jet black throughout, but glowing with a cold metallic sheen. Upon the great blade, there was a faintly discernible dragon motif, its hilt a depiction of a black dragon, its eyes two embedded red rubies, the contrast of the blood-red stones against the black making it look more majestic. Soul Slayer, the leader of all the weapon spirits. According to rumors, before the Soul Slayer was destroyed, it was once the supreme divine artifact, possessing the power to slay a soul completely. Even when it came to the spirit world, it still reigned supreme among the weapon spirits, with none of the spirits daring to antagonize the Soul Slayer in the slightest. Even though it had become a spirit body, the blade of the Soul Slayer was still able to make any spirit disperse and scatter in an instant, and it could very well be said that the Soul Slayer was the very nemesis against spirits. And because the Soul Slayer sat at the top, the weapon spirits had shone brilliantly for a time. The metallic humming resonance sounded out from the Soul Slayer, the pair of blood-red rubies glinting with a scintillating luster, like a pair of eyes that surveyed everything around it. Accompanying that humming resonance, the ground beneath Wu Jiu and Zhang Yunlong rumbled as the gigantic flame dragon came walking slowly out from its cave, its immense body seemingly that of an absolute ruler, reigning supreme over all, majestic and resplendent. "Everyone's here," the flame dragon said as it came out of its cave, its immense size allowing it to look down from height at the guests it had invited. Zhang Yunlong stood behind Wu Jiu, his heart secretly filled with terror as he looked at the leaders of the three great spirit races before his eyes, the aura emanating from their bodies not something he could readily withstand. "Flame Dragon, exactly for what have you invited all of us here?" A strange voice sounded out from the Soul Slayer. The voice was neither male nor female, a sound that was a metallic resonance with every word spat out, the voice seemingly passing through the ears and straight into the brain. I have naturally invited thee here regarding the matter of the fourth serene spirit tower. The flame dragon's deep booming voice rang out suddenly. It then turned its head slightly to look at Wu Jiu standing at the front and paused a moment before it said, because, recently, with the construction of the fourth serene spirit tower being completed, it was accompanied by news that it would be handed out. I am of the thought that as the possessor of the serene spirit tower, Wu Jiu isn't an explanation due to all of us here. Flame Dragon went straight to the point to voice out his doubt. In the recent period, quite a number of incidents had sprung up among the beast spirits. Although Flame Dragon had quickly suppressed them, it was not able to prevent all of those incidents from happening. As long as the right to possess the fourth serene spirit tower was not certain, then such situations would only continue to worsen by the day. Flame Dragon's question was coincidentally what Soul Slayer had wanted to ask, and the pair of blood-red rubies seemed to be looking at Wu Jiu. Only Poison Ivy merely swept a fleeting glance over Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu gave a faint smile, the smile blossoming on that good-looking and effeminate face. There was an unspeakable allure that, though beautiful, made others feel a chill run through them. So that's what this is all about. I had wondered what was the matter. The fourth serene spirit tower was one I appealed to the Spirit Lord to build. Because after the previous 3 serene spirit towers were built, the results were remarkable, and hence I built the fourth serene spirit tower. As for the results the serene spirit towers give, I am sure it is clear for the 3 of you to see. It can elevate the cultivation of spirits, which is such a great thing. I, Wu Jiu, do not dare to hoard something that great for myself and have hence decided to give up possession of the fourth serene spirit tower, wishing only that the benefits of the serene spirit tower do not only go to the human spirits alone, as it should belong to the entire spirit world, to belong to all the spirit races of the spirit world. Wu Jiu's voice was gentle, the pace of his words unrushed, but rather emotional. He spoke with a smile on his face, his eyes smiling, his words sounding highly earnest and sincere, but that sincerity was lost upon Flame Dragon and the others. As the leaders of the 3 great spirit races, they would not be taken in with just a few flowery words. They knew nothing about the Serene Spirit Tower, and they would naturally not believe Wu Jiu's words so easily. From what I know, the Serene Spirit Tower does not seem to be beneficial to non-human spirits. Soul Slayer then said. Wu Jiu nodded his head without hesitation and then replied very candidly, "That's true. Only human spirits are allowed into the previous 3 Serene Spirit Towers, and right from the beginning of their construction, I have already told all the spirit races that besides human spirits, all other spirit races must not come close to the Serene Spirit Towers even a step. My warning at that time might sound domineering and tyrannical to all your ears, and rather disrespectful. But please forgive my unintentional mistake, as I had not wanted our friends from the other spirit races to come to harm due to a lack of understanding." Wu Jiu paused a moment, and then continued on in an earnest tone. "The previous 3 Serene Spirit Towers were experiments I was carrying out. I am a human spirit myself, and hence I understand human spirits the most. Everything in those 3 Serene Spirit Towers were built according to suit the human spirit's method of cultivation, and that is why to a human spirit, it is a priceless treasure. But to other spirit races, it does not benefit them at all, to the extent that it might even bring them harm. I believe that all of you here have a certain understanding about the Serene Spirit Towers already, and you should be able to judge whether there is truth in what I am saying." Wu Jiu said. Flame Dragon and the others naturally knew that what Wu Jiu had said was the truth, but they had not thought that Wu Jiu would so readily admit the harm the Serene Spirit Towers could bring to the other spirit races. Such candidness was completely unlike Wu Jiu's personality. With such an attitude, it only made Flame Dragon and the others even more wary. Wu Jiu seemed to have felt the bias Flame Dragon and the others were feeling against him, and he went on to say helplessly, "For sure, I, Wu Jiu, am not considered to be all that good a person, and am not someone so benevolent that would give up the Serene Spirit Tower just like that. Let me be honest here then. Building this 4th Serene Spirit Tower was not my idea but the Spirit Lord's." "The Spirit Lord?" Flame Dragon was slightly startled. Wu Jiu nodded his head and said, The 3 serene spirit towers from before were experiments the Spirit Lord wanted me to carry out, and he allowed me to let them be used only by human spirits. After going through the trials for so long, the Spirit Lord felt that the serene spirit towers could be used to cultivate our power of the Spirit, and hence, he got me to quickly build more serene spirit towers to provide them for the other spirit races. As he spoke, the corners of Wu Zhou's mouth curled up with an impatient sneer. Otherwise, do all of you really think that I will give up this serene spirit tower I have developed over to you so willingly? That is something that we human spirits had painstakingly built little by little, and what has any of you contributed that after it has been built, it has to be given up over to you? Wu Zhou's words caused Flame Dragon and Soul Slayer to be quake slightly in shock. Wu Zhou's sincere demeanor before had not moved them but had instead put them on their guard, and when Wu Zhou was using such an indignant tone without a care with demeaning words, they had instead found it easier to believe him. After all, based on their understanding of Wu Zhou, he was not a generous person and he was one that would never give up the Serene Spirit Tower for no good reason, so they would never just accept it so readily no matter what. Now that the 4th Serene Spirit Tower has already been built, we will only need to ascertain the spirit race's method of cultivation to carry out the final adjustments, and it can then immediately be put to use. Seeing that all of you are being so terrified and worried, you can very well just go seek affirmation from the Spirit Lord. Although I am not exactly pleased with the decision that the Spirit Lord has made, but as a vassal under the Spirit Lord, I would naturally abide by the order given to me. You might not want to believe my words. Then you can just go seek affirmation yourselves. Wu Zhou said, calm and unruffled with his arms crossed over his chest, a sneering smirk upon his effeminate face. A completely different person from the earnest and sincere one seen just moments ago. Wu Zhou's completely disparate demeanor made Flame Dragon and Soul Slayer a little confused. They were not able to determine whether Wu Zhou's words were the truth or a lie. I will verify it with the Spirit Lord, to see whether you speak the truth. And if you dare to try to deceive me, I will have you know the price you will have to pay for it. Soul Slayer released a humming resonance, the tone highly threatening. Wu Zhou shrugged his shoulders. As you please. Poison Ivy had not once opened his mouth throughout, but merely sat on his chair of vines as he looked at Wu Zhou, his eyes not missing the slightest change that came over Wu Zhou's face. If that is all that you want to ask me here today, then I have already finished saying all there is to say. The construction of the 4th Serene Spirit Tower has completed, and after you decide which spirit race will be using it, just inform me directly and I will make the final preparations for it. So, if there is nothing else, then I shall take my leave. Wu Zhou concluded up his speech and made to take his leave. Since Flame Dragon's question had been answered, there was naturally no reason for Wu Zhou to remain there any longer. Wu Zhou swept his gaze over Flame Dragon and the others before leading Zhang Yunlong out from the place. Master, we're leaving just like that? Zhang Yunlong suppressed his voice to whisper beside Wu Zhou's ear. Wu Zhou's meeting with Flame Dragon and the others had been so short Zhang Yunlong just could not believe it. It was already enough. Wu Zhou's eyes flashed with a trace of venomous mirth, and his gaze swung unnoticeably towards the few beast spirits standing not too far away from the entrance of the Flame Dragon's cave. It did not matter whether Flame Dragon and the others believed his words or not, as they would surely seek verification from the Spirit Lord. And no one knew better than Wu Zhou what the result of that would be. With everything that he said outside the Flame Dragon's cave today, it was believed that it would take long before it would spread throughout the 3 great spirit races. Even if Flame Dragon and the others wanted to hide it, it would not be possible to do it. The corners of Wu Zhou's mouth had a hint of chilling smile hanging off them as he slowly disappeared out of sight from Flame Dragon and the others. It was until the figure of Wu Zhou had completely disappeared from sight that Flame Dragon then lowered its head to look at Soul Slayer and Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy had not once opened his mouth from beginning to end, like today's discussion had nothing to do with him at all. If not for the fact that plant spirits were well known to be eccentric and that Poison Ivy's personality was like that, others might have found it strange. I will go seek affirmation from the Spirit Lord today to see if Wu Zhou speaks the truth. Soul Slayer's tone was hard as steel, seemingly highly concerned about the Serene Spirit Tower. Flame Dragon nodded its head and expressed that it would verify it with the Spirit Lord as soon as possible as well, where Soul Slayer then took its leave. "Do you want to come in to sit for a while?" Flame Dragon looked at Poison Ivy. Although the two of them could not be considered to be close friends, they enjoyed friendly relations with each other. The corners of Poison Ivy's eyes lifted slightly, as he raised his head up to look at the enormous Flame Dragon. "You should not have chosen to speak with Wu Jiu at this place," Poison Ivy finally said. "Oh? Is there anything inappropriate about it?" Flame Dragon asked, looking at Poison Ivy in incomprehension. Poison Ivy curled up his lips. "Although the intelligence of beast spirits have developed quite a bit, but it's still rather retarded. With that brain of yours, you'll be played to death by Wu Jiu." Poison Ivy's voice was filled with thick contempt. Flame Dragon was already used to that venomous tongue of Poison Ivy's and did not feel displeased in any way, but was more concerned with the meaning in Poison Ivy's words. "Is there anything strange in what Wu Jiu said earlier?" Flame Dragon then asked. Poison Ivy shook his head. "Everything he said was true. I believe there wasn't a single word of untruth in all that he said today, including the matter about the Spirit Lord asking him to build the fourth Serene Spirit Tower. It would definitely be true as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought up the Spirit Lord's name when he clearly knew that you do not trust him at all. Since that's the truth, then what is inappropriate about it?" Flame Dragon was even more confused. It found itself completely unable to understand what Poison Ivy was talking about. Poison Ivy stood up and unraveled the vines as he stared at Flame Dragon in silence, his gaze slowly moving to look behind Flame Dragon. Flame Dragon turned its head around uncomprehendingly and suddenly discovered that on the peak near to its cave were several beast spirits showing high excitement in their eyes. Beast spirits had very good hearing, and their conversation with Wu Jiu earlier had not been consciously isolated with power of the spirit. Hence, every single word that Wu Jiu said to Flame Dragon earlier had fallen right into the ears of those beast spirits. Flame Dragon was taken aback. He could faintly sense that something was wrong, but in that instant, it did not know where the problem exactly was. On the Spirit Lord's side, "I will not be going to seek verification. A warning on account of having known each other for so long. It is best that you do not go ask for affirmation. Not confirming it will be better than having it confirmed." Throwing those words, Poison Ivy then left. Wu Jiu's discussion with the leaders of the three great races soon spread among the spirits. Spirits who were initially still maintaining a wait-and-see attitude towards the Serene Spirit Tower immediately put down their guard upon hearing about Wu Jiu's words, eagerly anticipating the result of the affirmation their leader had gone to seek from the Spirit Lord. With the Spirit Lord's name brought up, it increased the trustworthiness of Wu Jiu's words, which just caused the spirits to become more excited. Just as the world was burning with furious debate about the fourth Serene Spirit Tower, Jun Wuxie led Xiao Chu and the other companions to sneak into the tranquil dream forest to carry out their newfound method of cultivation. Because Meng Yiliang and his men were killed in there, it just reinforced Zhang Yunlong's belief that Jun Wuxie had escaped from there, where he then gave up on watching the tranquil dream forest as he just did not believe that Jun Wuxie would return back to such a dangerous place. Completely unaware of the fact that Jun Wuxie was at that moment openly staying right there in the tranquil dream forest. Inside the thick forest, Jun Wuxie sat cross-legged on the ground, where dense lush grass originally grew under her, but a swathe of the grass had been flattened out by Jun Wuxie, leaving an area of bare soil. But over the soil, a circle of spirit reinforcement runes was drawn out, and that circle formed by the spirit reinforcement runes surrounded Jun Wuxie in the middle. If one looked carefully, it would not be difficult to see that the circle of spirit reinforcement runes were exactly the same as those in the Serene Spirit Towers, with the only difference being the sequence they were arranged in. In the surrounding area surrounding Jun Wuxie, Xiao Chu, Fanjua, Huayao, Rongrua, and Fei Yan were also seated cross-legged in a half-lotus position, and around them was a ring of spirit reinforcement runes just the same. They sat quietly with their eyes closed, silently cultivating. From the day that Jun Wuxie left her house, the six of them had slipped into the tranquil dream forest and cultivated with this exceptional method. They had carried on with their cultivation for a good half-year in there, as Zhang Yunlong had been so certain that there would be no sign of Jun Wuxie in the tranquil dream forest anymore that he did not send men to go search in there anymore. which allowed Jun Wuxie and her companions to be able to cultivate peacefully. In momentary days, Jun Wuxie opened her eyes. Half a year's cultivation had made her power of the spirit soaring to new heights. A vague layer of gray mist rose faintly from her body, and as she halted her cultivation, the gray mist was then retracted back into her body. Xiao Chu and the others beside her had also awakened from their cultivation trance. They looked at each other and saw in each other's eyes joy and delight. Half a year's time of cultivation to spirits was so short that it was negligible enough to be completely disregarded, but to the young companions, it was a highly crucial period of time given to them. For no other reason than because of the ring of spirit reinforcement runes around them while they cultivated. That circle of spirit reinforcement runes was something Jun Wuxie had come up with by rearranging the sequence of spirit reinforcement runes based on what she saw in the Serene Spirit Tower's 12th level, where not only would it not bring any harm to them, it greatly increased the speed of the progress in their cultivation. The spirit reinforcement runes in the Serene Spirit Towers did indeed hold the ability to help one's cultivation. But at the same time that it raised the speed of progress in one's cultivation, it also hid a highly destructive element. Jun Wuxie discarded the destructive portion and picked out only the parts where it increased the speed of progress in cultivation while improving on it herself. It resulted in the speed that Jun Wuxie and the companions' cultivation advanced at to become even faster than that in the Serene Spirit Towers. In just that short half a year's time, they achieved what it would have taken other spirits 600 years to achieve. Such an astounding effect was only known to Jun Wuxie and her companions. Little Xie's method is just too heaven-defying. I almost could not bear to stop, Xiao Chu said as he stretched out his legs, looking still unfulfilled, as he had become obsessed with the feeling of sensing the surge of strong power of the spirit entering his body. He had a feeling that if he was given a few more months' time, he would be able to reach a level in the spirit world that was as high as a purple spirit outside. Jun Wuxie looked at the exhilarated Xiao Chu, and then slowly lowered her eyes. The discovery she made in the 4th Serene Spirit Tower had brought her a result that went far beyond her expectations, never having thought that spirit reinforcement could really be applied onto accelerating the growth of one's power of the spirit. But there was a limit to that kind of advancement where once one reached a certain level of power, the speed becomes much slower. Being almost as good as a new spirit to Xiao Chu and the companions, using spirit reinforcement to commence on their initial stages of cultivation, it was as if they were taking a rocket. But as the accumulated power of the spirit grew more and more in their bodies, the speed of growth in their cultivation then slowed down. Jun Wuxie was guessing that was due to the limits that their souls were able to withstand that brought about the change. The spirit reinforcement runes in the Serene Spirit Tower would completely ignore the fact whether a spirit soul would be able to withstand that much power, but continue to forcibly imbue them with more power of the spirit, till the spirit soul was unable to withstand it and went on to burst and explode, to then be absorbed by the 12th level spirit fire. After Jun Wuxie's modifications, that spirit reinforcement runes no longer had the power to forcibly infuse a spirit with power of the spirit, but allow the spirit to passively absorb it. Although it placed a limit on the amount of power that could be absorbed, it made it much safer. At least throughout the half year that they had been cultivating, Xiao Chu and the companions had not felt the slightest bit of discomfort, but have instead felt very much more invigorated. I heard little Xie say that you want to go to the 1st Serene Spirit Tower. When are you going to do that? Fei Yen asked curiously. Before they had even restarted on their cultivation, Jun Wuxie had already planned and prepared to go into the 1st Serene Spirit Tower to wreak destruction, so that Little Black would be able to recover, but in the entire half year that they had been here in the tranquil dream forest, they had not seen Jun Wuxie show any inclination of doing that. Very soon, Jun Wuxie said expressionlessly, her mind seemingly rather distracted. She had a hand held over her chest, her brows slightly furrowed. Over the past half a year, the progress of her cultivation had been extremely fast, and she had not felt any discomfort throughout. Jun Wuyao often came to the tranquil dream forest to accompany her while she cultivated, and Little Lotus and Poppy came occasionally as well, bringing her updates on any news of Jungu. Having searched for a good half year, Little Lotus and Poppy had seen every single spirit that appeared outside the 3 Serene Spirit Towers, but they still had not seen any spirit that looked similar to Jungu, the news causing Jun Wuxie to feel a tinge of despair. The time that Jun Wu would have come to the spirit world would not have been that long ago, as 10 years' time in the spirit world was as fleeting as a snap of one's fingers. Jun Wuxie then could not help but start to think whether Jun Gu had already gone to the Serene Spirit Tower and have his spirit soul sacrificed to the spirit fire. That was an answer that only Wu Jiu would be able to provide, as all spirit that had attained extremely high powers in the Serene Spirit Tower and were absorbed by the spirit fire would have gained Wu Jiu's favor before they were absorbed, becoming Wu Jiu's direct disciple. To know whether Jun Gu had been sacrificed, Wu Jiu was the only person Jun Wuxie could ask. "Little Xie? What is on your mind? You look like you have a lot on your mind," Xiao Chu asked when he saw Jun Wuxie's perturbed face, and he could not help but to wave his hand before Jun Wuxie's eyes. Jun Wuxie snapped back to her senses and shook her head slightly to say, "It's nothing. Just that there is a strange feeling in my chest." Jun Wuxie lowered her head to look down at her chest, where she seemed to feel a certain kind of power stirring inside. That feeling was a little familiar, but at the same time strange. Although a little discomforting, but it wasn't really agonizing. She did not feel any abnormality in her soul, and concluded that it could be due to her having cultivated too intensely recently, not wanting to think too much into it. The feeling of having regained power was just great, and Xiao Chu and the others were excited to show off their new strength. It must be known that ever since they had come into the spirit world, their weak and insignificant powers had been highly unbearable. Now that they have gained powers once again, these hot-blooded and exuberant youths could not help but anticipate being able to exhibit their skills, and Jun Wuxie going to the first Serene Spirit Tower would give them the best opportunity to do that. Zhang Yunlong seemed to have relaxed on his search for you. Do you think they are pursuing other motives? Rong Rua asked as she looked at Jun Wuxie. From the news that Little Lotus and Poppy had brought, they came to know that the portraits of Jun Wuxie that had been pasted everywhere had been taken down, and Zhang Yunlong had reduced a large part of the spirits tasked with finding Jun Wuxie. It would seem like they have finally given up on pursuing Jun Wuxie. Similarly, they had still not located Nalan Shan and Brownie, so their sudden silence had not only not made Rong Rua and the others relax their guard, but had instead made them suspect whether Zhang Yunlong and Wu Jiu had made new plans. Regardless what they plan to do, we will still destroy them. They dared to persecute Little Xie. They must be tired of living. Xiao Chu harumphed indignantly. Having known Jun Wuxie for so long, no matter where they were, Jun Wuxie had never fallen into a situation where she wanted as a fugitive, and Zhang Yunlong had set a new precedent. Jun Wuxie had wanted to say something, but the strange feeling in her chest grew more and more intense. From a slight discomfort to gradually grow into a stinging pain. Her face turned pale in an instant, and her body then started trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Chu and the other companions noticed Jun Wuxie's abnormality, and they immediately halted their conversation to look at Jun Wuxie anxiously as the color on her face continued to worsen. "Little Xie, what's wrong?" Xiao Chu was so worried his palms were sweating, seeing Jun Wuxie in such a condition, but did not dare to touch her carelessly, afraid that he would inflict greater harm upon her. It was so painful Jun Wuxie could not even speak. She was feeling as if something was about to surge out from inside her chest. Hard to imagine that such a kind of swelling and tearing pain she was feeling would manifest upon a spirit body. A tall, slender figure suddenly descended from up among the trees and scooped Jun Wuxie right into his arms. Xiao Chu and the others stared in shock at the person who had suddenly appeared, until they saw Jun Wu Yao's familiar countenance. They all then breathed out in relief. Jun Wu Yao's brows knitted together as he looked at Jun Wuxie in his arms, seemingly able to feel her pain from seeing Jun Wuxie's body that was shaking uncontrollably. His hands were constantly sending his devil spirit into Jun Wuxie's body, seeking to eradicate the agony, but with unnoticeable effect. Jun Wuxie had her teeth gritted tightly together, struggling to suppress the cry that threatened to come out of her mouth. Her tiny hand held Jun Wu Yao's shirt collar in a death's grip, trying to endure it with everything she had. Suddenly, a streak of light shot out from Jun Wuxie's chest, the light flying up into midair before it fell to the ground in an instant. A blurry figure manifested within that light, and at the moment that the light faded away, a tall figure suddenly appeared before Xiao Chu and the others. That manifestation caused Xiao Chu and the several companions to be completely stunned in place. It was a tall figure, a man with a handsome countenance. Long and thin vines twirled around the man's wrists, blooms of purple flowers decorating the vines, and upon that handsome, alluring face was an expression showing a trace of shock and surprise. Poison ivy. Xiao Chu rubbed his eyes, staring incredulously at the man walking out from the burst of light. That man was no one else but Poison Ivy that Xiao Chu and the others had met in the forest when they had first come into the spirit world. Why had Poison Ivy jumped out from Little Xie's chest? Xiao Chu and the others were properly stunned at that moment. In the instant that the light had come out from her body, the agony had immediately disappeared from Jun Wuxie's body. Though her face was still pale, she no longer had to endure the pain from before. She sat up in Jun Wu Yao's arms to stare at Poison Ivy, whose face was filled with bewilderment. You! Poison Ivy stared at Jun Wuxie, the face that had always been calm now filled with confusion. Jun Wuxie looked at Poison Ivy, her gaze similarly rather confused as well. Poison Ivy then drew in a deep breath as he closed his eyes a moment before they opened. Under Xiao Chu's and the companions' speechless stares, Poison Ivy then abruptly fell onto one knee as he looked at Jun Wuxie, and opened his mouth to say, "Poison Ivy greets his mistress." Mistress! Xiao Chu screamed out with pure and utter incredulity, his hands clawing at his own face, as he stared in shock at Poison Ivy. What the hell? What did he just hear? Poison Ivy actually just addressed Jun Wuxie as mistress? Isn't that the form of address Little Lotus and Poppy use for Jun Wuxie? Why is Poison Ivy also? An astounding thought that formed in Xiao Chu's mind. His eyes grew wide, his gaze switching between Jun Wuxie and Poison Ivy incessantly, his face looking like he had just seen a ghost. Things couldn't possibly be like what I am imagining, right? The corners of Xiao Chu's mouth twitched, his incredulous gaze then turning to look at Hua Yao standing right beside him. Hua Yao had an equally stunned expression on his face, his conflicted gaze locked upon the figure of Poison Ivy. His reaction delayed for a long while before he looked at Xiao Chu to say, "I think what you are thinking should be correct." Xiao Chu's entire being then crumbled. Jun Wuxie's eyes were tinged with surprise. Ever since the spirit tree seed had been placed in her body, and after she had absorbed the devious wyvern, she had gotten to know through Jun Wu Yao's mouth that she would not only have just one lone ring spirit, and Poppy's appearance had verified Jun Wu Yao's deduction. Jun Wuxie had long prepared herself to welcome the arrival of more ring spirits, but she would never ever have thought that after Poppy, the ring spirit that would be intricately linked to her would turn out to be Poison Ivy. You're my ring spirit? Jun Wuxie had been properly surprised by the facts before her eyes. She knew that her future ring spirits would definitely also be plant spirits, but Poison Ivy. She suddenly found it rather hard to imagine. Poison Ivy then stood up and looked calmly at Jun Wuxie. In truth, he had never thought that he would actually become Jun Wuxie's ring spirit. After all, didn't Jun Wuxie already have Little Lotus? Yes, my mistress. Poison Ivy's voice regained its calm. Ring spirits knew clearly where their sense of belonging was directed to, even if his heart was highly astonished. But Poison Ivy could not deny the link in the consciousnesses of Jun Wuxie's and his. This young lady before his eyes was definitely his mistress. I think I need to calm myself down properly. Xiao Chu mourned as he held Hua Yao's shoulder, his other hand clutching at his chest, looking like he had just suffered a great shock, even though he had guessed that this would be the result. But hearing Poison Ivy saying it from the horse's mouth, he still could not help but feel it incredibly outrageous. Poison Ivy could be considered to be the only plant spirit they had come into contact with in the spirit world, and in the end, he had actually become Jun Wuxie's third ring spirit. Xiao Chu just felt his heart taking a strong hit deep inside. Jun Wuxie then regained her senses as she looked at Poison Ivy, seemingly trying to digest the news. Poison Ivy had become highly calm and composed. If truth was to be told, although he did not think all that well of humans, Poison Ivy had to admit that he had a rather good impression of Jun Wuxie. Remembering the time when Jun Wuxie was carrying the little black cat, the anxiety that showed in her eyes, the kind of deep worry that could not be feigned. The little black cat was merely another spirit body, and it did not look to be all that powerful. But even though that was the case, Jun Wuxie was still seen to be so anxious for the little black cat. Maybe it was from that day onwards that Poison Ivy was destined to become Jun Wuxie's ring spirit. Mistress seems to have become a lot stronger. Poison Ivy had already become Jun Wuxie's ring spirit, and he was naturally acutely aware of Jun Wuxie's condition. From the level of power of the spirit Jun Wuxie possessed, he could clearly feel that Jun Wuxie had grown to become much more powerful compared to before. If not for the fact he knew the amount of time that had elapsed so clearly, Poison Ivy wouldn't be able to believe that any spirit would be able to grow from a weak and frail new spirit to now reach a stage where she possessed the ability to execute a spirit outflare in just a matter of half a year's time. That's right, now that Jun Wuxie had stepped into the realm of executing a spirit outflare. Looking at all the human spirits throughout the entire spirit realm, only 4 spirits had been able to achieve such a level. But Jun Wuxie had now become the 5th person so easily, and Poison Ivy had no choice but to change his opinion of his new contracted mistress. Jun Wuxie said as she calmed her emotions. It was exactly because her spirit soul's power had increased in strength that she was able to withstand the arrival of the 3rd ring spirit, but the identity of the ring spirit had truly astounded her. Just like how Poison Ivy felt, Jun Wuxie did not feel that much against Poison Ivy as well. Poison Ivy looked around himself and quickly realized that he was in the tranquil dream forest. He lived just at the outer perimeters of the Tranquil Dream Forest, and regarding the fact that Jun Wuxie and her companions had returned to the Tranquil Dream Forest, he had noticed it but just had not bothered himself with it. Will Mistress be remaining here to continue with your cultivation? Poison Ivy seemed to have quickly accepted the fact that he had become Jun Wuxie's ring spirit, and in truth, he had long discovered that Jun Wuxie was not a deceased spirit soul, and that her flesh body was still living. We'll stay here for a few more days before we will go to the first Serene Spirit Tower, Jun Wuxie said with a nod of her head. Poison Ivy's brows furrowed slightly. That is not a suitable place for Mistress to go to. As he spoke, Poison Ivy's gaze then turned to fall upon the unconscious little black cat lying at the side. Because Poison Ivy had become her ring spirit, Jun Wuxie knew the kind of loyalty a ring spirit had for their master, and hence she did not need to hide anything from Poison Ivy. She told Poison Ivy everything about what she discovered in the Serene Spirit Tower and her intentions to destroy the first Serene Spirit Tower to save the little black cat. Poison Ivy listened to everything silently, but the creased brow did not relax in the slightest but to knit even more tightly together. The Serene Spirit Tower is really such an evil and sinister place. Poison Ivy had felt that there was something wrong with the Serene Spirit Towers all this time, but he had never thought that the Serene Spirit Tower would devour spirits. To the spirit world, that piece of news was just devastating. Isn't that just the truth? That Wu Jiao is just a heartless and maniacal demon. To think that he could make himself build such a terrifying place so passionately, and had even wanted to use the spiritual bear to complete the construction of the 4th Serene Spirit Tower. He's absolutely just dreaming. He can just forget about capturing the spiritual bear for all his life. When Wu Jiao and Jiang Yunlong were mentioned, a ball of rage just rose up in Xiao Chu. Because of the yin-yang bear, with Brownie being a bear spirit as well, Xiao Chu had come to like Brownie very much. I think Wu Jiao's plan is about to succeed soon, Poison Ivy said suddenly. What do you mean? Jun Wuxie detected something strange in Poison Ivy's words. Poison Ivy then told her about everything that had happened during the period that Jun Wuxie was in cultivation. Flame Dragon had seeked out Wu Jiao and invited Poison Ivy and Soul Slayer to question Wu Jiao about the 4th Serene Spirit Tower. Wu Jiao had candidly answered everything and explained the reason for the 4th Serene Spirit Tower, revealing that all of it had been the Spirit Lord's idea. Poison Ivy felt that Wu Jiao might have some ulterior motive, and he did not go seek verification from the Spirit Lord, but left Flame Dragon with a warning. Flame Dragon trusted Poison Ivy, and he did not go see the Spirit Lord. But their choices did not represent Soul Slayer did the same. Soul Slayer had rushed over to the Spirit Palace the next day and seek verification from the Spirit Lord on Wuzhou's words, and the result he got was exactly like what Wuzhou had said, that he had spoken the truth, where everything had indeed been the Spirit Lord idea. Having acquired the Spirit Lord's affirmation, Soul Slayer had then brought the news back to the weapon spirits and relayed it to every single weapon spirit, which caused the weapon spirits to boil over with excitement. The power of the Serene Spirit Tower had made many among the spirit races to covet it since a long time ago. But as the place would bring harm upon non-human spirits, those spirits then had some misgivings about it. But after they came to know that the fourth Serene Spirit Tower could be modified according to the cultivation method of a specific spirit race, it immediately caused the blood of the weapon spirits to boil over, stealing their determination to fight for the fourth Serene Spirit Tower. Although Flame Dragon did not go seek affirmation, and did not make a great deal out of the matter, back when Flame Dragon and the other leaders had met, outside the cave where Flame Dragon resided, every word exchanged in that meeting had been overheard by beast spirits nearby, and they had spread it like wildfire among their race, which led all the beast spirits to await eagerly the result after Flame Dragon went to seek affirmation from the Spirit Lord. But Flame Dragon had still not taken any action after so long, while the result that Soul Slayer had gotten from the Spirit Lord had quickly spread out from the weapon spirits. The beast spirits could not hold themselves back anymore. They only wanted to verify the authenticity of those words, and they did not care who was the one who went to verify it. With the feasibility of the fourth Serene Spirit Tower confirmed, the weapon spirits and the beast spirits embarked on an intense battle for it. Scuffles and clashes big and small broke out constantly between the two spirit races. Flame Dragon came out and suppressed it several times but could not quell the desire for power in the hearts of the beast spirits, unable to control the entire situation completely. In the end, even a few plant spirits were incited into restlessness, and quite a number of them jumped into the fray as well. Because of the struggle, it caused the standing of Flame Dragon and Poison Ivy to diminish greatly among the beast spirits and plant spirits. At the same time that Soul Slayer led the weapon spirits to seize the fourth Serene Spirit Tower, Flame Dragon and Poison Ivy had not come forward, which led their fellow spirits of their race to complain about their absence. That just rendered their attempts to dissuade everyone to fall further in vain. And just a few days ago, a huge battle among the three races occurred. After an uncountable number of deaths, the weapon spirits who had Soul Slayer leading them achieved final victory and seized the right to possess the Serene Spirit Tower. They had then already begun to discuss with Wuzhou how the fourth Serene Spirit Tower was to be modified according to the method of cultivation used by weapon spirits. The defeated beast spirits and plant spirits were devastated, where a portion of them had even turned their rage and failure onto Flame Dragon and Poison Ivy, blaming them for not coming out to lead their spirit race to fight for the fourth Serene Spirit Tower. Immediately, Flame Dragon and Poison Ivy suffered admonishments and scoldings, which led to their positions within their respective spirit races to be greatly affected as well. A bunch of idiots. Do they really think that getting the fourth Serene Spirit Tower is something great? Xiao Chu said with a scornful smirk upon hearing what they said. What Flame Dragon and Poison Ivy did was smart, but it was obvious that their fellow spirits of their races were not as smart as them. Without the spiritual bear, it is not possible for the fourth Serene Spirit Tower to finish its construction. Wu Zhou will only continue to drag it out. Jun Wuxie was instead calm and composed before such a situation. The desire to pursue stronger power would often cause spirits to lose their heads, leading them to wander off the original paths they treaded upon. Having come to understand spirit reinforcement more and more, Jun Wuxie was then certain that without the spiritual bear, there was no way Wu Zhou would be able to complete the fourth Serene Spirit Tower as to activate such a great number of spirit reinforcements runes. It required a sufficiently robust amount of the power of the spirit, and it must come from a single source or it would not activate. Moreover, the spirit fire on the 12th level also required the soul of a powerful spirit to be refined for it to form, and spirits that were able to provide such an immense amount of power of the spirit was few and far between, with the spiritual bear being one of the rare few. Or otherwise, why would Wu Zhou expend so much resources to capture the spirit bear? Jun Wuxie did not know what kind of a powerful spirit was sacrificed for the construction of the other three Serene Spirit Towers, but for the current fourth tower, it would seem like Wu Zhou only had one single choice, that was the spiritual bear. The spiritual bear's frailty before had been exactly because its power of the spirit had been extracted and put into the fourth serene spirit tower, and Wu Jiu was unable to swap the spirit halfway, making the spiritual bear his only choice. Poison Ivy then said, "I am certain Mistress Deduction is correct, but Wu Jiu captured the previous spirit master yesterday." What? Jun Wuxie was slightly taken aback. Although she had not met the previous spirit master before, she knew that he was once the leader of the human spirits. But because of a certain someone standing right behind her, the previous spirit master felt he let down the spirit lord, and went on to give up on the glory he enjoyed before to go into seclusion. But though the previous spirit master lived in seclusion, his standing and influence did not fade from the minds of the human spirits. Added to the fact that he was Wu Jiu's and Nailanshan's master, how could Wu Jiu possibly dare to capture the previous spirit master just like that? Wu Jiu pegged some baseless crime onto the spirit master and placed the previous spirit master under house arrest. He then released news that if Nailanshan did not appear with the fugitive brown bear, then he would have no choice but to inflict harm upon the previous spirit master. Poison Ivy did not go into details about the kind of method Wu Jiu had employed to capture the previous spirit master, or how he had pegged the crime onto the heads of Brownie and Nailanshan. But just thinking about it, and one would know that it was all just one insidious plot. He is doing this to force Nailanshan to hand over the spiritual bear. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed up slightly. Wu Jiu had ignored the controversy and placed his own master under house arrest to coerce his fellow disciple. A despicable and maniacal act. But from Poison Ivy's narration, Jun Wuxie did not hear a single thing about any spirits raising any questions. Wu Jiu had drawn the weapon spirits over to his side, and the beast spirits had suffered great losses in the battle before. On top of that, with Flame Dragon's position weakened, there was no one who could lead the beast spirits to sufficiently question the situation. The plant spirits just could not be bothered with the affairs of other spirit races and would naturally not stick their noses in. Wu Jiu's repute among the human spirits has already surpassed that of the previous spirit master, and because of the construction of the serene spirit towers, the human spirits had long obeyed his every word. Together with the support of the weapon spirits, the entire matter succeeded almost without encountering any resistance. Poison Ivy related with his brows creased up. He knew clearly that the actions of Wu Jiu were despicable, but there wasn't anyone that would be able to stop Wu Jiu anymore at this point. There was nothing anyone could do but to wait for Nailanshan to appear with the spiritual bear, and there was no way of turning it all around. Jun Wuxie took a deep breath. Nailanshan will definitely do as he says. The interactions with Nailanshan had let Jun Wuxie understand his character. Highly righteous and a person that would not just stand back to see the previous spirit master suffer under Wu Jiu's malicious hand. He would definitely appear. Like the moron he is, even knowing full well that it's a trap, he will still go in order to save the previous spirit master. Poison Ivy said with a click of his tongue. Although his tongue was venomous, he felt rather helpless. I think he will turn up by himself and not bring the spiritual bear. He is the first to discover the peculiarity in the Serene Spirit Tower, and he will definitely try to avoid letting Wu Jiu's plan succeed. However, Jun Wuxie shook her head. Once Nailanshan appears, Wu Jiu's plan would have succeeded, regardless whether Nailanshan brings the spiritual bear. Why? Xiao Chu could not help but ask at the side. Jun Wuxie looked at Xiao Chu and said, "If Wu Jiu can make use of the previous spirit master to lure out Nailanshan, then he can use Nailanshan to make Brownie come out. Spirits who were righteous would not be able to avoid such a venomous trap. Even when they knew full well that they would be walking into a deep abyss with no hope of reprieve, they would still step into the trap in order to save the person they cared for deeply. And Nailanshan was like that, with Brownie being the same. They would not allow people that they cared for to suffer because of themselves. It might be said to be dumb, but people had to respect them for that." Jun Wuxie's words was also what Poison Ivy was worried about. He did not like to interfere with other people's affairs, but as the Serene Spirit Tower implicated too many people, he had to take the step forward. He had thought to go discuss the matter with Flame Dragon before, but before he was able to do it, he had been dragged into Jun Wuxie to become her ring spirit. "Then we must not let Nailanshan go. Isn't it clearly a multi-layered plot? Wu Jiao is just waiting for him to walk right into the trap, so Wu Jiao can get his hands on Brownie. Xiao Chu was furious. What Wu Jiao was doing was as good as defying the master and destroying the name of one's ancestors, going against the very grain of humanity, something that no one would be able to accept. With Nailan Shan's character, no matter what we say, we will not be able to change anything. Moreover, we do not know where he is, Poison Ivy said with a sigh. From Junwu Xie's mouth, he had come to know the secret in the Serene Spirit Towers, which made him vaguely realize that Wu Jiao's motives were not as simple as he had imagined. If it was because authority, he had become the one party that the Spirit Lord trusted the most. And if it was because of power, he held in his hands all the human spirits in the spirit world. So why would he throw the biggest force he held into the abyss to have the Serene Spirit Towers devour them? Poison Ivy just did not understand what Wu Jiao was thinking. With the way Wu Jiao was doing things, it made it impossible for anyone to guess what his real motives were. I know, Jun Wu Xie suddenly said. Poison Ivy was slightly taken aback. Jun Wu Xie came walking away from within Jun Wu Yao's arms. She looked at Poison Ivy and said, I need to have a chat with Nailan Shan. Poison Ivy then replied, that stubborn block of wood will not listen. Even if he believes what you say, it is not possible that he will give up on any opportunity to save the previous Spirit Master. I do not need him to give up on that. I will be asking him to go. Jun Wu Xie said abruptly. Ask him to go? Poison Ivy was suddenly a little confused. Why can't he understand what Jun Wu Xie was saying? Jun Wu Xie nodded. You go tell Flame Dragon to encourage the beast spirits to go watch at the date and time that Wu Jiao had set up. Poison Ivy still did not understand what Jun Wu Xie was going to do. But as her ring spirit, he would naturally trust his mistress' judgment. Although Flame Dragon's position and standing has been damaged, but with a small task such as this, it shouldn't be too difficult. When the time comes, you can also bring the plant spirits to go watch the spectacle. On that day, a great show will surely come to play at the first Serene Spirit Tower. The corners of Jun Wu Xie's mouth curled up into a sneer. It was high time she retaliated. All right. Although Poison Ivy did not know what Jun Wu Xie was going to do, but from Jun Wu Xie's eyes, he saw confidence. He subconsciously chose to trust Jun Wu Xie with her plan. Go tell little Lotus and Poppy that they do not need to continue to watch the Serene Spirit Tower for this period, but just move together with you. Jun Wu Xie then said. Poison Ivy nodded, then paused a moment thoughtfully before he looked at Jun Wu Xie to ask. I have a question. What question? Poppy and little Lotus. They are both my ring spirits. Poison Ivy was finally able to confirm the guess he had in mind. I will only remain her in the spirit world for a year. Now that a good half year has passed, it won't be much longer that I might have to go back. Are you willing to return with me? Jun Wu Xie asked, looking at Poison Ivy. She still did not fully understand Poison Ivy's powers, but from his position among the plant spirits, it could be seen that he was definitely not weak. Poison Ivy knelt on the ground on one knee and said nonchalantly, I shall willingly accompany my mistress at her side. Jun Wu Xie nodded her head. With his mission in hand, Poison Ivy did not tarry long but to immediately depart, seeking Flame Dragon to discuss the matter. Till Poison Ivy had left, Xiao Chu and the others then gathered around Jun Wu Xie. Little Xie, have you come up with a plan to deal with Wu Jiao and Zhang Yunlong? The moment Xiao Chu saw the smile on Jun Wu Xie's face earlier, he immediately knew that someone's time was about to be up. Jun Wu Xie seldom smiled, but when she did, it often meant that someone was about to meet with misfortune. I have something in mind, but it's still not certain. I need to see Brownie first before I can be sure of it. Jun Wu Xie nodded his head to say, Then when do we move out? Xiao Chu could no longer hold back his excitement, wishing for nothing more than to be able to charge right out and completely cleanse himself of all the aggrievement he had suffered in this place before. Clear up this place first, Jun Wu Xie said, pointing at the spirit reinforcement circles on the ground. Xiao Chu and the others immediately understood Jun Wu Xie's meaning and the group of youths went over to the spirit reinforcement circles inscribed into the ground to wipe them cleanly off. Jun Wu Yao put both his hands on Jun Wu Xie's shoulders. What he liked to see the most was when Jun Wu Xie was in such high spirits, looking so confident, that he really could not resist wanting to kiss that pair of eyes that were shining so brightly. And in actual fact, Jun Wu Yao did just that. He planted a light kiss upon Jun Wu Xie's long curling lashes and squeezed her little cheeks, a feeling that he would never tire off his entire life. Jun Wu Xie then looked at Jun Wu Yao, her eyes blinking. At that time, you wait at home for me to come back. All right, I'll wait for you to come back. Jun Wu Yao could not help but laugh to say. Those words felt so heartwarming, and he absolutely loved the feeling. Jun Wu Yao understood what Jun Wu Xie was worried about, and he believed that Jun Wu Xie would be able to deal with all of this. His little one was slowly growing up into a little devil that could hold her own. Xiao Chu and the others had naturally wisely chosen to disregard the fact they were seeing the pair engaging in obedience training, as they quickly dealt with the clearing up of the area appropriately. As they left the tranquil dream forest, Jun Wu Yao then reluctantly went back home, and Jun Wu Xie had conveniently left the unconscious little black cat in his hands to take care of it. As for Jun Wu Xie and her companions, they went along on their way towards an area near to the 4th Serene Spirit Tower to look for Nalan Shan. Coming back to the 4th Serene Spirit Tower, a good half-year had passed. From the outside, the construction of the entire Serene Spirit Tower looked to be fully complete, and outside around the tower, there were many weapon spirits who took on the guarding of the place from the human spirits, as they stood before the Serene Spirit Tower. Jun Wu Xie and the companions found Nalan Shan very quickly. Compared to the last time they met, Nalan Shan's situation was a little worse off. A sorrow-filled face that upon seeing Jun Wu Xie and her companions appear, merely forced a smile that barely tugged at the edges of his mouth. In the room, Brownie was seated upon the floor just like before, as with its large pudgy paws it pawed a few things here and toyed with another few things there. Seeing Jun Wu Xie, it immediately shifted its great big rear to lumber over to Jun Wu Xie's feet, and raised a big furry paw to hug Jun Wu Xie's leg, acting highly coy and coquettish. What Jun Wu Xie could not resist the most were such furry and adorable creatures. She could not help but to stretch a hand out to rub Brownie's big round head, her eyes filled with delight. All of you have grown stronger by a lot. The gaunt and sallow-looking Nalan Shan noticed that the power of the spirit on the bodies of Jun Wu Xie and her companions had grown a lot more robust than before, to the extent that they were not inferior to his own in the slightest. That discovery greatly surprised Nalan Shan. The last time she saw Jun Wu Xie felt to be about half a year ago, and half a year's time did not count as anything much to a spirit body. A lot of new spirit souls would not even have shed themselves off of the translucent emptiness of being a new soul, but upon Jun Wu Xie's body, he could no longer see the slightest bit of a new soul's state. Jun Wu Xie nodded. With Brownie hugging her leg, she was unable to immediately dislodge herself, but just allowed Brownie to continue to latch on as she remained standing in her spot. Xiao Chu and the others just nonchalantly went to find a seat for themselves, with only Fan Zhua, who had not been able to stroke Brownie, had his eyes turned to pass fleetingly over the other beast spirits, looking highly forlorn. The beast spirits seemed to notice Fan Zhua's fevered gaze and felt rather coy, but shifted themselves in the end and placed their tails on Fan Zhua's knee. Fan Zhua immediately stroked them, feeling highly satisfied. Xiao Chu stared at the fervored pair that were Jun Wu Xie and Fan Zhua, finding it hard to imagine how the two of them were able to love furry creatures all that much. Prime examples of to not judge a book by its cover. About the previous spirit master, I have heard about it, Jun Wu Xie said candidly to Nalan Shan. Nalan Shan was slightly taken aback, as he then shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Hence, you have come to find me to tell me that it is a trap and do not want me to go? Nalan Shan said with a sigh. Whatever you want to say, I can fully understand. But I am indebted to my master for all the instruction and guidance he has given me, and now that he has fallen into unexpected calamity, how could I possibly sit back and not do anything about it? If I am to just watch him fall under Wu Jiu's venomous hand and shut my ears in order to save myself, then how am I any different from Wu Jiu? Wouldn't I be worse than a nefarious beast just the same? I know that if I go, I will not be able to come back alive. It isn't only for a day or two that Wu Jiu has hated me, but I still have to go. Regardless what he will do to me when I show up, it is the least I must do as a disciple. Rest assured that I will not bring Brownie. I have already discussed it with the cheetah and the others. Once I leave here, they will immediately take Brownie away and hide in a place that I will not know of. So, no matter what kind of method Wu Jiu employs to pry my mouth open, he will still not be able to find Brownie. Nalan Shan was making arrangements for Brownie like he was preparing for his funeral. In another 3 days, he would be going to the first Serene Spirit Tower to finally conclude the whole matter. He had thought about it for a long time, and had prepared everything he could for it, seeking to not let down the gratitude he had for all his master's guidance, and to not let Brownie fall into danger. Do you think that things will be fine just as long as they do not find Brownie? Jun Wuxie asked with an eyebrow raised as she looked at Nalan Shan. Nalan Shan then said with a bitter smile, "What else can I do? I cannot possibly leave my master in the lurch, and I do not want Brownie to come to any harm. Only with Brownie taken away from this place would its safety be assured. I have told Cheetah and the others that once I leave here, don't tell Brownie too much and they will take care of Brownie from then on." You really believe that Brownie will not know? Jun Wuxie asked with an eyebrow lifted as she looked at Brownie, who was still tightly latched onto her leg. Despite it being such a large and enormous-sized brown bear, at that moment, it made people feel that it looked so helpless, and its eyes that were staring right at Jun Wuxie seemed to be pleading with her. Although Brownie is not able to open its mouth to speak, but it understands what is happening around it. It knows you are a good person, and that is why he came seeking your help in the beginning. It also knows what you are intending to do, or why would you think it is holding on to me now? Jun Wuxie said, her heart feeling a little stifled, as the one thing she was weakest against was exactly with things like this. Nalan Shan was speechless for a moment. He was trying very hard to convince himself that he had made proper arrangements for everything, but a voice in his heart was telling him that everything was not as perfect as he had imagined. I can guarantee that once you're captured by Wu Jiu, it would not even take months before this fool will be just like you, to go charging right in and delivering itself into a trap. Jun Wuxie said as she rubbed Brownie's ears. Brownie looked at Nalan Shan, its eyes filled with worry and reluctance to part. Nalan Shan's eyes did not dare to meet that gaze, and he could only lower his head to avoid Brownie's gaze, deeply afraid that if he looked into those eyes, he might waver in the decision he had made. Jun Wuxie sighed as she looked at the sorrowful and pitiful state the man and bear pair were in, and she decided that she was not going to waste her breath. I had indeed come looking for you today because of Wu Jiu, but I came here not because I want to stop you from going, but am supporting you to go there, and to bring Brownie along with you. What? Bring Brownie along with me? Impossible. If I am to bring Brownie, it would be captured by Wu Jiu. I cannot do that. Nalan Shan immediately became anxious. He had thought that Jun Wuxie had come to dissuade him. But against all expectations, Jun Wuxie was not only not dissuading him, she was instead urging him to bring Brownie along with him. Wouldn't that be throwing Brownie right into grave danger? Not to mention Nalan Shan. Even the other 4 beast spirits had immediately jumped to their feet upon hearing Jun Wuxie's words, to stare incredulously at Jun Wuxie in disbelief. Please do not take the spiritual bear's safety as a joke. Even if you are the spiritual bear's benefactor, we will not allow the spiritual bear to suffer even the slightest hint of harm. The cheetah said as looked at Jun Wuxie disapprovingly, seemingly unable to understand why Jun Wuxie would suddenly make such a suggestion. Jun Wuxie did not bother herself with Nalan Shan's protest, but just looked at the cheetah to say, if it's Nalan Shan goes by himself, Brownie will come to understand everything that has happened one day. Even if you can stop him for a period, you will never be able to stop his firm resolve. There will come a day that Brownie will go charging out. Do you think that if Wu Jiu were to hang Nalan Shan high up right before all the spirits and put him under merciless torture, you will be able to make yourself stand back and do nothing? And Brownie will be able to do nothing? Don't think that I am exaggerating just to scare you, as Wu Jiu is definitely capable of such things, and even things more cruel than this. At that time, even the few of you here will become rash, needless to mention Brownie. Jun Wuxie's words made the cheetah fall silent. For the past half a year, they had protected Brownie together with Nailinshan throughout the whole period. How could they not have developed any affections for each other? If things were to really develop to the extent like Jun Wuxie had said, not to mention Brownie, it was feared that it would be just like what Jun Wuxie had said, that they would go on to act rashly. The several beast spirits fell silent. Obviously, they were not able to refute Jun Wuxie's words properly. They had stood against Wu Jiu before, and they naturally knew how maniacally cruel a person he was. They knew very well that Jun Wuxie was definitely not exaggerating her words to cower them, and that Wu Jiu was clearly capable of such deeds, or to be even more cruel. Nailinshan fell back into his chair utterly distressed, the helplessness and defeat almost burying him. He could not let the previous spirit master down, nor could he ignore Brownie, and Wu Jiu's venomous cruelty was forcing him into a corner where both choices were equally hard for him. Brownie let out a whimper and finally released the paws it had around Jun Wuxie's leg to shift itself slowly to go to Nailinshan's side. It then embraced Nailinshan into its broad and solid chest as it made a series of soft cries, seemingly trying to appease Nailinshan's emotions that were going out of control. Fan Zhua and the others who were watching from the side found it hard to continue to watch the scene, and Xiao Chu then moved himself soundlessly to go beside Jun Wuxie to tug at a corner of her clothes, his face tearlessly mournful. "Little Xie, if you have a way out of this, then tell it to them straight. Seeing them like this is just too agonizing to watch. If this had happened to them where they were made to choose between Yen Bugui and their own ring spirits, they would definitely go mad." Although Brownie was not Nailinshan's ring spirit, but Nailinshan had long treated Brownie as a close companion of his. The flesh on the palm and on the back of one's hand was flesh just the same, and it was little wonder why Nailinshan was feeling so conflicted. Jun Wuxie blew out a breath and opened her mouth to say, "If all of you trust me, then just do as what I say. I will not let you fall to harm. I will let you, Brownie, and the previous spirit master to come out safely from this calamity." Nailinshan raised his head up from the utter dismay he was in, to stare at Jun Wuxie with eyes filled with eager anticipation. 3 days later, bring Brownie together with you, Jun Wuxie then said. "You cannot." The several beast spirits at the side immediately jumped up in protest. Xiao Chu immediately delivered a sharp rap onto the head of the cheetah and exclaimed in infuriation, "Hear the whole thing out before you protest." Having suffered a rap from Xiao Chu's fist on its head, the cheetah looked at Xiao Chu in aggrievement. This human spirit would completely not be a match for it in the past, but just the aura upon the lad's body now already made it understand that if it was to raise a paw against him, it would only suffer a hapless thrashing. You feel that it's dangerous because you think that once Brownie goes there, it would be surrounded and attacked. But you have instead forgotten Brownie's identity. Brownie is the spiritual bear, an irreplaceable spiritual leader among the beast spirits. Could the beast spirits possibly just stand there and watch with their own eyes their very own spiritual bear being taken away? Jun Wuxie asked. Although what you have said is correct, but as the spiritual bear is so frail and weak now, it is unable to show its power as the spiritual bear, and the beast spirits would then not know its real identity. Even if we were to tell them, they would not believe us. The cheetah meant to jump to its feet, but before Xiao Chu's fist that was held up threateningly, it laid itself on the ground as it muttered. Jun Wuxie then countered, "What if I have a way that will allow Brownie to restore some of its powers?" The cheetah's eyes then lit up slightly. The biggest problem they were facing was that Brownie was not able to show its powers as the spiritual bear, and had no way of getting help from the beast spirits. Nailinshan had also raised his head up in surprise, to look highly expectantly at Jun Wuxie. "You know of a way to let Brownie recover?" This was something that Nailinshan had been pondering about for a long time. He had tried many ways with the cheetah and the others to let Brownie recover its powers, but to completely no avail. Although Brownie had recovered a little, but it was not nearly enough to restore its power to like it was before, unable for it to show the spiritual bear's powers. Half a year's time to a spirit was after all just too short a period, and it was not sufficient to bring about a change of any import. Jun Wuxie nodded her head, and without saying anything more, she took out a little awl before started carving into the ground. That was the awl that Jun Wuxie has misappropriated, from the fourth Serene Spirit Tower's worksite. There seemed to be a certain power of the spirit hidden within the little awl, as it didn't grow blunt with use and was just great for carving out spirit reinforcement runes. Having felt that it was very useful, Jun Wuxie had brought it out from the site. Nalan Shan and the cheetah looked on quietly at Jun Wuxie's actions, and they quickly noticed that the runes Jun Wuxie carved into the ground actually looked so familiar, highly similar to those upon the Serene Spirit Towers. Jun Wuxie soon carved out a great big circle of spirit reinforcement runes in the ground, and from the width of the circle, it could be seen that it would just be able to contain Brownie's body. This is... Nalan Shan raised his head to look at Jun Wuxie in surprise. Those familiar-looking runes had made him recall everything back in the Serene Spirit Tower, but he was still not entirely certain. Adapted from the Serene Spirit Tower. But rest assured, I have completely modified it, and this will not cause a spirit body any harm, but assist the spirit in its cultivation. After Jun Wuxie was finished, she kept the little awl away, although Wu Zhou was definitely not any kind soul. But that little awl was quite a useful little toy. Nalan Shan looked at Jun Wuxie, and then looked at the circle formed with spirit reinforcement runes, his face staring in pure disbelief. All the way back when Nalan Shan had discovered there was something strange in the Serene Spirit Tower, he had attempted to unravel the meaning of these runes. But even after several decades had passed, he had still come up with nothing, unable to understand what those runes were used for at all. But looking at the current state Jun Wuxie was in, it would seem like she had unraveled everything about it, and Jun Wuxie's words had made him think of the sudden and unbelievable advancement of the power of the spirit in Jun Wuxie and her several companions. You gained your powers using this to cultivate? Nalan Shan's voice was shaking slightly. Jun Wuxie nodded her head without hesitation. Nalan Shan's body then trembled uncontrollably. If all of this was true, then Jun Wuxie's decision here today would definitely bring about a great and important retaliation. Calm, Jun Wuxie said as she beckoned at Brownie. Brownie lumbered over unguardedly and plomped his great behind down into the middle of the circle. Cultivate. Jun Wuxie then gave Brownie a crisp and curt order. Brownie blinked its eyes foolishly as it stared at the circle of spirit reinforcement runes surrounding it. It looked to its left and then looked to the right, looking highly curious. After staring at them for a while, it then obediently followed Jun Wuxie's order and began to cultivate. At the moment Brownie began to cultivate, Nalan Shan was surprised to discover that the power of the spirit in the room was surging at an astounding speed towards the spirit reinforcement circle, and the spirit reinforcement runes carved into the floor were actually giving out a faint glow, where the light felt highly comforting. The four beast spirits were completely stunned by the scene before their eyes. They jumped to their feet in shock, staring at the power of the spirit that was being drawn in by the spirit reinforcement runes that surged into Brownie's body in an incessant stream. Brownie's fur then seemed to be imbued with the power, waving when there was no wind, clumps of golden light gradually covering over that brown fur. How? How is this possible? Nalan Shan's eyes went wide as he stared, unable to believe everything that he was seeing. There is nothing impossible about this. Jun Wuxie's arms were crossed over her chest, as she calmly watched the change that was coming over Brownie. The show was only just beginning. Coming out from Nalan Shan's room, Xiao Chu's face was filled with smiles. Whenever he thought about the reactions of the cheetah and the others, he just could not help but want to howl. What do we do now? Hua Yao then looked at Jun Wuxie to ask. Based on his understanding of Jun Wuxie, he did not believe that Jun Wuxie's retaliation would just be this. You guys go back first. I'm going to the Serene Spirit Tower to have a look, Jun Wuxie said. Xiao Chu could not hold himself back from jumping up and saying, Bring me along! Bring me along! He really could not wait to see Jun Wuxie to embark on destruction. Jun Wuxie swung her gaze over to Xiao Chu and she said coldly, You so certain that after you go in there, Raleigh will not be affected? Jun Wuxie dared to go, because the spirit tree seed had become a guarantee that even if she was to go there once again, she could be sure that the little black cat would not disappear. But it was not the same with Xiao Chu and the others. As expected, upon hearing Jun Wuxie say that, Xiao Chu's entire body made like a frost-beaten eggplant, withering completely. All right, you come back with me obediently to continue cultivating. Little Xie will be able to deal with her own things, and all we have to do is just to wait to watch the show. It was rare for Hua Yao to utter such a big bunch of words where he then hooked his arm around Xiao Chu's neck and dragged him away. Xiao Chu was feeling rather depressed, but with Hua Yao's appeasement, he immediately perked up with vigor and howled about wanting to cultivate seriously as he went bumbling right behind Hua Yao to leave. Fan Zhua and the others exchanged a few more words with Jun Wuxie before they similarly left. Jun Wuxie made her way towards the first Serene Spirit Tower, and the queue outside the Serene Spirit Tower continued to snake a long way out. Jun Wuxie drew in a deep breath and touched her own face, a helpless smile suddenly rising up upon it as she opened her stride to go walking over towards the guards at First Serene Spirit Tower. The two human spirits standing in front of the Serene Spirit Tower looked bored as they gazed lazily upon the long lines before their eyes, the corners of their mouths twitching from time to time, seemingly feeling rather impatient. Standing guard here for the whole day, they were finding it highly boring as they gazed around them. Suddenly, a peerlessly beautiful figure came gliding in within their line of sight. They saw a young lady with a face of flawless beauty that was seemingly at quite a loss as she approached. Although the number of human spirits in the spirit world wasn't all that small in number, but there were very few young and fair ladies. Having a young lady as pretty as a flower appearing before them so suddenly, it immediately caused the listless and dispirited guards to perk up. They immediately straightened their backs and tried their best to put on their most handsome and suave looks. Jun Wuxie's face looked to be at a loss as she came up to the doors in front of the Serene Spirit Tower. Her appearance had immediately drawn the attention of the human spirits in the queue. The gazes of all the males attracted to Jun Wuxie's looks, where the dull and dry weight from being in the queue immediately evaporated. These two big brothers. Jun Wuxie put on a timid look, her brows knitted together worriedly as she looked at the guards. That one call of big brother had almost caused the bones of the two guards to turn to mush, with Jun Wuxie's voice sounding so gentle, causing the guards to become highly afraid their fierce looks might frighten the little beauty. "Lady, is there anything we can help you with?" The two men stumbled over themselves to ask. "I just moved here and am staying close by. I did not know that there would be so many people staying here. I have some matters to attend to later tonight, so can you allow me to go inside first?" Jun Wuxie said, looking visibly distressed, which almost melted the hearts of everyone there. Even before such flawless beauty, the two guards did not dare to open the door of convenience just like that. Although they were reluctant, they had still hesitated. "I have this. Can I go in with it?" Jun Wuxie noticed the men's hesitation and immediately took out the bronze badge she had gotten when she had labored at the worksite of the Fourth Serene Spirit Tower. The two men took a look at the bronze badge and immediately smiled. You can. The bronze badge was proof of having toiled for the Serene Spirit Towers. Spirits with the bronze badge would be able to gain priority entry into the Serene Spirit Towers to cultivate. But the bronze badges only had a 7-day validity, and although it allowed one to do away with waiting, it came with a time limit. The two men were still a little hesitant, but seeing the bronze badge gave them a valid reason to allow Jun Wuxie in. In this way, they were not only able to gain the little beauty's favor, they did not have to break any rules for it. Hence, they were naturally happy to do it. With the bronze badge as a pass of passage, the two men were then more than happy to open the door of convenience for Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie went straight into the Serene Spirit Tower. The bronze badges had specific uses, and the priority access the bronze badge provided was meant to be used only at the Serene Spirit Tower, where they had contributed their efforts into its construction. Jun Wuxie's bronze badge had clearly had the character for inscribed into it, but as the two men had been so besotted with Jun Wuxie's beauty, they had not even looked at the badge closely, which allowed Jun Wuxie to win the advantage. This was the first time that Jun Wuxie had gained an advantage through her beauty, which she did not know whether to laugh or cry about. Towards her looks, she had never cared much about it, but it had come in useful today. The inside of the Serene Spirit Tower was exactly the same as when Jun Wuxie had come before, still fully packed with human spirits. The human spirits numbered the most in the 1st to 5th levels of the Serene Spirit Tower, and the higher she went, the further the numbers thinned. Those able to reach the 12th level were only 2 disciples of Wu Jiao's, and due to the previous spirit master's captivity, Zhang Yunlong and the other disciple were currently not cultivating there, but were busying themselves out there. Hence, when Jun Wuxie came up to the 12th level, it was completely empty, with only the enormous ball of spirit fire suspended in the air, taking up almost 2/3 of the entire 12th level. Jun Wuxie went around to inspect the place. There was only one human spirit on the 11th level. As the higher one went, the number of human spirits who were able to withstand it lessened. And when they were immersed in their cultivation, it was impossible for them to notice whether anyone had passed through the level they were in, so nobody had noticed that Jun Wuxie had gone straight up to the 12th level. After ascertaining that no one would suddenly appear, Jun Wuxie then took out the little awl hidden in her sleeve. She calmly stared at the ring of spirit reinforcement runes below the spirit fire as she recalled from memory once more the sequence she had checked through countless of times in her mind. At that moment, Jun Wuxie then went walking up and crouched herself down by the spirit fire as she used the little awl in her hand to change the ring of spirit reinforcement runes. The tiny sounds of carving sounded out in the 12th level of the Serene Spirit Tower. The sound was very soft, and if they were not on the same level, no one would ever detect it. After 3 whole hours of toil, Jun Wuxie finally finished modifying the ring of spirit reinforcement runes under the spirit fire to the way she intended them to be. She had only modified a small part, and under the shroud of the enormous spirit fire, no one would notice that the runes had undergone subtle changes, unless Wu Jiao came in personally to inspect them. Otherwise, Jun Wuxie was confident that no one would notice. Giving it a final inspection whether she had missed anything out, Jun Wuxie was finally certain that she had modified them perfectly. That was when she then kept the little awl safely away and went walking down from the 12th level. Having just stepped onto the 9th level, the human spirit that walked towards her made Jun Wuxie's gaze change slightly. Her eyes lowered unnoticeably, and acting like she had not noticed anything, she passed the human spirit by his shoulder and went walking slowly down in descent. Zhang Yunlong's footsteps paused slightly as he turned to look towards the young lady he had just passed. The other human spirit standing at the side was rubbing his chin as he said, "I had not thought that there would be such a beautiful lass among the human spirits. Heh, that's really something." That person was also Wu Jiao's disciple, a human spirit that cultivated with Zhang Yunlong on the 12th level. Zhang Yunlong retracted his gaze and the corners of his lips stiffened indifferently. "Now is not the time for you to be admiring beauties. It's only 3 more days to the time that Master has set for Nalan Shan. We must make sure that things proceed smoothly at that time, or otherwise when Master comes blaming us, both you and me would not be able to escape it." Zhang Yunlong did not pay too much attention to beauties. As compared to a beauty, he was more keen on power and authority. "Yes, eldest senior." Having been admonished, the man quickly restrained his lecherous thoughts and stoically followed behind Zhang Yunlong to walk up to the 12th level. The location that Wu Jiao and Nalan Shan were to meet was right outside the first Serene Spirit Tower, and before that happens, Zhang Yunlong and his men needed to check if there was anything unusual in the Serene Spirit Tower once more, and to inform the spirits cultivating inside and those waiting in line outside that the first Serene Spirit Tower would be temporarily closed 3 days later. Zhang Yunlong and his fellow disciple went to check one round throughout the place and did not discover anything unusual. Feeling relieved, they then went back to report it to Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao was at that moment sampling some wine in the courtyard and hearing Zhang Yunlong's report. He then nodded his head in satisfaction. "Master, are you certain that Nalan Shan will really turn up 3 days later?" Zhang Yunlong asked. "That character of his has not changed at all for so many years. Knowing that the previous spirit master is in my hands, he would not dare to not turn up." Wu Jiao curled up the corners of his lips, and a malicious smile bloomed upon his face. Placing his own master in captivity, to coerce his fellow disciple, were in his eyes something inevitable and as it should be, without feeling the slightest bit of guilt or remorse. "Soul Slayer has been urging us again. Your disciple has done as you said and appeased him with reassurance. Looking at him, I think he will not be able to wait much longer," Zhang Yunlong said. Ever since the weapon spirits seized the rights to the 4th Serene Spirit Tower, Soul Slayer had often come urging Wu Jiao to quickly complete the modifications to the Serene Spirit Tower to let the weapon spirits be able to go into the tower to cultivate. No need to worry. Once I have Nalan Shan in my hands, it will not be long before the spirit bear will deliver itself into my hands. Soul Slayer is being so anxious only because it wants to go into the serene spirit tower itself. Arrogant and conceited. For the weapon spirits to have such a leader, it's just laughable. Wu Zhou said nonchalantly, his words showing complete indifference towards Soul Slayer. It thinks that it's unmatched under the heavens. If not for the act that the runes on its blade is deadly against spirits, the position of the leader of the weapon spirits will not be his. Zhang Yunlong quipped in agreement. Wu Zhou shrugged his shoulders. Leave him be. If not for him, we will not have the result we see today. Flame Dragon and Poison Ivy had been rather clever to not have gone to verify it with the Spirit Lord. If not for Soul Slayer's foolishness, my plans would not have progressed so smoothly. Fools were only needed to be of use to him. Zhang Yunlong nodded his head. Go. Make sure things are properly prepared for what's going to happen 3 days later. Make sure you receive your uncle master well and not embarrass yourself. Wu Zhou said with a wave of his hand, and Zhang Yunlong immediately retreated. Drinking for a little while more, Wu Zhou felt it was a little dull and he got up to walk towards the dungeon. In the dungeon, the previous spirit master's limbs were bound by 4 chains. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the previous spirit master raised his head slightly and saw Wu Zhou's good-looking face that was tinged with a sliver of disdain. What are you here for? The previous spirit master said in displeasure. Having become a prisoner, he still had not lost his great flair and he did not look the least haggard. Wu Zhou looked smilingly at the previous spirit master, completely disregarding the previous spirit master's disdain. Seeing the wretched state the previous spirit master was in, Wu Zhou then said with a smile, Is there a need for master to show such disdain for your disciple? Your disciple is being so disrespectful to master only because I have no other choice. Once Nalan Shan hands that brown bear over to me, I will immediately release master and master can then very well punish me for any disrespect that I have shown. I implore for master to understand the deep thoughts and heart your disciple has put into this, as your disciple is doing it all for the sake of letting the spirit world further flourish and thrive, and that is the reason why I am doing all this. That contemptible face of yours disgusts me. The previous spirit master completely ignored everything Wu Zhou had said. As Wu Zhou's actions amounted to deceiving one's master and destroying the ancestor's name, a crime that made people's hair stand on end. Wu Zhou spread his hands wide as he looked at the previous spirit master who was showing utter contempt, showing he was not bothered. There's no need for master to make it sound so ugly. I still remember back when master first accepted me. Didn't you like me very much? Or why would you pass down the position of spirit master to me, and not to that unambitious and unaccomplished Nalan Shan? The previous spirit master almost vomited blood from anger. If I had known that you would be so despicable, even if you beat me to death, I would not have handed the position of spirit master over to you. It is the one thing I regret having done the most. How could the previous spirit master have thought that this originally obedient and intelligent first disciple of his would become so utterly heartless and be so devoid of morals after inheriting the position of spirit master? However pure and innocent Wu Zhou had been in the past, he was now just as evil and malicious. Wu Zhou suddenly laughed out loud. Master can just carry on berating me. Your disciple is here to accept it. But in another 3 days, I ask for master to work in concert with me, so that my fellow junior Nalan Shan can come save you good and proper. You will suffer retribution. The previous spirit master spat through tightly gritted teeth. Never would he have dreamed that Wu Zhou put him in captivity. Retribution? Great achievers do not bother with trifling details. It was exactly because master had been inflexible and unbending that you implicated yourself regarding the incident with the Dark Emperor, to have given up on your position as the spirit master for nothing. And if not for that, what kind of glory would I have to speak of today? Wu Zhou said indifferently. Your honeyed words hides daggers. Having bewitched the spirit lord, what is it exactly that you seek to achieve? The previous spirit master asked as he glared at Wu Zhou. He just would not believe that the Spirit Lord would allow Wu Jiu to do something so decadent and malicious. Bewitch the Spirit Lord? Master, you really think too highly of me. I do not possess that kind of capability. The Spirit Lord himself seeks to gain more power, and it happens that that is something I can change. As for what I am going to do, Master will come to know it when the day comes. Wu Jiu said with a laugh, his eyes filled with yearning and lunacy. Looking at the flickering firelight, he then said in derangement, what I am doing is something that can change the entire world. Be it the lower realm or the middle realm, even the higher realm will definitely shake with this. Master, you are being too obstinate. If you are willing to work together with me, you shall gain powers that had never been seen, reaching a state that you would not be able to attain throughout your life of bitter cultivation. The previous spirit master shook his head as he looked at Wu Jiu, who was descending into lunacy. He had gone mad, really gone mad. But Wu Jiu's words had also caused the previous spirit master to fall into the throes of immense fear. From Wu Jiu's words, he seemed to have heard hints of something incredible. This matter no longer only concerned the spirit world, but would directly affect the three realms. Master, get yourself some good rest. I'll come see you again 3 days later. Wu Jiu went back to normal and he looked smilingly at the previous spirit master before he turned to leave, his laughter that made a person's skin crawl reverberating within the dungeon, sending chills to run through the previous spirit master. 3 days' time passed in a blink. On this day, the first Serene Spirit Tower was sealed shut and masses of spirits gathered outside the Serene Spirit Tower, while the human spirits that were led by Zhang Yunlong surrounded Wu Jiu seated upon a rosewood chair. Soul Slayer had brought in many weapon spirits that also stood guard at the side. Wu Jiu had told Soul Slayer that Nalan Shan's appearance today would affect whether the fourth Serene Spirit Tower would be able to complete its construction, and hence Soul Slayer had not wanted to wait even a moment longer than he needed, to where he then brought the weapon spirit to come witness the event. What was a little strange was the beast spirits. Having had the rights to the fourth Serene Spirit Tower seized by the weapon spirits from before, the beast spirits and the weapon spirits were now at odds with each other, with irreconcilable differences. Logically, today's event should have nothing to do with the beast spirits at all, but for some unknown reason, a large number of beast spirits had gathered outside the first Serene Spirit Tower. They did not try to enter inside but just stood outside watching, which made the weapon spirits that Soul Slayer brought in feel highly indignant. Because the victory they had won in the clash had allowed the weapon spirits show the beast spirits up, and at that moment, they were filled with a sense of superiority over them. The beast spirits did not make a sound, seemingly having not noticed the arrogance and contempt the weapon spirits were showing them, but just gathered themselves together to whisper among themselves. As for what was being said, it could not really be heard. Wu Jiu sipped slowly from a cup of tea, and then looked at the time. He then beckoned at Zhang Yunlong, and Zhang Yunlong immediately retreated to the back. From inside a metal cage, Zhang Yunlong then dragged out the previous spirit master, whose hands and feet were bound in metal shackles. The loud clatter of the chains striking the ground reverberated off the exterior wall of the Serene Spirit Tower, and the highly wretched-looking previous spirit master was seen to have lost his refined and cultured grace of the past. Like a beast of burden, he was dragged by Zhang Yunlong and a bunch of human spirits to come into the open space before the first Serene Spirit Tower. Zhang Yunlong did not show the slightest respect as he pushed the previous spirit master right onto the ground. The previous spirit master fell to the ground but did not say a word, his eyes sweeping silently over the masses of spirits gathered around to watch. The appearance of the previous spirit master drew the attention of many human spirits. Some of them were not brought here by Wu Jiu, but were here just to watch the spectacle. Suddenly seeing the previous spirit master in such a wretched state, many of the human spirits did not know how to react. There had been some rumors going around that Wu Jiu had captured the previous spirit master, but many of the human spirits were uncertain about the authenticity of the matter. It was only at this moment, when they saw the previous master, that they realized that the rumors had been true. The previous spirit master had really been captured. You must be joking, right? Isn't the previous spirit master Wu Jiu's master? Just what is going on? The previous spirit master had really been in cahoots with the Dark Emperor before? In an instant, the human spirit's side bubbled over in debate. The crime that Wu Jiu had branded upon the previous spirit master could only be said to be laughable in the least. It was said that the Dark Emperor had come into the spirit world back then because he had colluded with the previous spirit master, and ever since the Dark Emperor fell, the previous spirit master had given up his position because he had lost the support he got from the Dark Emperor, which finally earned him the disdain of the Spirit Lord. He had only given up on his position only because he had no choice and not because he wanted to punish himself as was rumored. The Dark Emperor had inflicted great emotional trauma upon the spirit world. Even though he had not embarked on a rampaging massacre, he had still brought great panic and immense fear upon the spirits who had lived in relative peace, where mentioning the Dark Emperor was done with fear and trepidation, their hearts lingering with trembles. Curses and questioning doubts rang out around the previous spirit master's ears. Once well revered and respected, shouldering risk and danger wholeheartedly, but his name had been so easily smeared and defamed by Wu Jiu today. He lost even the desire to open his mouth to explain, but just sat straight-backed upon the ground, his eyes closed, unwilling to look into all those accusing eyes filled with hatred. Wu Jiu looked on smilingly as he watched the scene, seeing the previous spirit master who had once been the leader of the human spirits turn to become the target of public scorn, and he smiled evilly to himself. Soul Slayer did not care one bit about what the previous spirit master had done. It was feeling a little impatient as it looked at Wu Jiu, seemingly urging him about something. Wu Jiu nodded his head slightly at Soul Slayer, seemingly in reassurance. The entire place outside the serene spirit tower erupted with incessant waves of debate. Some lamented on the previous spirit master's fall into depravity, some accused the previous spirit master of vile malice, and some others just waited to watch the great show that was about to commence. Humans were the most complicated creatures under the heavens. When they are born, they are all ignorant and innocent babies. But divergent experiences and varying environments with different people around them makes them feel different emotions, gradually changing their mindsets and hearts, to have them slowly grow up to become people who are completely disparate. The human heart is highly prone to changes, and the talk in the world outside will easily change a person's heart and mind. The previous spirit master did not harbor any hatred towards the admonishments directed upon him, and he did not complain, but merely looked slightly desolate and helpless against it. As a human, he knew the ugliness of the human heart more clearly than anyone. He did not blame the fickleness of those people, but only blamed the complexity and ugliness that pervaded the world. That's enough! Suddenly, a rage-filled roar sounded out from behind the mass of human spirits. All spirits turned towards the source of that voice in an instant, to see Nalan Shan come walking out on his own from among the spirits, the eyes upon that gently handsome countenance, showing rage they had never shown before. Wu Jiu straightened himself in his seat, an elbow supported on his knee. His body leaned forward slightly, as he looked at Nalan Shan, who had come as expected. "Junior Nalan, you're here at last." Nalan Shan's furious eyes swept over Wu Jiu, refusing to acknowledge him. His gaze then fell upon the previous spirit master, the eyes filling up with pain and agony. He went walking quickly to go before the previous spirit master, and suddenly fell on both knees to the ground, to kowtow 3 times before the previous spirit master, his head knocking on the ground loudly. The sounds were so loud that it made the previous spirit master open his eyes suddenly. "Your disciple Nalan Shan has caused Master to suffer such great humiliation. Your disciple has been incompetent, and I beg for Master to punish me." Nalan Shan knelt before the previous spirit master, his heart filled with remorse and self-reproach. The previous spirit master had been calm throughout, but upon seeing Nalan Shan with his eyes brimming with tears in self-reproach, the previous spirit master's eyes grew red-rimmed as well. Similarly, a disciple of his, Nalan Shan's personality was simple and honest, one who disliked conflicts, his temperament most gentle. Compared to the intelligent and astute Wu Jiu of the past, Nalan Shan had seemed so unremarkable. As their master, the previous spirit master had been more satisfied with Wu Jiu, a disciple who possessed remarkable gift, with a great gift of the gab. He had liked Nalan Shan as well, but not in the same way he saw Wu Jiu. Back when the previous spirit master had given up on his position, and had to pass down his position of the spirit master, he had hesitated then. Whether he should pass down the position to Wu Jiu with surpassing intelligence, or the gentle and kindly Nailan Shan. In the end, considering that the responsibility of being the spirit master was very heavy, and Nailan Shan's character was too gentle where he would not be resolute enough, he had then handed the position over to Wu Jiu. Never had he thought that the decision he made back then would turn out so laughable today. The disciple that he had been satisfied with had imprisoned him in the dungeon, and Nailan Shan, whom he had felt to be lacking, had still showed up despite knowing full well that it was trap in order to save him. Upon seeing him, Nailan Shan had not complained a single word, but was instead filled with self-reproach. Such kinship, such filial piety, caused the previous spirit master's heart to wince with pain, hating that fact that he was not able to turn back time and reset it all. He would definitely not choose to nurture a tiger to bring upon calamity, and cause the truly loyal Nailan Shan to suffer such aggrievement. Get up quickly. Master is the one who let you down, and brought harm onto you, the previous spirit master said, his voice trembling. Nailan Shan persisted in kneeling on the ground, and even when the previous spirit master stretched a hand out to help him up, he did not move in the slightest. That scene just further saddened the previous spirit master, and he felt even more remorseful. It's all your master's fault. Your master has failed as a teacher, having possessed power for so many years but was not able to judge a person clearly, to have taken a vicious tiger for a trusted kin. Your master has caused you to suffer much grief. You should not have come, shouldn't have come. The previous spirit master's voice trembled, not from fear, but self-admonishment. He hated himself for his incompetence, hated that his eyes had not been able to see, that had not only thrown himself into a hopeless quandary, but had also dragged Nailan Shan down. Nailan Shan shook his head. Being able to acknowledge you as my master has been Nailan Shan's greatest pride. I have no regrets. The master and disciple had their hands held together as they looked into each other's teary eyes, a moving and tragic sight. Among the surrounding human spirits who were watching, quite a number of them were feeling sorrowful from that. They hadn't really believed that the previous spirit master would sow something so traitorous as selling out the spirit world, and they were feeling it was even more impossible now. The bond between the master and his disciple is truly deep, and I cannot help but be moved watching both of you. But, have the two of you finished with what you wanted to say? Wu Jiu had watched them for a while, before he finally opened his mouth to interrupt the conversation between Nailan Shan and the previous spirit master. Nailan Shan's brows bristled as he turned coldly to sweep a chilling gaze over the figure of Wu Jiu. His eyes filled to the brim with hatred. Wu Jiu, you betrayed your master and ruined the name of our ancestors, to have committed a deed that go against all morals. You are not human. Wu Jiu laughed and said, Not human? Haha, I am not human at that. I am a human spirit. Could it be that you and our master are humans? Nailan Shan was not skilled with words and could not compare to Wu Jiu's sharp and incisive mouth, unable to do anything but to glare hatefully at Wu Jiu. Don't look at me like that. I have not harmed master in the slightest, and since you've come here today as agreed, I will naturally release our old master. I'll even get someone to escort him back into the mountains properly, to allow him to continue with his seclusion. Nailan Shan, you do not need to hate me so much. I am doing all this just because of you. If you had not persisted in harboring the fugitive, I wouldn't have needed to employ such a method that made our old master go through such suffering. At the end of it all, Nailan Shan, this is all your fault. Wu Jiu said venomously, his eyes narrowed as he stared at Nailan Shan, his gaze so sinister like it had been soaked in poison. Nailan Shan was so furious his entire body was shaking. But led by Wu Jiu's words, and the fact he had felt that he had dragged the previous spirit master into this, Nailan Shan felt so remorseful upon hearing Wu Jiu's words that he was unable to say anything at that moment. The previous spirit master saw that Nailan Shan was being manipulated, and he drew in a deep breath as he held Nailan Shan's hand to say, This matter isn't your fault. With everything that you have done, you have your master's support. The one that is wrong is Wu Jiu. If he did not harbor evil intentions in his heart, how could he possibly be able to do something so utterly heartless and devoid of morals? Wu Zhou then said with a laugh. Masters being so biased, it is clear that you were implicated into all of this because of my junior fellow disciple. How could you blame me? But it's all right. Since my junior has come, Master, you're free now and you can go back into the mountains and continue with your life as a recluse. Wouldn't that be better? In these affairs of the spirit world, you had better not interfere as you had committed such an embarrassing deed in the past. The previous spirit master was so infuriated by Wu Zhou his face turned green. Nalan Shan could endure Wu Zhou's slander upon himself, but he could not tolerate the humiliation he was putting the previous spirit master under. Wu Zhou, no such deed have been committed at all, so why are you heaping such baseless accusations upon Master's head? You wanted me to come, and so here I am. This matter has nothing to do with Master, and if you continue to falsely accuse Master, I will immediately extinguish my own spirit body right here. Then no matter how resourceful you are, I will then like to see what you will be able to come up with. Nalan Shan threatened to kill himself, and Wu Zhou's face immediately changed. Wu Zhou took a deep breath and the expression on his face turned to look a little hard-pressed. But very quickly, he regained back the smile from before. No need for that. I was only joking with you. I am naturally just as respectful of Master as you. Men, escort Master back to get some rest. Zhang Yun Long immediately arranged for people to bring the previous spirit master away. The previous spirit master was unwilling to leave, as he could not leave Nalan Shan here alone. A lone wolf in this place. Master, I will be fine. You go back first. Nalan Shan said earnestly as he held the previous spirit master's hand. The spirit master was still unwilling, but he was dragged away by several human spirits. Although he possessed a great set of powers, but as Wu Zhou had restrained him with soul-binding chains, he was unable to summon up any of it. Nalan Shan watched longingly as the previous spirit master was dragged away, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart as with the previous spirit master brought away from the place, he would be safe. Wu Zhou would not dare to lay a hand on the previous spirit master before everyone here. Nalan Shan stood up and stared at Wu Zhou, who was all smiles, a subtle change coming over his entire person and demeanor. My good junior, you have really come forward by yourself as I have expected. I really do not know whether I should say that you're too honest or just dumb. Do you think that by coming here yourself, you will be able to ensure that that beast will be safe? As long as you are here, it will come here sooner or later. Wu Zhou looked at Nalan Shan with a smile. He had never thought much about Nalan Shan's gentle and passive disposition. He waved his hand and Zhang Yun Long immediately stepped forward, a set of soul-binding chains in his hands. No matter how powerful a spirit's power of the spirit was, once they were shackled by these soul-binding chains, they would not be able to free themselves, where their power of the spirit would be sealed up, impossible to summon. The previous spirit master had been caught off guard when Wu Zhou had clamped those soul-binding chains on his wrists, and affected by the soul-binding chains, he had naturally not been Wu Zhou's match where he was then captured. Nalan Shan calmly looked at Zhang Yun Long as he walked to come before him. The corners of Zhang Yun Long's mouth were tinged with a venomous smile. Back when Nalan Shan had managed to escape before, he had felt highly indignant. Now that Nalan Shan had fallen into his hands once again, he was naturally overcome with glee. Uncle Master, do you want me to put these soul-binding chains on you, or do you want to do it yourself? Zhang Yun Long asked as he shook the soul-binding chains gleefully, looking every inch like a vile scoundrel who managed to get his way. Nalan Shan laughed out loud scornfully, and then turned to look at Wu Zhou. Wu Zhou, the reason you want to capture me is merely for you to catch the spiritual bear. Do you really think that your ploy will succeed? Nalan Shan's words immediately caused the surrounding beast spirits who were watching to quake in shock, their incredulous eyes suddenly turning to fall upon the figure of Wu Zhou. Wu Zhou had already guessed that Nalan Shan would say that. Unflustered, he went on to say nonchalantly, Nalan Shan, your way of seeking to drive a wedge between me and the beast spirits isn't all that new at all. I'm sure the appearance of the brown bear I am seeking to capture has been clearly seen by the beast spirits outside the spiritual spirit loft back then. In order to protect it, you are insisting that it is the spiritual bear. Are you thinking that the beast spirits are all idiots? Which spiritual bear would be so barbaric looking with such a wretched coat of brown fur? where it was not even capable of human speech and did not possess unmatched powers. The astounded beast spirits then quietened down a bit. The incident back at the spiritual soul loft had been witnessed by fellow spirits of their race, and they had confirmed that Wu Zhou's target was a brown bear that did not possess much power. Nalan Shan then laughed disdainfully and said, "Are you certain that that is not the spiritual bear?" Wu Zhou then said highly confidently, "It's naturally not. The spiritual bear is the spiritual leader of the beast spirits and commands an equivalent standing with that of Flame Dragon. Could I possibly be so ignorant? Moreover, such an absolutely maniacal thing like capturing the spiritual bear is something I will never do. The beast spirits are my friends, and how could I possibly do something that will let my friends down?" Nalan Shan then stared with his eyes fixed unwaveringly at Wu Zhou. "Remember what you just said." "I remember it very clearly," Wu Zhou said with a light laugh and then gave Zhang Yunlong a signal with his eyes. Without caring whether Nalan Shan was willing or not, Zhang Yunlong then clamped the soul-binding chains upon Nalan Shan's wrists. "Uncle Master Nalan, shall we?" Zhang Yunlong said gleefully as he gave Nalan Shan a push. Nalan Shan glanced at him but did not shift his feet a single step. Zhang Yunlong seemed to become a little impatient, cursing inwardly that Nalan Shan was just struggling in vain before everyone. He had already fallen into his master's hands, and he was still acting all high and mighty here. Wait till they put him in the dungeons, and he will need to be taught a good lesson to vent out all this frustration. Hurry up and not waste everyone's time. Zhang Yunlong stretched his hand out in impatience, pushing Nalan Shan roughly on the shoulder. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar of a bear shot up into the sky. Several huge figures came shooting out from among the masses of spirits, to charge straight towards where Nalan Shan was standing. Zhang Yunlong's heart quivered, quickly pulling himself away from Nalan Shan. Roar! The massive brown bear stood blocking right in front of Nalan Shan, to face the hastily retreating Zhang Yunlong and to let out a furious and rage-filled roar. Beside Nalan Shan, with the brown bear leading them, were 4 other beast spirits circling around Nalan Shan. They were all in a defensive stance, and it was clear that they wanted to ensure Nalan Shan's safety. In the instant that Wu Zhou saw the brown bear, he immediately shot to his feet from the chair. Great delight brewed in his eyes, and his hands were trembling with ecstatic excitement as he stared at the roaring brown bear, where he then laughed out loud hysterically all of a sudden. "Ha ha ha! Nalan Shan, see how stupid you are. You thought you could protect the beast, but had not thought that the beast would care so much for you that it could not even wait a single moment before running all the way here to come save you. This is so funny it's killing me." Wu Zhou was really laughing uninhibitedly without restraint. He had thought to capture Nalan Shan in order for him to force the spiritual bear out, and that it would be at least a few days before that would happen. Never had he thought that when Nalan Shan had barely just stepped in here today, that spiritual bear would immediately come deliver itself straight to his door. How could Wu Zhou not be delighted by that? Nalan Shan looked at Brownie and the several beast spirits who had suddenly appeared, his eyes not showing the slightest bit of surprise, looking like he already knew that this would be the result all along. Looking at Brownie, who was roaring incessantly, Nalan Shan raised his hands that were restrained by the soul-binding chains and rubbed Brownie on its head as he said gently, "It's all right, don't go hurting your throat." Brownie then calmed down under Nalan Shan's touch. It turned its head and looked obediently at Nalan Shan, immediately stopping its roaring. Wu Zhou laughed scornfully, and his gaze turned to sweep over the surprised beast spirits all around. "My beast spirit friends, look clearly here. Is this brown bear here your spiritual bear?" Coming to know that Brownie that was standing beside Nalan Shan was the target that Wu Zhou was seeking to capture, all the beast spirits turned their heads to gaze upon the bear, like they were going to stare holes right through Brownie's body. The brown fur did not possess the golden luster of the spiritual bear, and though massive, it did not exude any powerful aura from its power of the spirit. The mass of beast spirits shook their heads inwardly. This was not their spiritual bear. Their spiritual bear was not so weak. The reactions of the beast spirits fell into the eyes of Wu Zhou, and Wu Zhou's eyes then showed a gleeful glint. He had dared to have so many spirits gather here today because he was certain that the spiritual bear whose power of the spirit had been mostly absorbed by the serene spirit tower would not be able to show up in a state that exemplified the spiritual bear, and that the current state of the spiritual bear would look to be just an unremarkable brown bear beast spirit in everyone's eyes. Ha! Nalan snorted in derision. Wu Jiu instead saw it as a struggle while in the throes of death. He would be happy to see Nalan Shan's crushing defeat, where he would even watch in admiration as a type of enjoyment for him. Nalan Shan, you are really such a good fellow junior of mine, so much so that you are able to satisfy my needs so very quickly. Since this brown bear has already delivered itself up to my door, you are still my good little fellow junior. Wait till I capture that brown bear, and I will set you free, without needing you to come play guest at my place anymore. Wu Jiu said with his chin lifted, and a bunch of his disciples immediately surged forward, to surround Brownie and the other beast spirits within a circle 6 men thick facing both inwards and outwards. Brownie let out a roar of rage and the cheetah bared its fangs, ready to jump into battle any time. Nalan Shan continued to stare at Wu Jiu, who was looking beside himself with glee. Wu Jiu, you shall pay for everything that you've done today. Oh? I would really like to see how you are going to make me pay. Arrest that bear right now. Wu Jiu shouted out coldly. Zhang Yunlong and a bunch of human spirits jumped straight towards Brownie and the others, but in the next instant, several massive vines shot out from behind them that sent the human spirits surrounding Brownie and the 4 beast spirits flying away in a blink. Wu Jiu was startled as he quickly turned to look at the source of those vines. Poison ivy slowly walked into Wu Jiu's line of sight, the dancing vines around his body clearly showing who was responsible for the strike that had just happened. It was him. Poison ivy. Wu Jiu's eyes narrowed as he stared at Poison Ivy, who had charged into the fray so suddenly, and his eyes took on a vicious tinge. He had heard from Zhang Yun long before that Poison Ivy was involved in this matter, and if not for the fact that he did not want to antagonize the plant spirits at this critical juncture, Wu Jiu would have moved against Poison Ivy long ago. Even if he was to let Poison Ivy go this time, when the 5th Serene Spirit Tower was to be constructed, Poison Ivy would then be his next target. What have you come here for? Are you going to stick your nose into the affairs of us human spirits? Wu Jiu asked as he glared threateningly at Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy was nonchalant as he lifted his head, to look at Wu Jiu, whose face was filled with nothing but malice. Human spirit affairs? I do not think that this is an affair concerning just you human spirits, Poison Ivy said with a cold sneer. Wu Jiu took a deep breath. The brown bear wounded human spirits and broke the spirit world's rules. As the spirit master, I have the right to arrest it and take it to task. Poison Ivy arched up an eyebrow but did not respond. But another cold, clear voice sounded out right at that moment. You have the right? What right do you have to capture the beast spirit's spiritual bear? Accompanying that voice was a flawlessly beautiful young lady that came walking gracefully out from among the masses of spirits, with a massive blank panther following by her feet, treading together with her every step as she went in closer, to come before the horde of human spirits. Wu Jiu stared in surprise at Jun Wuxie, who came walking in quietly. Although he had never seen her countenance with his own eyes, but with the portraits that Meng Yiliang had drawn up, he was able to recognize the owner of that set of facial features. Jun Wuxie. Wu Jiu had attempted to capture this young lady before, wanting to interrogate her about Nalan Shan's whereabouts. Zhang Yunlong's eyes were also staring widely, as he looked at the young lady, whom he had been searching so hard for throughout the past half a year. In the past half a year, he had not given up on capturing Jun Wuxie, but there had been no result at all. It had been as if Jun Wuxie had evaporated into thin air, where there wasn't a single sign of her anywhere. Zhang Yunlong had never expected that he would see Jun Wuxie here today. Jun Wuxie, you can really hide. Zhang Yunlong narrowed his eyes to a slit as he glared at Jun Wuxie. Have searched so bitterly for the past half year without yielding any result. He had suffered much admonishments before Wu Jiu. Now that he saw Jun Wuxie, all the aggrievement in his heart suddenly rose right to the surface. Jun Wuxie lifted an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Yunlong, an icy chill rising up in her eyes. It's not because I can hide well, But it's due to your stupidity. I waited for half a year in the tranquil dream forest and did not see you appear once. If that isn't due to your stupid, then what? Jun Wuxie's words angered Zhang Yunlong so much he almost vomited out blood. He stared at Jun Wuxie in disbelief and raised up a finger trembling with rage as he said, "You said you were in the tranquil dream forest? Impossible. I had gone to search the tranquil dream forest before, and you were not there. I was there, and that is why I am saying you are stupid," Jun Wuxie said indifferently as she looked at Zhang Yunlong, who was fuming mad from humiliation. Zhang Yunlong was so angry his teeth were clenched tightly together. Jun Wuxie's words made him feel so incredibly dumb. He had turned the entire spirit world upside down, and he had not been able to find any signs of Jun Wuxie. Even if you beat him to death, he would not have thought that Jun Wuxie would be in the tranquil dream forest, the first place that he had searched for quite a long time. With the being the truth, it made Zhang Yunlong wish for nothing more than to be able to strangle Jun Wuxie. Feeling deeply that he had been played by Jun Wuxie properly, Zhang Yunlong's face turned a greenish tinge, and Jun Wuxie was highly satisfied by the expression he was making. Wu Zhou's eyes narrowed as he stared at Poison Ivy and Jun Wuxie, who had appeared in succession. He had thought that the spiritual bear was already as good as in his hands today and things could come to an end. Never had he expected that these two individuals would come charging out to completely throw his plans in utter upheaval. To the two of you here, I do not care for what you have come here, but this is not a matter that the two of you should interfere with. Towards everything that the both of you have done before, I can choose to not pursue the past, but hope that you do not push things too far. Leave here today and do not stir up any more trouble. The human spirits will still remain as your friends. Wu Zhou did not want any trouble to grow. Soul Slayer was still waiting there impatiently, and there was no meaning in dragging things on any further. Complete the construction of the fourth Serene Spirit Tower as quickly now, and he would have all the time in the world to deal with Poison Ivy and Jun Wuxie after that. Not pursue the past? How generous of you! You really move me to tears. Jun Wuxie suddenly curled her mouth up to laugh sneeringly. She then tilted her chin up slightly and looked at Wu Zhou, who was fighting to hold himself back before she said, "You might not want to pursue the past, but that's not what I want. Apologies. But I did not come here today to seek your forgiveness, but am here to settle scores with you." "Settle scores with me? You?" Wu Zhou suddenly burst out laughing. The fact that he did not want to waste any more time did not also mean that he was afraid of Jun Wuxie. No matter how powerful one human spirit was, she couldn't be a match for him. "Since you have refused the proffered wine, then enjoy the wine in punishment. I do not mind playing this thing out with you, as I would really like to see what kind of extraordinary feat you can pull off, to be able to defeat this army tens of thousands strong." Wu Zhou's eyes flashed with a glint of malice, and with a wave of his hand, the group of human spirits that had been standing behind him immediately joined the battlefield. Several hundreds of human spirits surrounded Jun Wuxie and the others, looking fully intent on finishing them off completely. Jun Wuxie eyed the human spirits surrounding them coldly, her gaze passing fleetingly over them to look towards the beast spirits who were continuing to watch before she retracted her gaze, completely calm and composed. Zhang Yunlong let out a roar and led the human spirits in a charge towards Jun Wuxie. All of a sudden, a massive black shadow came falling down from the sky, and a white-boned snake's tail swept in a wide swath through the area. A bear's roar and an ape's screech sounded over the human spirit's howls that soared up towards the heavens. 5 handsome-looking figures shot right into the battlefield, to land firmly beside Jun Wuxie. "You want to move against little Xie? You'll have to first measure how much you weigh." Xiao Chu's lips split into a wide smile, as the yin-yang bear stood up straight behind him, and its thick and stout bear paws spread wide open before it showed off its sharp fangs to send a deafening roar that shook the heavens straight towards the human spirits. The double-headed bone snake and the great ape joined in with the yin-yang bear's mighty roar, the ear-shattering sound causing the spectating crowd surrounding the battle to cringe in terror. The beast spirits stared with their mouths agape at the 3 massive-sized beasts who were at least of the 8th grade, their eyes wide, unable to believe what they were seeing. "That is the double-headed bone snake? I know of him. It wasn't this massive before. A beast spirit actually recognized the double-headed bone snake, but from its memory, the size of the double-headed bone snake was not even half of the one here. The double-headed bone snake that it knew had merely been a 5th-grade beast spirit size, and having not seen it for so many years, it had grown to become so massive. That is the yin-yang bear. My heavens! What did it eat? Another beast spirit recognized the yin-yang bear. Similarly, being beast spirits of the spirit world, the double-headed bone snake and the others would naturally have old acquaintances, but with the current way they looked, they were completely different from what the other beast spirits remembered. 8th-grade beast spirits. You wouldn't be able to find more than a few looking throughout the entire spirit world, and if the double-headed bone snake and its companions had such power from long before, then all the beast spirits of the spirit world would have known them. In fact, when the double-headed bone snake and the others had first come to Huayao and his companions, they were not as powerful as they were now. But through their experiences together as Chao Chu and his comrades strengthened themselves, they had led the double-headed bone snake and the others to become stronger as well. Especially in the period when they had been in the Dark Emperor's tomb. Jun Wuyao could have caused the double-headed bone snake and the others to grow maniacally in passing when he had put the companions in a place to cultivate where the power of the spirit had been most intense in the tomb for an extended period of time. Added to the fact that they had taken miraculous elixirs and medicines with effects that aided the growth of their spirits. As the double-headed bone snake never left Huayao's side and they saw each other so very often, Huayao had not noticed the growth and changes that had come over the double-headed bone snake much, where it was the same for Chao Chu and the others. Not just the double-headed bone snake. The yin-yang bear and the great ape had grown. Even the hell butterfly and Fanjua's weapon spirit had grown as well. But it was just that they had not noticed it. The things they had not realized was discovered by the other beast spirits here. The beast spirits who were here intending only to watch the show were suddenly astounded by the terrifying growth of the double-headed bone snake and the others, shocked as they stared with eyes wide and mouths hanging open. Not to mention that they had gone to the mortal realm to have become ring spirits. Even if they had been able to go into the serene spirit tower to cultivate, it was thought that the growth could still not have been so maniacal. Where would you see a beast spirit that could shoot from the 5th grade right up to the 8th grade in just a few short years? Could those 3 fellas have taken some godly medicine? The 3 massive beast spirits displayed their might before the eyes of their fellow beast spirits without holding back, standing at their respective master's side to defend them, using the powers and might accumulated from experience to protect their beliefs. It's you. The ones that rescued the brown bear back then was all of you. Zhang Yunlong immediately recognized the 3 gigantic beasts with just one glance, and the rage immediately bubbled and rose within his heart. So what if it's us? You still did not have enough of a beating? Then we would not mind giving you another thrashing here today. Xiao Chu opened his mouth to say evilly. As he looked tauntingly at Zhang Yunlong just could not wait to skin that arrogant and willful little kid alive. Jun Wuxie, what do you mean by this? Wu Jiu sensed that something was not right, and his eyes were narrowed as he asked. Jun Wuxie lifted an eyebrow and looked at Wu Jiu with almost patronizing arrogance. I've said it. I came here to settle scores. Wu Jiu gritted his teeth and then said with a laugh that stemmed from extreme anger. All right, I would like to see how you are going to settle scores with me. Not a single one of you present here today should even think of running away. We won't run. We will definitely not run before we see you die without a place for burial, or we just wouldn't be able to bear to leave. Jun Wuxie retorted back mockingly. Wu Jiu's teeth gritted with pure and intense hatred. Heavens knew where this young lady had crawled out from, that she would go against him in every instance. Then you can go down into hell together with that damned animal. Animal? For you to curse the beast spirit's spiritual bear like that might not be all that appropriate, you know. Jun Wuxie suddenly said with a smile, her eyes flashing with a crafty glint. Spiritual bear? Har? What spiritual bear? You are just as ignorant as Nailan Shan to be taking that damned animal as the SPI. Wu Jiu had not even finished his sentence when he was suddenly stupefied. He stared with eyes bulging and mouth hanging open at the spiritual bear, with so much hatred brewing in those eyes that it seemed like they wanted to bore 2 holes right into the body of the spiritual bear. Brownie's body was gradually expanding bit by bit as all four of its thick and stout limbs grew more massive continuously. The human spirits that surrounded it were flabbergasted with shock by everything that was happening before them as Brownie's constantly increasing size was pushing them back step by step, and not a single one among them dared to take a step forward. How are things turning out like this? Wu Jiu glared incredulously at Brownie's fur that was gradually turning a dark golden sheen, and his eyes that had been collected and filled with glee was replaced by utter shock. All the beast spirits were staring wide-eyed at that moment, captured in awe at the constantly changing Brownie. The beast that had been just a brown bear was actually slowly turning to become their most sacred spiritual bear that must not be defiled in any way. How is this possible? The beast spirits were all stunned beyond words, and the words Nalan Shan had said earlier resounded unendingly within every one of their minds. The brown bear is the spiritual bear. The brown bear is the spiritual bear. The brown bear. That is their very own sacred spiritual bear. In that instant that all of them saw the spiritual bear, they all fell obsequiously onto their knees, prostrating themselves fully to the ground as they let out an emotional roar. The rising and falling beastral roars reverberated outside the first serene spirit tower, weaving into a moving symphony, rising up in a song of praise. That was the piety the beast spirits held towards the spiritual bear, the worship of their faith. The lies Wu Jiu told collapsed onto itself right at that moment. The appearance of the spirit bear completely exposed the ugliness and venomous side of Wu Jiu's. Line after line of light gold runes then began to cover over Brownie's dark gold body of fur, to become a pure and holy body that countless beast spirits could only pine for in their dreams. Wu Jiu, I have returned, Brownie said as it lowered its head, its vengeful gaze staring at Wu Jiu, who was caught up in utter shock. Throughout countless days and nights, in a dungeon that saw not the light of day, it was restrained in soul-binding chains till it could not even move, but to be trapped in dismal sorrow and darkness, enduring the torment that Wu Jiu inflicted onto it, tolerating the agony while its power of the spirit was being drained out of its body bit by bit. Having walked out from that hopeless and desperate situation, it was not just the longing for freedom, but more about the hatred he had come to hold against Wu Jiu. The raging, burning flames of vengeance flared inside Brownie's chest. It had endured through despair and humiliation, seeking only for the moment it would exact its revenge today. It had come back, coming out before its enemies with its unmatched power of before. It would use its claws to tear through Wu Jiu's ugly and evil soul and send him on his way to hell. Upon witnessing the return of the spiritual bear, countless beast spirits tilted their heads back and let out accompanying roars, the highly emotional roars quaking the eardrums of everyone present painfully. Blazing rage rose in the hearts of the beast spirits. They realized that they had all been toyed with by Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu's exoneration and his lies had now instead proven his shamelessness. He was seeking to capture the spiritual bear, their very own spiritual bear. Unforgivable, unforgivable. The beast spirit's rage had been ignited. They all charged into the battlefield, going forward a step at a time towards their spiritual leader, a low, threatening growl coming out from their jaws, their bodies taut, in a state that was ready to attack any time. Those human spirits who had surrounded around Brownie were so frightened by all those pairs of rage-filled eyes that their souls very nearly fleeted out of them. They backed up in retreat a step at a time, not daring to look straight into the rage of the beast spirits. Wu Jiu's face had turned an extremely ugly shade. He could not have ever thought that the spiritual bear that had been completely drained of powers would still have the ability to execute a last gamble, and the manifestation of the spiritual bear had completely pushed him to the edge of the abyss. Wu Jiu gritted his teeth as he stared at the massive number of beast spirits. In a fluster, he realized that things were suddenly not right. He had designed today's events to be a beautiful moment that he would capture Nalan Shan, and after the beast spirits lost to the weapon spirits in their contest for the fourth Serene Spirit Tower, even if they did not blame Wu Jiu, they would definitely not want to come all the way out here just to watch. Their numbers were too great. The beast spirits' numbers were just too overwhelming. Logically, it shouldn't be possible that there would be so many beast spirits here today. Wu Jiu had not felt anything peculiar about it initially, having thought that the beast spirits were just here to catch the excitement. But now that he thought about it, for such a large number of beast spirits to appear, it did not seem to have happened by accident, but by someone's intentional design, only waiting for the moment that the spiritual bear reveals itself, to incite hatred to rise within the hearts of the beast spirits. Just who had schemed all of this? Poison Ivy? Nalan Shan? Or was it? Wu Jiu suddenly raised his eyes up and looked towards the young lady he did not know well. Anything and everything had always been within this control. It was until Jun Wuxie appeared that caused things to fall into the current disarray. It's her. Jun Wuxie stared back at Wu Jiu's gaze without a flinch, the corners of her mouth curling up in a slight arc, seemingly sneering at Wu Jiu's stupidity, that just confirmed Wu Jiu's suspicion. This entire scheme had been designed by Jun Wuxie, that struck a most effective retaliation against Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu could no longer deceive the beast spirits, where he could no longer openly imprison the spiritual bear. Rage and shock intertwined within Wu Jiu's heart. Not even in his dreams would he have thought that the plot that he had weaved so carefully would be defeated by Jun Wuxie's hand. Wu Jiu, your plot had been exposed. How are you going to deny it any further? A deep booming voice rang out from above, up in the sky. Wu Jiu suddenly raised his head to look up, to see the gargantuan-sized flame dragon flying high up in the sky. That's right. How could he not have thought of that? Flame Dragon had always been rather guarded against him. Back when he had incited conflict among the three great races, Flame Dragon had tried its best to avoid becoming involved. To be able to summon so many beast spirits to appear here at this place today, besides Flame Dragon, who else could it be? Flame Dragon must have joined hands with Jun Wuxie in this. Deny? What is there for me to deny? Capturing the spiritual bear is the Spirit Lord's idea, and I was merely following orders. I had thought to not worry the beast spirits too much, but you are now not appreciating the thought. But you still can't blame me for this, Wu Jiu said with a sneer. Not only was he not showing any fear from being exposed, he was instead showing greater arrogance. He lowered his head back down and looked at Soul Slayer, who was standing dazed on the side, to say, Soul Slayer, do you know why I still have not completed the construction of the fourth Serene Spirit Tower all this time? Soul Slayer was slightly taken aback, not knowing what Wu Jiu was going to say. The situation before its eyes had truly far exceeded anything it could have expected. It had never thought that Wu Jiu would really be so audacious to dare to put the beast spirit's spiritual bear in captivity. Why? Wu Jiu suddenly laughed out loud. He stared at the spiritual bear viciously, and he spat out through gritted teeth. Because the construction of every serene spirit tower requires a sufficiently powerful spirit body as its support, and the supporting spirit for the fourth serene spirit tower is the spiritual bear. What? Soul Slayer was completely stunned. Haven't you been so keen on getting your hands on the fourth serene spirit tower? Weren't you wishing that the weapon spirits would be able to become stronger through the serene spirit tower? Then the opportunity is now right here before your eyes. Once we capture the spiritual bear, I guarantee that within just 5 days, all of the weapon spirits will be able to go into the serene spirit tower to cultivate, which would give all of you more power than you have ever possessed. Soul Slayer, I am doing all this for the good of all of you weapon spirits. The fourth Serene Spirit Tower was not built for the human spirits but for all the weapon spirits, Wu Jiu's eyes said as his eyes flashed schemingly. Soul Slayer was so overcome with shock it was unable to open its mouth for a long while, its mind a whirl of chaos. The thinking ability of weapon spirits was already not that strong in the first place, and Wu Jiu's words had further caused Soul Slayer to be unable to think calmly. Capture the spiritual bear. Construct the fourth Serene Spirit Tower. The two blood-red rubies set deep within Soul Slayer seemed to be turning between Wu Jiu and the spiritual bear in turn. There is no need for you to worry. Constructing the fourth Serene Spirit Tower is the Spirit Lord's idea, and the Spirit Lord Ideaware is well aware of the requirements of building the Serene Spirit Tower. If I do not have the Spirit Lord's permission, how could I possibly dare to make a move on the spiritual bear? Soul Slayer, the opportunity now rests right before you. I can help you capture the spiritual bear, and I can help you finish up the construction of the fourth Serene Spirit Tower. This opportunity that's hard to come by in 1,000 years is placed right before your eyes. Are you going to give up on the fourth Serene Spirit Tower, or are you going to give it a gamble for the sake of gaining the weapon spirit's powerful might? The final choice is now yours to make. Wu Jiu deviously pushed the entire matter right onto Soul Slayer. He knew very well that the human spirits they had brought here would not be able to battle the horde of beast spirits present. But there were many more weapon spirits who had come. If the weapon spirits joined them, he saw that he would then be able to drive back the beast spirits and to capture the spiritual bear. Soul Slayer was hesitant. It was exactly their desire for the Serene Spirit Tower that had brought about the constant strife between the weapon spirits and beast spirits, and countless weapon spirits had died in that period. They had finally won the Serene Spirit Tower after so much hardship. Were they now going to give it all up for nothing? Soul Slayer was feeling a little disgruntled. Flame Dragon seemed to sense that Soul Slayer was wavering, and it suddenly said, "Soul Slayer, do not fall for Wu Jiu's ploy in driving a wedge between us. The Spirit Lord will never allow a Serene Spirit Tower that needs the sacrificial bear as a sacrifice." Soul Slayer did not make a noise. Wu Jiu then said sneeringly, "Flame Dragon, you did not even have the courage to seek affirmation with the Spirit Lord. Do you think that your words can be trusted?" Jun Wuxie was watching Soul Slayer secretly, and she then shot a meaningful glance at Xiao Chu and the others. She had a feeling that Soul Slayer's answer would definitely not be the one that they wanted to hear. Having received Jun Wuxie's signal, Xiao Chu and the other companions immediately ordered the Yin-Yang bear, the double-headed bone snake, and the great ape to ring themselves around the spiritual bear in a protective circle. After a long moment of silence, Soul Slayer then finally opened his mouth. "All weapon spirits hear my order." Flame Dragon's heart sank. "Today we assist the human spirits to capture the spiritual bear, in order for the weapon spirits to rise. Prepare for battle." At the same moment that Soul Slayer's voice fell, a gleeful smile instantly blossomed on Wu Jiu's lips. He had placed the right bet. The weapon spirits mobilized by Soul Slayer immediately charged into the battlefield, coordinating with the human spirits as they moved to surround the beast spirits. "Soul Slayer, are you really going to help Wu Jiu?" Flame Dragon asked as it stared at Soul Slayer in disbelief. Although Flame Dragon was not on all that familiar terms with Soul Slayer, but as the leader of the weapon spirits, how could it possibly fall for Wu Jiu's ploy so easily? Soul Slayer then replied in an indignant voice, "I am not helping him, but helping the weapon spirits ourselves. You beast spirits are so numerous in number and have been so used to being in a superior position, and you have been in that position for far too long. The weapon spirits are no longer willing to lie low and play second fiddle, where the weapon spirits shall now finally rise." Soul Slayer's voice had just fallen, and it immediately leapt to fly straight towards the battlefield. Flame Dragon cursed and immediately followed after. For Soul Slayer to be able to become the weapon spirit's leader, its might was not to be doubted. If it was allowed to fight the beast spirits, the resulting death toll might not be something that Flame Dragon would be able to take. Wu Jiu stood before his chair as he watched the weapon spirits and human spirits push the beast spirits into a corner. His eyes were lit with an excited fiery light, and everything that was happening before his eyes made it impossible for him to hold back from laughing out aloud. With the weapon spirits on their side, the human spirits no longer had to fear. They all then charged straight at the beast spirits with a loud battle cry, with the weapon spirits beside them. To protect the spiritual bear, all the beast spirits let out a heaven-shaking roar. Faced with a combined army that far exceeded their numbers, the beast spirits did not show the slightest hesitation as they met the onslaught of the enemies pouncing right upon them. In a blink, human spirits, beast spirits, and weapon spirits tangled themselves up before the first Serene Spirit Tower. Battle cries, roars, and the unique clanging of metal intertwined together in the air. The battle among the spirits had no grisly blood, nor was there the nauseating stench of blood, but it still quaked the hearts of people all the same. The beast spirits that were shredded apart let out their final roars, holding firmly onto their beliefs till the last moment. Even when their spirit souls dissipated, they did not turn their backs on their spiritual bear. With that belief in their hearts, Close to 1,000 beast spirits held their ground to slash at their enemies, continuously using their fangs, their claws, to tear through every enemy that sought to get close to the spiritual bear. The bloodless battlefield was, however, still suffocatingly stirring and tragic. The spirit souls scattering and dispersing into the air quietly, silent and without a sound as they disappeared from the world, not even able to leave behind a corpse. Flame Dragon blocked Soul Slayer's way forward, and the beast spirit's leader and the weapon spirits then commenced their epic battle. One side was fighting to defend their spiritual leader, and the other side was seeking to gain might for a greater future. This was a battle that belonged to the two of them, though bitter, but they were fighting strongly, firm in their beliefs. Within the chaos of battle, Jun Wuxie directed the black beast to charge and kill off the human spirits and weapon spirits lunging at them. The black beast opened its jaws wide, tearing and biting through all the enemies before it and devouring them. The Power Spirit Devour. This was an unique ability of the black beasts, where it was able to devour any spirit body. The black beast morphed into a black-colored whirlwind, like a wraith that swept over the battlefield, and wherever it passed, it left behind a trail of spirits who had yet to completely disperse, to finally scatter into the wind. Jun Wuxie had pulled Nalan Shan out from his dangerous spot in the first instance, thinking to open the soul-binding chains on Nalan Shan's hands. It's no use. Without the key, the soul-binding chains would. Nalan Shan was just merely halfway through his sentence when he saw Jun Wuxie use a fine and tiny little hairpin to open the soul-binding chains lock. With a clatter, the soul-binding chains around Nalan Shan's wrists then fell to land right by his feet. Nalan Shan's eyes were wide as he stared, looking in disbelief at the soul-binding chains that had been opened so easily, incredulity filling up in his eyes. Just like that. Unlocked? Can you still move? Jun Wuxie's attention was not on Nalan Shan's surprise, her gaze fixed upon the battlefield. Sure, Wuxie. Thank you, Nalan Shan said, highly excited. Jun Wuxie glanced at the soul-binding chains that had fallen, and the corners of her mouth curled up with a playful smile. No need to thank me. Lockpicking was taught to me by someone else, and if you want to thank, then thank that imbecile called Shen Yen Shao. Upon saying that, the figure of Jun Wuxie flashed and she had charged straight into the battlefield. Nalan Shan did not even have the time to think who Shen Yen Shao was, as when he saw the intense battle, his gaze had immediately turned towards Wu Jiu, who had a gleeful smile upon his face. With a leap, he lunged suddenly towards Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu! Nalan Shan called out in a loud shout. Wu Jiu lifted an eyebrow as he looked at Nalan Shan, who had come charging right before him, and he laughed lightly indifferently. What? You want revenge? Nalan Shan's fists were tightly clenched as he said through gritted teeth. I am going to clean up the sect on Master's behalf today. You think you can do it? You do not have it in you. Nalan Shan, I'll advise you to know your place. You have never been my match, and if you obediently submit yourself to me, I can forget things in the past. But if you insist on seeking death, I shall then grant you your wish, Wu Jiu said with a sneering laugh. Save your nonsense. Between you and me today, only one will live. Nalan Shan was no longer willing to hear Wu Jiu spout his nonsense, and he leapt straight at Wu Jiu in a lunge. Wu Jiu sneered and parried Nalan Shan's attack, once fellow disciples, but now fallen to such a stage that they were fighting to the death. The entire battlefield was one big mess of chaos, and there were no longer any so-called spectators around them. The battle royale of the three races reached an intensity never seen before. The human spirits and weapon spirits won out by a notch with their superior numbers, driving the beast spirits back step by step, but the beast spirits were steadfast in holding their line, defending with their lives to keep the enemies out of the spiritual bear's perimeter of safety, refusing to budge another single step. With mournful wails, beast spirits turned into puffs of green smoke one after another, disappearing without leaving a trace behind. Their comrades did not even have time to mourn or feel sorrowful about their disappearance, as they were being overwhelmed by the endless waves of enemies that engulfed them. Brownie gave out a roar of unease, as T saw with its own eyes its fellow beasts disappearing into nothing in order to defend it, its heart growing extremely anxious. Disappearing. That's right, spirits did not die, but they disappeared. From the moment when their flesh bodies died, they turned into spirits where they either reincarnated and were reborn, or they came to the spirit world and continued to live in spirit state. But the moment that their spirits scattered and dispersed, their existence were then completely erased. Without a drop of blood, without leaving behind a corpse. As they leave the world they were so familiar with, never to appear ever again. Disappear, a word that was more frightening than death. When they disappear, it meant that they would bid goodbye to everything in this world forever. Let me go. I can kill them. Brownie had wanted to break free from the cheetah and the others who were holding him back, but they had dug their claws in to stop him, refusing to budge. You cannot go. Why not? My fellow beasts are shedding their blood for me. Am I supposed to just hide behind them like a turtle with its head inside its shell and live ignobly? I refuse to. Brownie roared in rage. The cheetah held on to Brownie's leg and said almost pleadingly, You cannot go. If we are to witness with our own eyes having lost you, it would be a fate worse than death for us. Their sacrifice is for the sake of ensuring your safety, so do not let their sacrifice become a joke. The spiritual bear was stunned. The beast spirits were sacrificing themselves to protect it, but it tormented its heart greatly. If its survival was made possible only through the loss of countless lives among the beast spirits, how was it going to be able to live with itself in future? Do not be rash. The cheetah is right. Even if you are to strike at them, it will not bring that big an effect. If we end up being unable to protect you, it would not make a difference whether you fight or not. What's most important is that you are protected, as only when you still stand, the beast spirits will stand with you. Jun Wuxie said as she appeared beside Brownie in a flash. Brownie stood as the faith and belief of the beast spirits, and hence, it must not fall. At least before all the beast spirits have fallen, Brownie must not come to the slightest harm. Brownie clenched its jaws tightly together, tears streaming out of its eyes as they fell, to soak up into its thick fur. Helplessness and grief twisted up in its heart. It did not want to be so weak, but it had no choice but to continue to stand here feeling like a coward. It understood that what Jun Wuxie said was right, as he was Wu Zhou's target, and the moment it charged into the battlefield, Wu Zhou would spare no effort to have all the human spirits and weapon spirits turn all their attacks onto him. At that time, regardless of what kind of powers it possessed, it would be impossible for it to remain standing. When that happens, Wu Zhou would seize the chance to capture it, and all the sacrifices of the beast spirits would have been in vain. I won't go anymore. Brownie suddenly took a step back and said, its eyes sorrowful as it saw the beast spirits paying no heed to their own safety, to battle the human spirits and weapon spirits, and every minute and every second that passed, tore and tormented his heart. Cheetah heaved a sigh of relief as it looked gratefully at Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie did not say anything more but just charged into the fray anew. Out on the battlefield, Poison Ivy went all out with the power of his vines. Supple and strong vines swept through a wide area, taking down countless human spirits, where only the sharp blades of the weapon spirits could cut through them, the broken segments falling to the ground, but Poison Ivy did not care in the least. Drunk Lotus and Poppy were summoned, and the two killing machines joined hands to drive back a large wave of the enemy. With the participation of the three plant spirits into the battle, a subtle change came over the battlefield. The powerful might of the plant spirits was something only the weapon spirits were able to stand against, and some other plant spirits who were merely spectating suddenly looked on in puzzlement at Poison Ivy, Poppy, and Drunk Lotus within the battlefield. These three plant spirits held great fame throughout the lines of plant spirits, and if they were to raise a call to arms, a number of plant spirits would be sure to answer their call. But they had not done that, as they had been just like Brownie, unwilling to pull their fellow comrades into danger. But even when they did not call out, it did not mean that the plant spirits would just sit back and watch. Dang! You dare to touch my boss Poison Ivy? I'll fight you with everything I have. A youth who had tender thorns all over his body exclaimed as he charged into battle. With a great leap, the thorns on his body immediately turned hard and sharp, and like a scattering of rain, the thorns all pierced into the bodies of the human spirits. Hey, isn't that Drunk Lotus? Why has he suddenly come back to join in the fun? A lady with a bewitching body said with a smile as she watched drunk Lotus charging right into the thick of battle, her enchanting emerald green eyes flashing with a malicious glint. Bullying our dear drunk Lotus, unpardonable. As she spoke, the lady slipped herself into the battlefield, her slender jade-like hand sweeping over the handle of a weapon spirit, and opened her palms for an instant before clamping them shut together, to turn into a carnivorous man-eating plant with endless serrated teeth. In one gulp, the weapon spirit was swallowed whole. This lady has gone vegetarian for a very long time. Why must you force me to break my vow of abstinence? The bewitching lady's face was mournful, but her hands were already reaching towards a human spirit at the side. Chomp! Off with the head in one bite. When did that fella Poppy come back? To think that he didn't even come say hello to this great lord me. All of you don't even touch him. Aye. You are still gonna fight? Tui. Don't you know that only your great lord here is the only one that can beat him up? A handsome muscle-bound man shouted, and charged right onto the battlefield. His powerful limbs strong enough to crush all the enemies that came near him, the sharp blades slashing upon his body only making dull sounds, unable to hurt him at all. In a blink, having just those few plant spirits join the fray brought about a huge turn in the tide of battle. The number of plant spirits had always been the fewest in the spirit world, but just pull any single one of them out and they were all be demons who possess powers that could stand against 100. With them participating in the battle, the vigor of the human spirits and weapon spirits were quickly subdued, and the beast spirits finally got themselves some breathing space. Poppy, getting your face all battered and bruised by a bunch of such useless trash wouldn't look good on you, as you know that dumb-looking face of yours can only be punched up by your great lord here. The towering man said as he charged to come beside Poppy, laughing haughtily. Poppy was slightly taken aback, and he could not help but laugh a bitter laugh. But before he could say anything, another human spirit was already charging towards him. Wada! The man delivered a heavy punch right onto the human spirit, making his see stars. Don't get distracted. Once there's a chance, I will bash you up as well. The man harumphed derisively. Poppy shrugged his shoulders and replied, You wouldn't have that opportunity, and he embarked on another killing spree. The situation on the battlefield took a turn for the better, and Jun Wuxie was finally able to pull herself away. She spotted the figure of Zhang Yunlong among the chaotic battle and suddenly went charging over. As Wu Jiu's first disciple among all the human spirits, Zhang Yunlong's power was inferior only to Wu Jiu, and he had already attained the realm of spirit outflare. He carried out wanton slaughter upon the battlefield arrogantly as he reached his hand out to throttle a wolf-type beast spirit, his eyes filled with cruelty. An animal who does not know its place. He tugged sharply with his hands, to tear the wolf-type beast spirit apart into halves, the broken spirit of the wolf-type beast spirit dissipating in his hands as the edges of his mouth curled into a bloodthirsty arc. Zhang Yunlong. Suddenly hearing his own name, Zhang Yunlong immediately turned his head and tried to focus his eyes. Before he could even see the person approaching clearly, he saw a black shadow hurtling right towards his face, and he immediately raised his arms to block. A powerful kick struck Zhang Yunlong right upon his arm, where even he was pushed back a few steps from the power of the strike. Jun Wuxie. Zhang Yunlong narrowed his eyes. When he saw Jun Wuxie that had appeared before him, he gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. Haven't you always wanted to catch me? I am standing here right now, so you can give it a try. Jun Wuxie said with a sneering smile, her eyes haughty. Zhang Yunlong snorted contemptuously, and he clenched his fists tight as he stared at Jun Wuxie, whose tricky escapes had caused him to suffer quite a bit of admonishment. Fiery rage then shot up with a swoosh in his heart. Jun Wuxie, you have come courting death here. I have not taken the time out to deal with you yet, and here you have come delivering yourself up to me. I will make you regret everything that you have done. Zhang Yunlong said, and then suddenly pushed his power of the spirit to flare out from his body, as he stared at Jun Wuxie arrogantly. I will soon make you realize your own stupidity. Spirit outflare is not something mere trash like you would be able to stand against, but unfortunately you already do not have the chance to regret it. Spirit outflare? The corners of Jun Wuxie's mouth curled up derisively. She stretched out a hand, and gray mist immediately swirled around her body. She raised her chin up slightly to look at the arrogant Jiang Yunlong indifferently and said in such an highly aggravating tone, "Is it all that great?" Jiang Yunlong was stunned as he looked at the power of the spirit spreading out in a flare around Jun Wuxie's body. He just could not believe his own eyes. This lass had actually also attained the realm of spirit outflare? How is that possible? If he was not seeing it with his own eyes, even if you beat him to death, he would not believe that Jun Wuxie could actually achieve the state of spirit outflare. It must be known that among all the human spirits throughout the entire spirit world, only 4 people had been able to reach such a state. Jiang Yunlong was considered to be the youngest among them but had also taken more than 10 years to do that. He had originally possessed a rather good amount of power, and he had further cultivated diligently in the Serene Spirit Tower's 12th level, absorbing the most robust power of the spirit before he was able to gain his current powers. But no matter how you looked at it, Jun Wuxie could not have cultivated for many years, where Jiang Yunlong still remembered clearly what Meng Yiliang had told him before. The first time that he had seen Jun Wuxie had still been a translucent new spirit soul. Although she had gone into the Serene Spirit Tower for a few moments and her powers had increased a little. But she had not ever stepped into the Serene Spirit Tower again after that. And according to what Jun Wuxie had said, she had been cultivating in the Tranquil Dream Forest, so how could she achieve such results? Jiang Yunlong was not willing to believe, nor did he dare to believe that. But the power of the spirit flaring out from Jun Wuxie currently was constantly reminding Jiang Yunlong of that cruel truth. How is this? Jun Wuxie asked with a sneer. Jiang Yunlong clenched his jaws tight as he looked at the contemptuous smile on Jun Wuxie's face. Like such powers were not even worth mentioning in her eyes, and all his pompous arrogance was all just a big joke. The spirit outflare that he had been so proud of had been achieved by her so effortlessly. That was a fact that made Jiang Yunlong feel as if he had been slapped across the face several tens of times, and his cheeks were just burning with stinging pain. Nothing great. No matter what method you use to do it, real spirit outflare is unquestionable. I will make you realize the difference, Jiang Yunlong said, trying to sound brave. Jun Wuxie, however, could not be bothered at all with his feeble attempt at struggling. In the next instant, Jiang Yunlong roared and charged towards Jun Wuxie. The faint smile at the corners of Jun Wuxie's mouth immediately disappeared, for it to be replaced by chilling murder that spread in her eyes. The 2 powerful pugilists who had attained spirit outflare then tangled up in battle. Spirit outflare had long come to symbol supremacy among the human spirits. Jiang Yunlong was at that level, but the other human spirits did not possess the same kind of power. However, on Jun Wuxie's side, people who had achieved spirit outflow had another 5 people. Qiao Chu was weaving in and out throughout the battlefield, having a ball of a time fighting. Ever since he had taken the spirit transformation elixir where his spirit power had been sealed and he had come to the spirit world, his initial weakness and frailty had made him suffer all kinds of a grievance. When he had seen Brownie being surrounded outside the spiritual spirit loft and was about to be captured, he had been powerless to save it, but had to rely on the Yin-Yang bear for the rescue. All these aggrievement had accumulated and built up in Qiao Chu's chest. Having finally regained power once again today, he was able to vent his frustration. He was like a runaway wild stallion, maniacally fighting off the enemy, the power of the spirit swirling outside his body, deterring every human spirit that came close to him. These human spirits who followed Wujiu were already people considered to hold great power, or they would not have gained Wujiu's acknowledgement. They had always prided themselves as the elites of the human spirits, but before Qiao Chu and his companions, these human spirits could not do anything but to cry. How could anyone play such a big joke? The first moment they struck, they immediately brought out 6 demonic monsters capable of spirit outflare. To their knowledge, only 4 among all the human spirits were capable of reaching that realm, but Jun Wuxie had so casually pulled out 5 of them with a flick of her sleeves. Watching Qiao Chu run amok, Hua Yao and the others embarked on a free-killing spree, and the enemy human spirits just wanted to weep. Watching Qiao Chu run amok, Hua Yao and the others embarked on a free-killing spree, and the enemy human spirits just wanted to weep. How were they expected to fight? A bunch of human spirits with rather good powers, battling several monstrous grade pugilists. Even if they dragged it out to tire them, there were still a horde of beast spirits eyeing them predatorily at the side. They would definitely be bashed till there was nothing left. Initially, they still had the advantage of numbers, but with the addition of the highly powerful plant spirits, the human spirits immediately felt that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Though the weapon spirits were not weak, but they were basically smaller in size, and the double-headed bone snake was the most natural enemy against weapon spirits, its unmatchedly steel-hard bones all over its body not chipping off a single bit when the sharp blades hacked upon it. A large number of weapon spirits were swarmed around the double-headed bone snake, which drew away a large part of the fire away from the battle. Among the 6 companions, Fan Zhua was the only one who possessed a weapon ring spirit. The sword of annihilation in his hand was unrivaled, and any weapon spirit that went against them had only come to face the fate of breaking into pieces under Fan Zhua's slashes. Moreover, with the addition of the brawny and muscular plant spirit with a hide and bones like steel, just these few entities alone had drawn the attention of quite a lot of the weapon spirits, greatly reducing the amount of reinforcements that could support the human spirits. The weapon spirits were all not that strong in their ability to think, where they basically were very much one-tracked mind, not giving up once they set their eyes on a target, which just drew more and more weapon spirits to them, and they were just not unable to take down their target, which further drew away their might. When the human spirits saw the weapon spirits fighting so unintelligently, all of them wanted to curse all their mothers. But their current situation would not allow them to have an acrimonious falling out with the weapon spirits at that moment, so they could only choose to silently curse at their allies who were dumb as pigs as they themselves stood in resistance against the beast spirits. In actual fact, compared to the weapon spirits, the beast spirits would have been much more suitable allies, and that was the cry that was rising within the minds of all the human spirits. However, all of them had no other choice. Wu Jiu was held back by Nalan Shan, unable to go into the main battlefield. Nalan Shan's powers were in fact basically inferior to Wu Jiu's. But this time, Nalan Shan's heart was filled with so much hatred and vengeance, where he had embraced the determination and resolve to fight this battle to his death. Every stroke he executed was pushing ahead in an attack, without putting up any kind of defense, paying no heed to the fact that his body had become battered and worn under Wu Jiu's strikes. The blazing fire in his eyes did not dim, but burned more ferociously under the stimulation of pain, pushing him to execute an even more maniacal attack. A man who pays no regard to his life, against a man who had so much on his mind, it already created a great chasm of a disparity from that difference in mindset. Nalan Shan, you're really courting your own death, because we had been fellow disciples for so many years. I have shown you mercy in so many instances, but you still do not realize what's good for yourself. Do you really want me to have you slaughtered? Wu Jiu was gradually being pushed into anger by Nalan Shan, and the viciousness in his eyes was growing more and more intense. He had not wanted to bother wasting his time on a moron like Nalan Shan, but he was being hounded doggedly by Nalan Shan, unable to extradite himself. Keep your deceitful lies to yourself, Wu Jiu. I already know what kind of person you are, and I will not believe a single word you say. You've committed such an unpardonable crime of deceiving our master that destroyed the ancestor's name. I will never let you off scot-free. Today, it's either I kill you, or you will have to kill me, and there will not be a third possibility. Nalan Shan's body was covered with wounds, and even if he was not Wu Jiu's match, he would still not retreat by even half a step. Not to mention the amount of hatred there was between him and Wu Jiu, but just by way the current circumstances stood, he knew he must not let Wu Jiu enter the battle. Wu Jiu's powers seemed to have surpassed that of the previous spirit master at his peak. If Wu Jiu was allowed to appear on the battlefield, it was not known what kind of a massacre he would come to create. Pig-headed stubborn fool. Then I shall grant you your wish, Wu Jiu said viciously, the flare of the power of the spirit shrouding around his body suddenly swelling up. Nalan Shan looked on in shock at Wu Jiu's sudden explosive increase in his power of the spirit, his eyes filling up with surprise. He could clearly feel that the power of the spirit in Wu Jiu was currently rising at an astounding speed. Nalan Shan had not thought that Wu Jiu would still hide a portion of his powers. By the time he discovered it, it was already too late. Wu Zhou's power of the spirit increased by a fold, and he morphed into a streak of black shadow that disappeared before Nalan Shan's eyes. Nalan Shan raised up his guard, but an intense pain was suddenly spreading from his back. "Fool! You are just seeking your own death." Wu Zhou's sinister voice rose up from behind Nalan Shan. Nalan Shan lowered his head and looked down at the arm that had pierced right through his chest, his eyes wide with shock. Wu Zhou then pushed Nalan Shan away, and the heavily wounded Nalan Shan was in a state of panic as a hole had opened up in his chest where the flesh around it was gradually turning into dust and dissipation at a speed visible to the eye. His spirit soul critically wounded. What welcomed Nalan Shan could only be to disappear. Wu Zhou looked at Nalan Shan with contempt, a foot stepping upon Nalan Shan's head. "Nalan Shan, I've said you were foolish, and that's exactly what you are. If you've pledged your loyalty to me, what you could have gotten would definitely be beyond anything you could have imagined. You clearly had that path open to you, but you've instead chosen the path that leads to your death." Nalan Shan had fallen unmoving onto the ground, and his spirit that was quickly disappearing away caused him to not even have the strength to open his mouth. The feeling of emptiness that was coming to engulf over his entire body telling him of his fate that was moving towards certain death. His eyes stared in regret and aggrievement, unwilling to disappear just like that. Wu Zhou did not bother with Nalan Shan anymore as from what he saw, Nalan Shan already did not have much time left. "Wu Zhou, you actually dared to." Brownie, who had been kept right at the back, had its eyes fixed upon the entire battlefield throughout. At the very moment that it saw Nalan Shan fell, its mind had immediately exploded with a whirl. Heaven-scorching rage and torrential hatred weaved up in Brownie's heart, burning away the very last vestiges of its sensibility. Wu Zhou looked at the furious Brownie, and suddenly broke out in laughter. "What? You can't bear for him to leave? What a pity! If you had not run away in the first place, my junior would not have died, and your fellow beasts would not have to suffer all this turmoil. All of this had been caused by you," Wu Zhou said venomously. Brownie was so angry its sharp fangs were quivering. The cheetah beside it cursed inwardly. Brownie and Nalan Shan had grown incredibly close, and having it see with its own eyes Wu Zhou wounding Nalan Shan so severely while hearing Wu Zhou's taunting words, it was feared that things would surely grow even worse. "Wu Zhou, I am going to kill you!" Brownie roared with every ounce of strength it could summon, and the spiritual bear's rage stirred up a hurricane to sweep through the battlefield. Wu Zhou's eyes then flashed with a gleeful glint. He stood there remaining in his spot, raising up his foot to repeatedly stomp upon Nalan Shan's head as he looked tauntingly at Brownie. "Kill me? You? You're merely a prisoner of mine. If I can imprison you once, then I will be able to capture you a second time. Anyone who seeks to rescue you will be killed by me. Not just Nalan Shan, but that bunch of foolish and laughable fellow beasts of yours as well. Not a single one of you must even think of leaving here alive today." Brownie completely lost it as any remaining rationality was burned up, without a single bit left. It charged right through the cheetah's attempt to block it and charged straight towards the haughty and cruel Wu Zhou with a mighty roar. "Jun Wu Xie! Stop the spiritual bear!" The cheetah was knocked away by Brownie as it watched Brownie charging away where it was about to reach Wu Zhou, and it quickly roared out in panic. Jun Wu Xie, who was battling Jiang Yunlong, suddenly heard the cheetah's roar, and she turned her eyes to look, only to see Brownie charging mindlessly straight towards Wu Zhou. That's not good. Seeing Brownie coming straight towards him, Wu Zhou's eyes were shining with a gleeful glint. Nalan Shan, who had fallen to the ground, creased his brows together and wanted to stop him but found that he could not open his mouth at all. "Wu Zhou, I am going to have your life." Brownie leapt up, its enormous body pouncing right at Wu Zhou. Wu Zhou lifted his head up and looked smilingly at Brownie that was leaping straight at him. He turned on his heel suddenly, and his slender figure disappeared from right before Brownie. Brownie's eyes flared wide, and the moment its massive body landed, multiple lengths of soul-binding chains shot out from the chair that Wu Zhou had been sitting in earlier. The soul-binding chains fitted with hooks were fast as lightning, the sharp hooks immediately piercing through Brownie's thick fur into flesh. Tens of the huge hooks were deeply lodged in Brownie's body in many spots. Excruciating pain from the flesh pierced, causing Brownie to let out a heaven-quaking roar. Ha ha ha! Fool! What a great big fool! The figure of Wu Zhou appeared on the chair once again, with both feet standing upon it, his mouth laughing out madly in glee. Several tens of those soul-binding chains held Brownie helplessly trapped, constantly dragging Brownie to go towards Wu Zhou. Nalan Shan's consciousness was gradually becoming fuzzy and under his increasingly clouded vision. He only saw Brownie roaring in rage helplessly as the soul-binding chains pierced it all over its body, to be forcibly dragged along while it dug its claws into the ground, but was no match for the pull of the soul-binding chains. Brownie was dragged bit by bit forward, leaving behind a trail of deep claw marks in the ground. Spiritual bear. The cheetah saw with its own eyes that Brownie was snared in a trap, and it immediately went charging forward like it had lost its mind. Stop them! Wu Zhou lifted his eyes and said coldly. When they saw that the spiritual bear had been captured, the morale of the human spirits and the weapon spirits immediately shot up, and under the command of Wu Zhou they joined together and blocked off the way forward for the beast spirits and plant spirits completely. Let the spiritual bear go! The cheetah was charging forward maniacally as it leapt past all the enemies who came to block its way. With its great agility and a leap off its hind legs, it leapt up into the air, its sharp claws stepping over the enemies before it, as its momentum brought it hurtling straight towards Wu Zhou. Foolish weakling! The corners of Wu Zhou's mouth curled up into a cruel smile, and he suddenly raised his hands, to drive both hands right through the cheetah's chest. Roar! A mournful wail poured out from the cheetah's jaws. Its eyes were bloodshot as the excruciating pain almost caused its consciousness to almost disappear instantly. The cheetah fought with that last sliver of consciousness in its mind, ignoring Wu Zhou's hands that had plunged through its chest but to surge itself further forward with its jaws wide open, and clamped its fangs right onto Wu Zhou's shoulder. Intense pain caused Wu Zhou's brows to furrow up tightly together, and enraged, he pulled his arms open wide. No! Brownie's eyes were wide as they stared, where he then let out a roar of despair. The cheetah was torn into two halves under Wu Zhou's hands in an instant, that lean muscular body torn right through as it was flung in the air, to turn into specks of sparkly stars, that fell upon Brownie's face. Brownie's irises quaked violently, as it looked at the cheetah's body gradually disappearing. Roar! The heaven-shaking bear's roar resonated in everyone's ears. Jun Wuxie had witnessed with her eyes Nalan Shan being severely wounded, Brownie being captured, and the cheetah disappearing forever for the belief it held in its heart. Her heart that had been calm for quite a while quaked intensely. That bear's roar of utter sorrow and despair had rocked every single part of her soul. Idiot! With just a bunch of animals like them and you want to strike at my master? You really overestimated yourselves. Jun Wuxie, do you see it? This is the fate you will face by going against us. The spiritual bear has been caught and Nalan Shan will disappear very soon. After that, it will then be your turn, Zhang Yunlong said as he looked at Jun Wuxie maliciously. Jun Wuxie's gaze slowly turned back, the cold clear pair of eyes not looking at Zhang Yunlong. Zhang Yunlong thought that Jun Wuxie had been scared out of her wits and he started laughing even more haughtily. All of you have just succeeded in getting me riled up. Those soft words came out slowly from Jun Wuxie's mouth, her slightly lowered gaze and the long luscious lashes hiding the fiery light in her eyes. Zhang Yunlong's brows creased up, not understanding why Jun Wuxie would say that. Jun Wuxie then raised her hand up without a word, and tugged off the tiny little silver stud from her earlobe. I'll advise you to not put up any more of such meaningless struggle. You'll have to die anyway this ends, as there is no other way out for all of you. Zhang Yunlong was still being haughty and arrogant. Nalan Shan was about to die and the spiritual bear had been captured by his master. It wouldn't be long before the human spirit reinforcements would arrive, and all who stood resisting them before the first serene spirit tower here today would be walking right into death. While Zhang Yunlong was prattling on incessantly, a silver flash of light suddenly manifested right before his eyes. The intensity of that light was so blindingly bright that all the spirits before the first serene spirit tower could not even open their eyes, And when Wu Jiu, who was caught up in glee, saw that sudden brilliant light, his eyes widened and shock rose up in his eyes. That is the brilliance of the face of Selvan. Zhang Yunlong raised his hand up to shield his eyes, and when that brilliance faded away, he then lowered his arm. A silver figure suddenly stood before his eyes. Jun Wuxie's body was suddenly covered by a suit of armor. There was a resplendent glowing luster upon that armor that fully covered up Jun Wuxie, with only a pair of icy cold eyes showing. What? Zhang Yunlong stared in astonishment at the armor-clad Jun Wuxie, a feeling of unease immediately swirling in his heart. Jun Wuxie did not give Zhang Yunlong any time to even think as she used the overwhelming might of the face of Selvan to morph into a silver streak of light, moving so fast that Zhang Yunlong could not react at all. Zhang Yunlong was completely flustered. He was no longer able to even catch sight of Jun Wuxie's shadow. An excruciating amount of pain suddenly spread from his abdomen, and he lowered his head down to look in shock. A silver sword of light was currently being thrust through his abdomen, and the unimaginable pain was spreading out from the edges of the wound to his entire body, causing him to tremble violently in helplessness. No! Don't! Fear filled Zhang Yunlong completely. He just could not believe that the armor-clad Jun Wuxie had merely executed one single stroke and she had pierced her blade right through his body. The terror of disappearing eternally turned Zhang Yunlong's face white. Fear like he had never felt before was almost bursting out of his heart. He looked up in pure terror at Jun Wuxie, his eyes longing so hard to be able to live. The light sword that Jun Wuxie held in her hand then lifted. Arg! His final wail then disappeared out of Zhang Yunlong's mouth, the blinding sword of light slicing Zhang Yunlong into two halves in an instant. The haughty Zhang Yunlong was cut through his midsection, the two halves of his body crashing heavily to the ground as the dissipating dust gradually turned into specks of stars, falling into the soil to disappear completely. From afar, Wu Jiu was stunned to see Zhang Yunlong being slaughtered. He stared with his eyes fixed upon that silver figure, an intense emotion rising up within his heart. The face of Selvan. Why would it appear here? Wu Jiu drew in a deep breath, and immediately ordered for men to push the in-cage he had prepared beforehand. Brownie, who had soul-binding chains dragging behind it, was then thrown right into the metal cage. Quickly bring the spiritual bear away, Wu Jiu said coldly. Several human spirits immediately wheeled the metal cage, walking towards the back. Brownie, who was imprisoned in that metal cage, was charging against the solid cage continuously, but the soul-binding chains had sealed its power of the spirit, and mere brute strength was not going to be able to break out of those restraints. Roar! Brownie had both its paws stretched out through the bars of the metal cage. The direction those paws were reaching out to was towards the weakened Nalan Shan, who had fallen to the ground, whose half-opened eyes had lost the light shining in them from before, reflecting the image of Brownie gradually becoming more distant in them. After Jun Wuxie sliced up Zhang Yunlong, she immediately charged at Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu seemed to be prepared as power of the spirit flared out in a surge from his entire body, meeting Jun Wuxie's charge straight on with a great leap. In the instant that the two of them engaged, the figure of Jun Wuxie suddenly flashed. Wu Jiu did not manage to pull his forward momentum back in time as he lurched forward a few steps, and in the instant that his feet landed, he immediately turned his head back to look at Jun Wuxie. He then saw, up there in the air, that the Selvan's armor on Jun Wuxie had suddenly sprouted a bunch of feathery silver wings. Those wings were carrying her at an extremely fast speed, flying right past Wu Jiu and straight towards Brownie, who was being gradually pulled away. The human spirits who were pushing the metal cage to shift it away suddenly noticed Jun Wuxie descending upon them from up in the air, and they were so shocked their whole bodies trembled. They did everything they could as they attempted to push the metal cage further away, but their legs could not possibly compare to the speed of those silver wings. At the moment that Jun Wuxie was diving down in descent, the silver wings on her back suddenly blew up a hurricane, the powerful wind immediately blowing away all the human spirits around the metal cage. Thunk! Jun Wuxie's feet landed on the top of the cage, and the silver boots struck a clear, ringing sound against the metal on the cage. Several human spirits fell to the ground and they all looked up fearfully at the saintly silver figure standing atop the cage, the armor seeming giving out a glowing luster naturally, making their hearts quiver, to not dare to go against her. Jun Wuxie struck the metal cage under her lightly with a foot, and a series of deep quakes rocked through the entire metal cage. In an instant, the incredibly strong metal cage shattered with a loud crack, breaking at every inch as the pieces scattered all over the floor. Jun Wuxie hovered in the air with her silver wings, and in the instant that Brownie was freed of its restraints, Jun Wuxie's wings flapped. Countless silver feathers shot out, a multitude of sharp blades that struck unerringly as they broke off the soul-binding chains on Brownie's body. Brownie looked on in astonishment as the bonds on its body was being broken off bit by bit. It raised up its head in surprise to look at Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie raised a hand. A little awl and a piece of paper then fell from her hand where Brownie quickly caught them. "Carve that out around Nalan Shan," Jun Wuxie said. Brownie stared in shock at the piece of paper in its paws. The spirit reinforcement runes on the paper formed a circle. The circle of runes were not unfamiliar to Brownie as the return of its powers had been achieved with this. "All right," Brownie immediately replied. Seeing that, Jun Wuxie did not tarry a moment longer, but turned herself around to go charging towards Wu Jiu. Brownie could not care less about the wounds on its own body as its four limbs carried it to sprint at a fiery speed towards Nalan Shan. It used its front paws to drag Nalan Shan to a slightly safer place as its two paws clumsily held the little awl that was smaller than one of its claws, trying its hardest to slowly carve out the spirit reinforcement runes around Nalan Shan bit by bit, according to what was shown on the piece of paper. "Don't die. I beg you, don't die." As Brownie diligently carved out the runes, it pleaded in a rather choked voice. It really did not want anyone to die because of itself anymore. Nalan Shan's spirit was growing weaker and weaker, already almost transparent. He struggled to open his eyes, to look at Brownie's tear-streaked face, where he finally could no longer fight off the exhaustion and his eyes closed. Wu Jiu saw with his own eyes Jun Wuxie rescuing the spiritual bear, and rage boiled up in his heart. His teeth tightly gritted together. Wu Jiu stared at that figure that was closing in on him at the speed of light, and his eyes were dripping with malice. "Jun Wuxie, you dare to spoil all that I've done." The moment his voice dropped, Wu Jiu went charging towards Jun Wuxie. The two figures, one black and one silver, immediately tangled up in battle in midair. The violent and intense clash came to affect the battlefield as wild winds blew and kicked up endless dust. Rong Ruo sent a human spirit close to her, flying with a kick as Fei Yen came close from the side. "Why is it that little Xie is still able to use the face of Selvan?" Fei Yen and Rong Ruo were fighting with their backs to each other. Having the face of Selvan appear on the battlefield had not only turned the tide of battle, but it had also given the companions quite a shock. Ever since they had turned into spirits, their flesh bodies had been left behind, which included their magical artifacts that they had not been able to bring with them. Back when Jun Wuxie had used the face of Selvan to save Nalan Shan before, they had not paid all that much attention to it. But now, they saw that Jun Wuxie was not just able to just use a little bit of the face of Selvan's power, as from the moment Selvan's armor appeared, they came to realize that being in spirit form had not restricted Jun Wuxie much, and that she was able to completely utilize every single technique of the face of Selvan. Rong Ruo furrowed her brows slightly as she looked at Wu Jiu and Jun Wuxie battling so ferociously in the air. "I don't know, but only little Xie is able to take on Wu Jiu now." Wu Jiu's powers had increased in a very strange manner that had gone beyond the realm of spirit outflare. Regardless of how little Xie is able to use the face of Selvan, to all of us, that's good news. Fei Yen nodded his head, naturally having realized that the current circumstances did not allow them to nitpick on things too much. End this battle as quickly as possible and bring Brownie away from here. The Hell Butterfly has detected that the human spirit reinforcements are approaching, and if this drags on, we'll all be finished. Rong Ruo said with her brows creased together, the information the Hell Butterfly transmitted to her making her feel highly uneasy. "Sure," Fei Yen replied, and his attacks immediately grew more ferocious. The battle reached its most intense moments with the beast spirits, human spirits, weapon spirits, and the plant spirits all entangled within. If it continued to drag on, the battle would grow unbounded. That could even spread throughout the entire spirit world. Wu Zhou's heart was filled with surprise when he discovered that Jun Wuxie's powers was stronger than he had imagined. The additional power the Selvan's armor gave was so strong it astounded him. Why do you have the face of Selvan? What relations do you have with the Dark Emperor? Wu Zhou was getting rather flustered by his fight with Jun Wuxie, as he gave voice to the thoughts in his heart with a frustrated roar. Jun Wuxie's heart startled, but she composed herself very quickly. She had been so hesitant to use the face of Selvan all this time because she was worried that having the face of Selvan make an appearance might attract suspicion. With the immeasurable amount of magical artifacts the Dark Emperor possessed, not all of them were widely known by others. But with the face of Selvan being one of the 10 greatest magical artifacts, it would definitely not go unnoticed by people. If not for the fact that Wu Zhou's methods had come to anger Jun Wuxie, she would not have recklessly used the face of Selvan. But with things having come to such a stage, she could no longer remain so apprehensive. Unable to get the answer that he sought, Wu Zhou could only continue to battle Jun Wuxie. But as being in spirit form was still not the same as fighting in her flesh body, though she possessed powerful might, she was still restricted to a certain extent. Damage suffered by spirit bodies with every injury was not blood, but was a constant drain on the power of the spirit. But Jun Wuxie's Selvan's armor was extraordinarily tough, and with attacks delivered purely just with the power of the spirit, Wu Zhou was unable to break the face of Selvan in the slightest. Wu Zhou found himself fallen into a predicament which made him flustered and uneasy. Jun Wuxie had already fully grasped the characteristics within the face of Selvan's arsenal of attacks, as the 2 blades of light morphed from the face of Selvan constantly drained and weakened Wu Zhou's powers. Added to that, the nimble agility of the silver wings allowed her to put some distance away from Wu Zhou perfectly. Wu Zhou could not even touch Jun Wuxie in the slightest, and every time he wanted to execute an attack, Jun Wuxie would then use the silver wings to pull away a certain distance, using the light blades in his hands to attack. Wu Zhou was about to go mad. Although he possessed mighty power of the spirit, but being unable to even touch Jun Wuxie made it utterly useless to him, but to suffer a beating. As the seconds passed into minutes, Rong Ruo was growing more anxious. The human spirits and weapon spirits did not seem to have any intention of retreating at all, and she had come to know through the hell butterfly that the human spirits' reinforcements had already arrived. "All of you stop at this very instant!" A furious shout coming from the back of the battlefield sounded. Wu Zhou's second disciple had led in a large batch of human spirits who rushed in to form a surrounding circle. Looking at the densely packed row upon row of human spirits, the second disciple's eyes narrowed slightly, as several thousand human spirits fully encircled the entire battlefield. The human spirits and weapon spirits who were locked in bitter battle immediately heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the reinforcements had come, their hearts settling down in place. But contrary to the reactions of the human spirits, the weapon spirits, when the beast spirits saw the army of the human spirits' reinforcements, their emotions suddenly sank right down to the bottom of the valley. It wasn't that they had not thought to go fetch reinforcements, but their numbers were already less than the combined strength of the human spirits and weapon spirits, making it impossible for any of them to secretly leave the battlefield. The outer perimeters were mostly filled with weapon spirits, and some of the beast spirits who had thought to sneak off and summon help under the chaos had their heads chopped off by the weapon spirits. Seeing that human spirits' reinforcement had arrived, the beast spirits had already suffered innumerable losses. There was no need to speak of fighting against the reinforcement forces. Even just holding themselves against the current enemy forces was already highly strenuous. Suffocating despair shrouded over every one of the beast spirits' hearts, feeling highly depressed. They had battled for so long, sacrificed so many of their comrades. Could it be that they would still not be able to save the spiritual bear? You guys must have had a jolly good time. Every single one of you beast spirits and plant spirits who had taken part in the battle today, none of you must even think of running. Have them all captured right now. Wu Zhou's second disciple said viciously as he stared at the beast spirits covered in wounds and injuries, his eyes cruel and bloodthirsty. The human spirit reinforcement forces then gradually tightened their encirclement to surround the beast spirits with the other human spirits and weapon spirits with several layers of their men. Things had reached its worst point at that moment. Damn it! They came so quickly. Chao Chu cursed softly. He had quite a number of wounds on his body, and the situation was not any much better for Hua Yao and the others. Among the weapon spirits who came this time, there wasn't a lack of great fighters. Their primary targets were exactly those weapon spirits, and those sharp blades had caused them to suffer quite a bit of wound and injuries. What do we do? Chao Chu asked as he looked at Hua Yao anxiously. Hua Yao narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning towards the double-headed bone snake. The double-headed bone snake was still rather good shape but had quite a bit of its bones already broken, looking a little wretched. They were all carrying injuries, and if they started a battle with the reinforcement army as well, the result could very well be imagined. Run away? They just could not make themselves do it, even when it was not all that difficult for them to just run away with the kind of powers they possessed. But none of them had dared to have that thought in their minds at all. The beast spirits had lost so much of their numbers, and if they were to all run away, they would be abandoning their comrades. Brownie would definitely be captured, and if they were expected to be live as such cowards, it was impossible for them to do it. To think that they would die here today. How frustrating is it? Fei Yen said with a smile. Rong Ruo's brows knitted up. Suddenly, a black shadow came hurtling down from the skies, to crash heavily right into the midst of the opposing beast spirits and human spirits. In the instant that that black shadow fell, it kicked up an enormous cloud of dust. When the dust cloud finally dissipated, the appearance of that black shadow was then revealed to everyone. That one look, however, caused everyone to be properly stunned. Lying there in a heap was not anybody else but the haughty, high and mighty Wu Jiao. A silvery figure then descended right after. Under everyone's speechless, flabbergasted gaze, the silver figure landed right beside Wu Jiao, the magnificent figure of Jun Wuxie clad in Selvan's armor. Jun Wuxie looked at the stunned human spirit reinforcements, and she suddenly pressed the light sword she held in her hand against Wu Jiao's neck. Whichever one of you takes another step forward, I will kill him immediately. Her voice was as chilly as ice. Within the pair of eyes that were showing, blood-curdling murder could be seen emanating from them. Wu Jiao's second disciple was frozen in a daze. He stared in disbelief at Jun Wuxie, where his gaze then fell upon the crumpled form of Wu Jiao under Jun Wuxie's foot. The leader of the human spirits, Spirit Master Wu Jiao, who reigns above all human spirits, the Wu Jiao who was so powerful he was unbeatable, has actually been defeated. How is this possible? Wu Jiao's second disciple was shocked into speechlessness. Not even in his dreams would he have thought that his master would fall in defeat at the hands of another person. Wu Jiao was in an extremely wretched state, the clothes on him badly tattered and torn, his power of the spirit spilling out from the slash wounds inflicted by the light sword. His entire body was in so much pain that it felt as if it was falling apart, his face haggard and highly aggrieved. He was lying with his face on the floor, and Jun Wuxie's foot was on his back, unable to move an inch. However elegant-looking Wu Jiao was in the past, he was now equally just as wretched. Master. The second disciple's voice was already beginning to tremble. All of this had gone far beyond anything he could have expected. The human spirits fell deadly silent. But for the beast spirits, the fire of hope had been reignited. They stared with intense anger at Wu Jiao under Jun Wuxie's foot. That shining silver figure reflected in their eyes like a savior descended. Soul Slayer noticed that things had taken a strange turn, and he forcibly put some distance between itself and Flame Dragon, to go rushing over right before Jun Wuxie. Don't move. Jun Wuxie swung her eyes over to look at Soul Slayer, the point of the sword of light pressing slightly into Wu Jiao's neck. Soul Slayer immediately halted its approach towards Jun Wuxie, the two blood-red rubies seemingly filling up with a sliver of shock. Because of the fourth Serene Spirit Tower, interaction between Soul Slayer and Wu Jiao had also grown more frequent. Although Soul Slayer still did not like Wu Jiao from the bottom of his heart, it still had to admit that Wu Jiao wielded the strongest power among the human spirits, where even the previous spirit master that had retreated into seclusion was not as powerful as him. But that very Wu Jiu had been defeated, and at the hands of an relatively unknown young female human spirit. That unbelievable fact made it hard for Soul Slayer to be able to digest. Let me, master, go. Or not a single spirit present here today can even think of escaping from here today, the second disciple said through gritted teeth. Jun Wuxie raised her chin slightly, her clear eyes turning to look scathingly at the second disciple, who just threw down some harsh words. Let him go? Impossible. But you can try me. If you dare to take just a single step forward, I will slice off his head right in an instant. Using our lives in exchange for Wu Jiu's wretched life, we would have earned. The second disciple glared with hatred in his eyes, like he wanted to skin Jun Wuxie alive and swallow her whole. What do you really want? The second disciple then asked. Jun Wuxie laughed derisively. Get your people and the weapon spirits out of here. Once we return back to the beast spirits territory, I will then naturally release your master. You must be dreaming. Do you take me as a 3-year-old? The second disciple retorted in rage. Jun Wuxie did not panic. With the situation the way it was currently, it wasn't all that possible to kill off all the human spirits here today. Their objective in coming here today was just to expose Wu Jiu's insidious plot and rescue Brownie. Now that their goals have been achieved, dragging it out any further would only be to their disadvantage. Only when they were back in the beast spirits territory, with the number of beast spirits there were there, Jun Wuxie was certain that the human spirits would not be able to try any tricks then. And of course, she had never thought of releasing Wu Jiu. With the incident having become so huge, releasing Wu Jiu would be as good as letting the tiger returning back to its mountain. Jun Wuxie was not about to do something so foolish. How you choose is up to you. Your master's life is now in my grasp. Jun Wuxie said coldly, the sword of light held against Wu Jiu's neck pressing in a little deeper. The second disciple's entire body was shaking, terrified and scared. Wu Jiu suddenly let out a snicker. Jun Wuxie, would you dare to kill me? If you are to kill me, then you and your companions can then forget about being ever to remain here in the spirit world any more peacefully, as the human spirits would then embark on maniacal revenge against you. I can see that you possess great powers. Why do you choose to go against me because of the beast spirits? You are a human spirit yourself, and should naturally be standing on the human spirit side. But instead you have chosen to go against the grain, to help the beast spirits. Isn't that rather foolish? Wu Jiu had never thought that he would fall in defeat, never ever thought that Jun Wuxie's powers would be so strong. Wu Jiu's words made the beast spirits standing around Jun Wuxie become highly nervous. Actually, what Wu Jiu said was true. Jun Wuxie and her companions were all human spirits. All these years, very few human spirits would render help to beast spirits. Moreover, what Jun Wuxie did today was as good as declaring war upon the all-human spirits, in order to ensure the safety of the beast spirit's spiritual bear. The beast spirits became highly nervous, worried that Jun Wuxie would be swayed by Wu Jiu's words. But it was clear that Jun Wuxie did not care about Wu Jiu's intoxicating words. Wu Jiu's words had sounded to be highly reasonable, but they were in face just downright selfish, going against Jun Wuxie's view completely. Are you done spouting all your garbage? If you're finished, you might as well be thinking whether you want to drag us in to be buried together with you, or do you want to ask your disciple to open up the way here for you to save your own puny life? Jun Wuxie said coldly. Wu Jiu was stunned. He could not fathom what Jun Wuxie was intending to do at all. Whatever she could get from the beast spirits, he would be able to give to her as well, or even better. Jun Wuxie was steadfast in her commitment to stand on the beast spirit side, and Wu Jiu was unable to do anything about it. Just as everyone's attention were all focused upon Wu Jiu and the human spirit's reinforcement force, Poison Ivy, who was standing behind Jun Wuxie, suddenly noticed something. The hand that Jun Wuxie held behind her back was signaling something, and it was directed straight at him. Poison Ivy watched expressionlessly at all that Jun Wuxie was gesticulating. Because he had become Poison Ivy's ring spirit, they had developed a subtle tacit understanding between them. Thinking on it a moment, he immediately understood what Jun Wuxie wanted, and the corners of his mouth, curled up with the tinge of a smile. This mistress of his really has a quick and nimble mind. Are you done thinking? If you are still not decided, how about letting me decide for you? The sword of light in Jun Wuxie's hand pulled back slightly, and a slit spilling with the power of the spirit opened on Wu Zhou's neck. Although it was not deep, but looking at it made one feel the chills. Hold it. Don't hurt me, master. The second disciple was immediately flustered as he hurried to say. Wu Zhou was about to say something when Jun Wuxie's foot trod on him so hard that he almost vomited. Jun Wuxie then looked up and said, "Get your men to retreat, or I do not think I'll be able to control my strength with the next slash of this sword." The second disciple no longer dared to take a harsh stand against Jun Wuxie anymore. To the human spirits, Wu Zhou was really just too important, and as one of his disciples, the position and authority he enjoyed had only been possible because of Wu Zhou. If Wu Zhou was gone, then all of them would fall into dire straits together with him, and hence, after thinking through it, the second disciple had to get the human spirits to retreat back a few steps. "All of you step back as well," Jun Wuxie turned her head to say as she looked at the human spirits and weapon spirits surrounding them from the back. The human spirits had naturally not dared to make any rash moves but to step back in retreat. But the weapon spirits led by Soul Slayer were seemingly rather unwilling to back away. Jun Wuxie then said, "If Wu Zhou is dead, the weapon spirits will never be able to possess their own serene spirit tower their entire lives. So you better consider it carefully." Soul Slayer was feeling so conflicted he wanted to die. Considering itself as one of the reigning powers within the spirit world, when had he ever been threatened by a little lass like this before? But Jun Wuxie now had her hand grasping their vitals. The weapon spirits were willing to do everything for the Serene Spirit Tower, to the extent even when they knew that the construction needed the spiritual bear to be used as a sacrifice before it could be completed. They had abandoned their sense of righteousness and stood on Wu Zhou's side, as the importance they had placed upon the Serene Spirit Tower outweighed all of that. Soul Slayer led the weapon spirits to retreat to the side reluctantly, opening up a wide-open path for Jun Wuxie and the others in the middle. The land that had just seen a highly intense battle was a little messed up. No one noticed that the soil on the ground had suddenly started to quake for no apparent reason. But the scale of that shaking was very minute and covered with a layer of soft soil. It did not feel to be all that distinct. Moreover, the attention of all the spirits were all drawn and focused upon Jun Wuxie, who would go pay any notice to the slight imperceptible rumble. "You want me to let all of you go, but I cannot let myself trust you. I'll promise you now, if you release my master, I will let all of you leave this place safe and sound." The second disciple attempted to save Wu Zhou one more time. However, Jun Wuxie still left him dangling. At the back of the battlefield, Brownie had finally finished carving out the spirit reinforcement runes, and when he saw the constant stream of power of the spirit flowing gradually from the spirit reinforcement rune circle onto Nalan Shan's body, slowly filling up Nalan Shan's frail spirit, Brownie finally blew out a breath of relief. It was aware of the situation up ahead in front, but Nalan Shan's condition did not allow it to leave. Nalan Shan was so frail and weak at that moment that any single attack from any weapon spirit or human spirit would scatter and dissipate his spirit. Hence, Brownie had no choice but to stand guard at his side. The sound of a slight trace of the earth's turning suddenly attracted Brownie's attention. Brownie raised its eyes and looked in front of itself. It discovered that the earth under Nalan Shan's body was suddenly pushed up by several vines. Before Brownie was even able to feel nervous, it immediately saw the little purple flower buds on those vines, and it quickly recognized where those vines had originated from. It raised its head up in that instant and looked at the spirits up in front. A far distance away, Brownie saw Poison Ivy standing there with his back towards everyone, and making a shushing gesture, asking him to remain silent. Brownie's heart jumped, not daring to make a sound, as Poison Ivy's vines slowly curled around Nalan Shan and Brownie. On the other side, the second disciple was about to go mad. Seeing that his master was tormented half to death under Jun Wuxie's foot, he wished for nothing more than to be able to jump over and tear Jun Wuxie to shreds. However, Wu Zhou was still in Jun Wuxie's hands, and no matter how much hatred was brewing inside him, he did not dare to jump out and shed all pretense of cordiality with Jun Wuxie at that moment. Jun Wuxie then said, "You do not believe me, and I cannot make myself trust you. Why not?" Jun Wuxie's words had not yet even fallen to the ground when she suddenly lifted up her foot and sent Wu Jiu, who was lying upon the ground, to go flying with a mighty kick. "Master!" The second disciple cried out in surprise. All the human spirits were shocked by Jun Wuxie's action. Jun Wuxie had used 100% of her power with that kick, which sent Wu Jiu flying high up into the air. If he were to fall down from that height, even if he did not die, he wouldn't be too far off from it. "Save the spirit, master, quick!" The second disciple shouted at the top of his lungs, leading every single one of the human spirits to go speeding towards where Wu Jiu was hurtling to, their hearts set on catching Wu Jiu. Even Soul Slayer was stunned, never having expected that Jun Wuxie's actions would be so crude and brutal. In an instant, everyone else were frozen, and it was at that moment that countless vines shot out from Jun Wuxie's Selvan's armor, sweeping past every beast spirit and plant spirit at the speed of lightning. Poison Ivy was working in cohesion with Jun Wuxie, the two spirits controlling an innumerable number of vines that twirled around the bodies of all the beast spirits, plant spirits, and around Xiao Chu and the gang. "Go!" The instant Jun Wuxie's voice fell, the silver wings on her back flapped vigorously, widespread as she rose quickly into the air. Dragged along by Jun Wuxie, all the beast spirits bound up by the vines were suddenly up in the air. Poison Ivy wrapped several vines around Jun Wuxie's waist, and the vines from his other hand pulled Nalan Shan and Brownie right up. The powerful strength of the face of Selvan manifested in full glory right at that moment as several hundred beast spirits were lifted up into the air. In shock, Flame Dragon then used its great dragon tail to scoop up several beast spirits onto its back as it soared into the air, following behind Jun Wuxie. "Look! They are escaping!" Soul Slayer suddenly snapped back to his senses. Seeing that Jun Wuxie and the others were actually using vines to bring all the beast spirits out from there together with the spiritual bear, Soul Slayer's mind immediately started to whirl loudly. The second disciple could not be bothered with anything else and only wanted to catch Wu Jiu and get themselves out of there. But before Wu Jiu had even fallen to the ground, a vine then came flying out with a swoosh, to lash right around Wu Jiu at the waist, dragging him away. All the human spirits on the ground were flummoxed. They stared with gaping mouths as they watched Jun Wuxie ostentatiously fly past in the sky while dragging several hundred beast spirits with her, their eyes almost popping out of their heads. It was at that moment that they all then realized that they had fallen into Jun Wuxie's ploy. Jun Wuxie had never intended to make a deal with them at all. Everything that she had done was merely to divert their attention, so that they would not discover her real intentions. The beast spirits have escaped, and even Wu Jiu was taken. The second disciple immediately felt as if the sky was falling. "Give chase! Do not let them escape!" The second disciple then shouted, highly nervous. What was then seen was a great big bunch of human spirits and weapon spirits running in a mad sprint with their heads lifted up towards the sky, while over their heads, a dense pack of beast spirits were gliding high up through the air. It was a rather grand sight to behold. For Jun Wuxie to be dragging so many beast spirits, it would not be the kind of weight that the silver wings of the face of Selvan could truly be able to withstand. But candidly put, those beast spirits were spirits, and spirits weighed a whole lot less. Even though it was such a grand sight to see, in actuality, adding up the combined weight of all those spirits was not even equivalent to that of a young adolescent elephant. After a spirit coalesced its body, it could alter its own weight at will, and that was the reason why Jun Wuxie dared to weave up such a scheme. "This is just too cool." Held by Poison Ivy and gliding through the air, Xiao Chu could not help but exclaim out in joy. The feeling was just too exhilarating. Only little Xie is capable of dreaming up such an idea, Fei Yen said with a laugh, as he evilly waved at the bunch of fellas who were pursuing them doggedly on the ground. The term talented and bold described Jun Wuxie perfectly. Fooled several thousand human spirits, duped a whole bunch of weapon spirits, and even flamboyantly paraded off with Wu Jiu as a victory trophy through the sky. All the worries Xiao Chu had earlier now faded into nothing as he watched the second disciple running like a dog on the ground, laughing just so evilly, and he was in such a good mood. "Are you stupid?" Negotiating terms with Jun Wuxie. You'll be squeezed so dry you'll be more wrinkled than a raisin. From below, a constant stream of taunts shouting, "Stay right there. Remain here if you have the guts." And all kinds of other curses. But Jun Wuxie did not pay any heed to a single word of them. The eyes of the beast spirits were wide and bulging, looking at the great big emptiness below their paws, all of them feeling rather amazed. The sense of gaining a renewed lease of life right after a calamity and the astounding way they had retreated from the place made all the beast spirits suddenly forget the pain on their bodies. There were some among the beast spirits that could fly, like some species of bird types, and dragon type like flame dragon. But for most of the other beast spirits, even if they wanted to, they did not possess the kind of capability. Never would they have imagined that Jun Wuxie would actually bring them on this flight. Several of the more dorky beast spirits were even pretending they could fly, their paws flinging around up in the air, imagining they really were flying. In contrast to the beast spirits' delight, the human spirits and the weapon spirits were about to lose their minds. At least there were some species and types among the beast spirits that were born with the ability to fly, but what about them? Not a single one among all of them could do it. If they wanted to pursue Jun Wuxie and the enemy, the only choice was only to run after them with their own 2 feet. It was even sadder for the weapon spirits, as they did not even have legs. They could only huff and puff with their steel bodies as they hopped, where they were soon left lagging a great distance behind. For spirits that did not know what was going on here, witnessing that scene would surely have them laughing to their deaths. Flying was naturally faster than running, and seeing that Jun Wuxie and the enemy were almost reaching the beast spirits' territories, the second disciple's heart burned with anxiety, hating that fact that his legs was not able to catch up with that pair of wings. The place that the beast spirits resided had many beast spirits roaming everywhere. They suddenly felt a little strange, and one of the beast spirit raised its head to look up. That one glance into the sky immediately startled it so badly it fell back with its 4 paws flailing in the air in astonishment. What in blazes? What did it just see? Up in the sky, a whole wave of beast spirits were soaring through the air with their paws flailing awkwardly, in a dense pack, like the heavens was going to rain beast spirits. More and more beast spirits came to notice that. They all turned to stone collectively, their eyes bulging and mouths agape as they stared at their fellow beast spirits gliding through the air in glee. Seeing that they were already in beast spirit territory, Jun Wuxie then flew downwards, bringing with her the bunch of beast spirits who had enjoyed the joy of flight to the ground. There was no need to deny that the strong disappointment that filled their eyes then was because they had landed on the ground. Jun Wuxie then released the vines twirled around the beast spirits, and poison ivy followed suit. Flame Dragon came down to the ground as well, and immediately let Brownie continue to hold Nail and Shan for him to recover with the spirit reinforcement runes. A bunch of beast spirits gradually gathered into a crowd around them, to look at their companions who had just flown in, their faces incredulous. Didn't the bunch of them go to the first Serene Spirit Tower to watch the show playing out there today? Did it come with such privileges? To be flown back? They were suddenly feeling rather regretful that they had not gone there today. Towards the beast spirits who had just come back, those beast spirits who had not gone today were suddenly feeling strong pangs of jealousy and envy. Flame Dragon then roared, which quelled all the beast spirits into silence. A flurry of hurried footsteps then reached them, which made all the gathered beast spirits turn their heads to look. The mass of human spirits led by the second disciple had caught up with them. What was happening here? The beast spirits who had not gone there today were puzzled. "Hand my master over," the second disciple said to Jun Wuxie through tightly clenched teeth, looking quite a miserable sight from having run the entire way. Having been pointed out, the beast spirits then turned to look at Jun Wuxie, and that was when they suddenly discovered that the person Jun Wuxie was holding in her hands was Wu Jiu, the spirit master. Wu Jiu had fallen into a semi-conscious state. Although Jun Wuxie had been rather gentle with the beast spirits, she was rather brutal towards Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu was already severely wounded, and having taken that kick from Jun Wuxie with her full strength, he was now slipping into unconsciousness, unable to even say a word. The beast spirits who had not gone to the Serene Spirit Tower were stunned. thinking that the situation before their eyes did not seem right no matter how they looked at it. Many of their fellow beast spirits had wounds on their bodies, and the human spirits were looking rather aggressive, while Jun Wuxie was even holding Wu Jiu in her hands. Looking at the circumstances, something big seemed to be brewing. Flame Dragon had landed before the gathered beast spirits, and after he put down the beast spirits on its back, its immense body that was as big as a small mountain blocked out the venomous gaze the second disciple was staring at Jun Wuxie with. This is the beast spirit's territory, and it's not a place you can do as you please. Flame Dragon, does this mean you are going against us now? The second disciple said as he glared at Flame Dragon. Flame Dragon was not to be coward. Since you have tried to capture our spiritual bear, I do not have to show you any courtesy. The moment those words came out from Flame Dragon's mouth, the puzzled beast spirits immediately realized the severity of the situation. The human spirits captured their spiritual bear. All the beast spirits turned their heads uniformly upon the enormous dark gold figure, surprise showing in all their eyes. The spiritual bear. It's really the spiritual bear. The second disciple was feeling highly frustrated, but worried about Wu Jiu's safety. He then wanted to lead his men to charge forward, completely regarding everything else. But the beast spirits who had regained their senses immediately realized that the human spirits would harm the spiritual bear, and despite still not having a full picture of what was exactly happening, just that one point alone was enough to make them step forward. Roar! This is the territory of the beast spirits, and we do not welcome the intrusion of the human spirits. The beast spirits close by came running at almost the same moment to Flame Dragon's side, their enormous bodies blocking Jun Wuxie completely and securely. The densely packed rows of beast spirits grew more and more, the flying beast spirits quickly spreading the news to reach the ears of every single beast spirit at the fastest speed possible. The matter concerned the spiritual bear, and not a single beast spirit would stand back and do nothing. In just the blink of an eye, several thousand beast spirits came walking out from their lairs. They all came speeding straight towards Flame Dragon's side. In mere moments, the number of beast spirits that gathered there had reached a staggering number. The mass of beast spirits formed an impenetrable wall before the human spirits, as the rocky mountains sitting on both sides grew crowded with more and more beast spirits. The second disciple stared in shock as he looked at the quickly increasing number of beast spirits who were rushing over with such lightning speed, having become more numerous than the combined numbers of them and the weapon spirits put together. At that moment, fear then rose up within the second disciple's heart. The beast spirits had always been the biggest and most numerous spirit race in the spirit world, having stood at the top of the spirit world's food chain for a long period of time. Going against the beast spirits would definitely be a mistake, as even the haughty and arrogant Wu Jiu had not dared to openly capture the spiritual bear because he had wanted to avoid going against the beast spirits in open conflict. The shade of the second disciple's face was becoming uglier and uglier. The beast spirits that could be seen everywhere one looked, their wary and guarded bestial gazes, caused the human spirits to lose all their earlier bravado, their shoulders slumping as they leaned inwards towards their center, deeply fearful that they would be skinned and swallowed up alive by these beast spirits. Everything that was happening had fallen right into what Jun Wuxie had planned. She watched coldly on at the predicament that the human spirits were caught in. They only needed to come rush back into the beast spirits' territory, and even if the human spirits joined forces with the weapon spirits, they would have to tread warily, as anything that concerned the spiritual bear concerned the entire beast spirit race. What they would face would then not just be one beast spirit, nor would it be vengeance from just a group of beast spirits, but the wrath of every single beast spirit throughout the entire spirit world. The second disciple was a little flustered, as he looked at the roaring beast spirits with their fangs bared. His body immediately tensed up. Even though he was rather confident of the powers he possessed individually, he wouldn't have the guts to dare say he would survive from an onslaught of so many beast spirits. Soul Slayer then arrived belatedly, leading his weapon spirits. Before they had even come close, they already saw that the second disciple and his men were completely blocked off. Soul Slayer, who had thought to rush in to snatch up the spiritual bear, suddenly halted its advance, to stand unmoving in its spot. "Boss? Aren't we continuing with our pursuit?" A spiked mace hummed as it came hopping up beside Soul Slayer. Seeing that Soul Slayer did not seem to be going forward to lend their assistance, it could not help but become a little confused. We're not. We're going back. Soul Slayer's voice was a little cold. Go back? But, if we do not capture the spiritual bear, the serene spirit tower. The spiked mace did not understand. Soul Slayer suddenly said, do you really want the weapon spirits become enemies with all the beast spirits? Soul Slayer had dared to go against the beast spirits back at the Serene Spirit Tower because there hadn't been that many beast spirits there then, and the temptation of the Serene Spirit Tower had just been too great. But now, no matter how great the allure of the Serene Spirit Tower was, it wasn't great enough for it to want to use its own spirit soul to exchange for it. To declare that the weapon spirits were attempting to use the spiritual bear's life to exchange for the Serene Spirit Tower before every single beast spirit in the spirit world would undoubtedly be a declaration of war. When it saw the sides of the mountains completely filled with beast spirits, it was then that Soul Slayer thought of backing out from the whole thing for the first time. Although the Serene Spirit Tower was definitely a good thing, but it was not able to guarantee that they would be able to withstand the maniacal vengeance of the entire beast spirit race. Soul Slayer's words startled quite a number of weapon spirits to their senses. They realized the gravity of the entire situation, and they then followed Soul Slayer to tread back the way they had come quietly, without saying a word. The second disciple was already trembling with fright from the beast spirit's aggressive stance, and had thought that he would wait till Soul Slayer led the weapon spirits in before he would go against the beast spirits. But the instant that he had just seen the figure of Soul Slayer, he did not even have enough time to be relieved before he saw Soul Slayer suddenly turning itself around to lead the weapon spirits away from the place. Immediately, the second disciple felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown right over his head, extinguishing the last sliver of hope in his heart. Wu Jiu had been captured, Zhang Yunlong had been killed, and the weapon spirits had given up on providing reinforcements from fear. The series of events seemed to have pushed the second disciple into a rather hard-pressed position. If you do not wish to die, then scram, Xiao Chu said sneeringly, as he leapt off from the shoulder of the yin-yang bear, staring hard at the terrified second disciple. The second disciple stared mournfully at the horde of spirits before his eyes, his heart long filled up with numbing fear. It must be known that the beast spirits were the most cohesion and united race among all, and even when just any one of their regular beast spirit was bullied, other beast spirits would readily lend a hand. What's more, they were talking about their spiritual bear here. Second senior, should we go back now? A man standing behind the second disciple said fearfully. With their numbers, it would not be possible for them to be a match for the army of beast spirits before them. The second disciple gritted his teeth tightly, and then suddenly said, Flame Dragon, are you really going to lead the entire beast spirit race to openly defy the Spirit Lord's orders? Even up till this day, you're still seeking to use the Spirit Lord to deceive me? The Spirit Lord is benevolent, and he would never allow the spiritual bear to be sacrificed to go build the Serene Spirit Tower. Flame Dragon said with a sneer. The second disciple then puffed up his chest and said, I do not care whether you believe me or not. This is all carried out under the Spirit Lord's orders. Your decision to hide that spiritual bear today, and the fact that you wounded my master today, has doomed you to your fate. I'll be waiting for that. Flame Dragon was not giving in an inch, and the stances of the beast spirits there were all ready for battle. The second disciple could no longer hold himself up against Flame Dragon, and he could do nothing but to sweep his gaze over all the spirits present there. You win today. But you just wait. I will report all of this to the Spirit Lord, and you have better not regret it at that time. Humph! The second disciple said vehemently, and then shouted out ruefully, Let's go! The bunch of human spirits retreated in a fluster, under the baleful gaze of all the beast spirits, which sent chills right through them. They all seemed to not dare stay there a single moment longer as they quickly disappeared without a trace in a blink. It was only till all the human spirits had disappeared from sight that Flame Dragon could finally blow out a breath in relief. Many of the beast spirits still were not completely clear about what was happening, but looking at the spiritual bear, their hearts lifted in delight and subservient worship. Save Nalan Shan. Brownie really could not be bothered with any of those ceremonial etiquette as it held up Nalan Shan, its eyes filled with anxiety. Jun Wuxie nodded her head and went on to borrow Flame Dragon's cave to quickly carry out treatment for Nalan Shan. Flame Dragon took charge of tying up the loose ends as it made the necessary arrangements for all the beast spirits, ordering them all to always keep their guard up against any sneak attacks from the human spirits and weapon spirits. Nalan Shan's injuries were grave. If Jun Wuxie had not asked Brownie to use spirit reinforcement runes to stabilize Nalan Shan's spirit, Nalan Shan's spirit might have already scattered and dispersed by now. Jun Wuxie carved out the spirit reinforcement runes with her own hand and placed Nalan Shan inside the circle to absorb the power of the spirit, to replenish the deficiencies. Several of the plant spirits who had stepped up to help them then came forward to greet Drunk Lotus and the others before they left without seeking any credit, but merely reminding them to be careful. Brownie stood watch beside Nalan Shan, not stepping away from him at all. Its injuries were not that light as well, but it stubbornly refused to budge. Even Jun Wuxie could not do anything about it but just let Brownie did what it wanted. Phew! Today's really exhilarating, Xiao Chu exclaimed as he sat himself onto the ground, the sorry state of his body unable to cover over the excitement in his heart. Speaking of which, what do we do with this fella? Fei Yen asked as he nudged the unconscious Wu Jiu on the ground with the tip of his foot. Although he wanted for nothing more than to be able to slaughter that scoundrel who was absolutely overflowing with evil, they were after all still in the spirit world, and there were many things that they could not willfully do as they wished. Hand him over to me. Flame Dragon came in after it had finished up with business. Its eyes filled with disgust as they gazed at Wu Jiu. Are you really intending to go ask the Spirit Lord? Poison Ivy, who was standing on the side, asked with his brows creased, seemingly not all that approving of Flame Dragon's intentions. This matter is beyond what I can decide upon. I need to ask the Spirit Lord to mete out the appropriate punishment. I shall go together with the spiritual bear tomorrow, and bring Wu Jiu with us to see the Spirit Lord. I shall report every single one of Wu Jiu's deeds to the Spirit Lord, and follow the Spirit Lord's orders from there. I am of the belief that the Spirit Lord will surely deliver justice to the beast spirits. Flame Dragon was highly indignant and infuriated. It wasn't that it did not want to have Wu Jiu killed, but although Wu Jiu was nefarious and hateful, he was after all still the current leader of the human spirits. Killing him recklessly would only incite the conflict between the races to reach an irreconcilable stage. In any case, as Wu Jiu had committed such an evil deed, even if the Spirit Lord did not take his life, he would definitely not allow Wu Jiu to continue to hold the position of Spirit Master. Poison Ivy knitted his brows together and seemed like he was going to say something. In the end, he was unable to put them into words.